just for being alive. Look around you, those are leaders, people who have come here for a purpose. And I just believe, God, that even as we commence in prayer, that everything that you have come for and more, whether you're watching online or in here in house, God will do it for you in Jesus' name. This is a house, a Jesus House DC. So once again, you're welcome. More remarks will come on the welcome from our leadership sooner after I'm done with the opening prayer. Once again, thank you for being here on time. It looks like you are the early birds, but I'm confident that by the time this program commences, that all this place and more will be filled. So thank you again for being here. If you don't mind, just bow your heads as we go before the Lord in prayer. Gracious Father, we thank you. We thank you for life, and we thank you for the privilege for us to be gathered in this house, in this BIAZO Summit in 2026, where we're here to learn how to build things that would last. We thank you for the grace of leadership, and we thank you for every single one who have heard about this leadership summit today and have purpose in their mind to be here to meet with you and meet with others. We invite you now into our midst. We pray that your presence will guide every aspect of this program. And we believe, Lord, that for everyone who is here, who has come to this conference, that everyone will have an encounter with you and with destiny. The grace to lead and transform our homes, our cities, our nations, and the world into a better place. Please, Lord, through the wisdom that will come from the panelists and all those who will be giving keynote speeches, let it come upon this house and let it come upon those present in the name of Jesus. Let us be able to look forward in a decade from now and look back at this day and say, it all started here. It all started with that word of exchange, that idea that was passed, that dream that was given life, that boat that got a fresh wind to drive it and sail it forward. Let that all be possible because you are present with us. So we declare this program open in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, and in the name of the Holy Spirit. Glorify your name again. In Jesus' mighty name we prayed. Amen, amen. Thank you so much. My name is Tunde Ogungbade. I'm one of the pastors here in Jesus House, DC. You're welcome again. God bless you. I would turn it back to the hostess who would be telling us more about protocols and things to observe as we go ahead. You're welcome.
Thank you, Pastor Tunde. I realize I didn't introduce myself. My name is Ezine Ezeajoku, and I will be working with you throughout today. How many people were here last year for this? Oh, yes. Clap. I think that's actually the appropriate response. If you're new to Jesus House, can I see you wave your hand? This is your first time. Jesus House, you know what we do when we see people who are new. So please welcome them. This is a wonderful time to visit. Thank you so much for coming. There are just a couple of logistics I want to announce. If you see anyone with this badge, they know what's going on. They have the information, you can ask them questions. They are involved in the planning and execution of the day. In terms of bathroom, we have bathrooms downstairs. If you exit the hall, I think it's downstairs to your left. Thank you. I was like, wait, what is left and right? But it's that way, okay? And if you don't know, ask someone with a badge. For food, I think everyone here has food. We're going to be serving breakfast, but we're also serving lunch, right? And I want to emphasize that this is free, and so this is a big deal, an investment from the church to everyone here. What else? I think that's it. If there are any other questions and updates, I will bring them to you as the day goes on. But For your information, Jesus House is a lovely place to be, and so we hope that after today, you will not be a visitor and that you will come back again to worship with us. For those of you who've been here early and are sitting at the back, I have no idea why you're doing that. Because as the day progresses, there are people who are going to come late and move to the front and get more than you. So make sure you can see. Those of you who are sitting like facing backwards, make sure you can see, make sure you can hear, because you came here early and you have to eat of the fruits of this day. Okay? That's my advice. Take it or leave it. It's up to you. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Praise God. This is a church, so we're going to be praising God throughout, okay? All right. I would like to call Pastor Chinyere Olujide to provide us with the welcome and opening remarks. Pastor Chinyere, please give her a round of applause. We celebrate. Clap, clap, clap.
Good morning. It's good to see everyone in the house this morning. How are you doing? Why did everywhere go quiet? It's not that much. It's not I'm not coming here to give you a speech. I'm just coming here to welcome everyone. It's so good to have everyone in the house. You're in Jesus' house, like Dr. Ezine had already mentioned earlier. My name is Chinyere Olujide. I serve here as the executive pastor. And on behalf of our senior pastor, Pastor Olumide, I want to welcome you all to today's Leadership Summit. Let's put our hands together. You know, Jesus House is a church that is known for restoring hope and maximizing potential for God's mission. We've been doing this for over 30 years. And for more than 20 years, we've been running this BIAZO celebration that we have. It's a conference that we hold each year. And for a very long time, we realized that the church doesn't exist just to be a building in the community, but we have the responsibility to transform every community that we find ourselves in. So this is why we do events like this. The Leadership Summit is meant to empower us. So whether you're an entrepreneur, you're a pastor, you're a leader, you're a young professional, our hope is that being in a space like this today will empower you to be a better version of yourself everywhere that you go. I hope that resonates with us. Our theme for this year's summit is leading with wisdom in a digital world. It's interesting for me because my background is computer science. I studied computer science and math in college a long time ago in Nigeria. But my project was artificial intelligence. So it's just so interesting to see it come full circle. And I use those tools like crazy today. Even though when I did the project, it was just an idea of what things could be in the future. So that's the world that we exist in today, where technology drives a whole lot. But as we do that, we don't want to lose touch of our humanness. And part of why we're here is to figure out how we can continue to grow and use these tools to make our world better and not to lose touch with ourselves. So the truth is that technology changes, but our character and our courage and our faith should never change. We should continue to stay in touch and to make contact with each other for the best. And the experience today, I hope, is going to be beneficial to all of us. We have a lot that's lined up, from the AI training and certification to the Future Builders Challenge with our high schoolers, and then also strategic networking. So somebody that you're sitting next to today is a big deal, so don't ignore them. Connect with the people that are with you here in the room, and you just never know where that's going to take you. So we're very excited to have you in the house today. Want to thank all our sponsors as well, those that have invested in this. It shows that you believe in what we're doing here, and we pray that you'll reap the reward of your investment. And we want to celebrate our committee as well and all the leaders in the house that have helped to put this together. So on behalf of our senior pastor, I really want to open up this meeting today, and I pray that we'll have an amazing time with each other as we grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pastor Chair. I want to emphasize what she said about strategic networking. I think we have name tags available. So if helpful, you can take one, write your name, or better still, introduce yourself to your neighbor. I think that actually works as well. We're going to move along No, introduce yourself, Lisa, please. Sorry. I was like, wait, it's getting a bit rowdy. We're going to move along in the program today. We have a coach who's going to be with us. For those of you who've used professional coaching, you know how expensive it can be. And so I would advise you to, pay attention and get the most out of it. So I'd like to introduce to us Mr. Ken Malouf, who is the president and owner of Game Time Strategies, a business and executive coaching and leadership development organization. He's a trusted advisor and focal point certified master coach. He partners with business owners and executives from small companies to large organizations across a wide range of industries, empowering, inspiring them with tools, insights, and ideas that accelerate them to their business and professional goals. He has over 25 years of business management experience at top companies like Nestle, Disney, and also a lot of entrepreneurial companies in the entertainment industry, along with a Wharton MBA and 7 years as a business and executive coach. He knows what it takes to build and grow organizations, business, and leaders. In his coaching, Ken is passionate about and committed to partnering with business leaders to bring out the best in their businesses, their teams, themselves, helping them to build stronger businesses and become great leaders. His coaching practice includes one-on-one business coaching with small to medium market companies, executive coaching and leadership development programs with multinational corporations to small businesses. He's based in Westlake Village, California, has been happily married for 25 years to his wife and best friend, Kelly, and is the father to 2 wonderful kids, his 20-year-old daughter, Sarah, and his 18-year-old son. Ken is also an active community leader, mentor, and coach in youth sports and nonprofit organizations. He's also a music performer with his vocal jazz quartet, Turnstile, as well as in his church, and is a frequent speaker with multiple professional and business associations. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Ken Malouf.
Good morning. Well, first I want to say a big thank you to all of you, to Jesus House, to the incredible group here that has brought me here today. I hope you're ready to be inspired and to learn. Take some notes. I encourage anytime that I talk with people, write down these ideas because they will be fleeting, and in a few hours you'll forget 90% of them. That's how our human brain works, right? Look for the insights. What are the top 3 insights from today's meeting? What are the top 3 actions that you're going to take because of the things that we talk about today? Really encourage you to be action-oriented in everything that you do, because today we're talking about a very important topic. It's not just about having a vision. It's about how you bring that vision to execution. Most people don't fail at vision. We all have ideas. We fail at execution. The hardest parts of learning are actually how to translate a vision into a well-defined set of goals, a roadmap for achieving them, a strong and resilient mindset, and establishing a disciplined approach to things like time management, follow-through, accountability, right? These are the things that we're going to talk about today, and hopefully you'll get some seeds of some ideas and some possibilities for yourself, particularly if you have a vision that you want to bring to fruition, but maybe you're not quite sure how. So that's the objective. We're going to work on some best practices and principles and how to turn that vision into the outcomes that you're seeking. So let me ask you the question, what's the hardest part of turning a vision into results? You know yourself. What are the things that prevent you from getting from point A to point B, right? Well, when I coach people as both a business coach and as an executive coach, I find that there are very common things. One is inspiration. We have the seed of an idea, but then how do we keep that motivation going? How do we keep that spark going, right? Maintaining that motivation, that inspiration is critical to getting across the finish line. We're going to talk about that. Focus. Sometimes we have too many ideas, or we don't have clarity of what those ideas are. What does success actually mean? What does the specifics of that vision mean? We're going to talk about that and how that ties to goal setting. Measurement. We may have goals set, but we don't really know how to measure them. How do we know if we're on track or if we're off track, right? We need to define those metrics in the right way. Planning. How do we actually develop the plan to get there? Or accountability. That's the hard part, right? How do we hold others accountable within an organization? Or more importantly, how do we hold ourselves accountable to the things that we're doing? If you're an entrepreneur, guess what? You're your own boss. There's no one telling you what to do. So that self-accountability becomes critically important. And I coach a lot of entrepreneurs in business, and it is a very, very important discipline that has to be built in. And then time management, how we spend our time. There's nothing more important, more valuable than our own time. And so I'm going to talk to you about some principles of time management as well. And then lastly, and probably the hardest part, is mindset. How do we maintain the mindset that keeps us going, that keeps us believing and focused on the things that we're trying to achieve? We'll talk about that as well. So I'm hoping that from today's discussion, you're going to get some valuable ideas and thoughts that you can apply for yourself along the way. And consider it a taste of what we do, what I do as a business coach, as an executive coach, in working with entrepreneurs, business owners, and leaders. So let's talk about the first thing, which is defining the destination. You know, defining where we're going is the hardest part more often than not. We have to know specifically what that is. But not only do we have to define what the destination is, we have to define why we're going there. If you don't have this well defined, it's not going to provide the motivation, it's not going to provide the inspiration that we need to get there, nor will we be able to explain it to others or get them on top of the ship that we're trying to head, right? So why are we doing this? This is the essential ingredient. There's a speaker, how many of you have ever heard the name Simon Sinek? Okay. If you haven't, I encourage you to go watch his videos. The most common one, the most well-known one is called Starting with Why. And he talks about the importance of the why principle that leads that inspiration. And the idea, and he actually uses something that he calls the golden circle. The golden circle is basically a three concentric circles, and it speaks to what we do as business professionals or as leaders. The first is the what. Most of us know what we do, right? We might work in a profession, maybe we're in marketing, or we're in accounting, or maybe we're a business leader, maybe we're a doctor or a lawyer, or whatever it might be. We know what we are. Some of us know how we do it, right? Might be our differentiating proposition. It's the way that we achieve things, our points of difference, right? How we do it versus this doctor versus the other, right? But very few of us have really thought about the why. Why do we do it? Why is somebody going to buy or want to be a part of who we are? What's the passion? What's the reason? What's the drive, right? People want to do business with people who believe what they believe. Employees want to work for companies who believe what you believe. And so finding that connection, finding that belief, finding that understanding, that why is critically important. And in fact, that's what you want to talk about when you talk about what you want to do. I'll give you an example. The next one. So my what is I'm a master business and executive coach. I'm a strategic advisor. I'm a leadership and management trainer. And I'm a speaker. Okay. There are other people that do what I do. But how I do it? Well, I partner with good people that want to build strong businesses and become great leaders. Those who are committed to learning, willing to take action, and motivated to a greater impact and achieve greater results for themselves and their businesses. I provide them with insight, awareness, business knowledge, tools, vision, and inspiration that collectively provide the clarity and the motivation to take action on their business. The result? They get to their goals faster than they could on their own. Do you know your how? Not only your what, but how you do things differently, how you approach your business in a way that is differentiated from the people. Or as you think about your vision that you're crafting, how are you going to do it different, right? These are the seeds of positioning. These are the seeds of marketing, right? I spent over 20 years doing brand marketing for companies like Nestle and Disney. And defining this is the critical essence that will lead to your communication and describing what you do. But then the last part, of course, the critical part is the why. I believe that inside every business owner and executive, every person in this room is a potential leader, a champion that with the right guidance, the right support, can make the impact and the results they've always wanted in their businesses and in their lives. I believe that leading in business is about more than just making money. It's about making a positive impact on people, on the community, on the world through your business, a role model that will inspire future leaders. That's why I do what I do. That's what my passion is. What's your passion? What's the passion behind your vision? What is it that drives you every day? What do you believe that has led you to this business idea or this personal venture or whatever it is that you're trying to do? Again, begin with why. And that leads to a summarized purpose, whatever your purpose is. For me, it's helping good people do great things. It's building strong businesses, becoming great leaders, achieving the highest potential and positive impact they've always wanted for their businesses, their communities, and themselves. These are the things that are so important. So once we have a sense of the why, we got to get a little bit more clarity on the vision, because you know what? Any road will get you there if you don't know where you're going. Famous line from Alice in Wonderland. Yes. Probably read that before. So, and, you know, Stephen Covey says, at the end of the day, we need to start with the end in mind, right? We need to have clarity on what that is. So the thing about goal setting is that the more clear the goals are, the easier they are to achieve them. Yet I can't tell you how many times when I talk to business owners or leaders and I ask them their goals, I get a very broad stroke and, you know, kind of ambiguous definition of that. Oh, I want to grow my business. I want to be a good leader. Well, what does that mean? What specifically does that mean? We need to drill down quite a bit. You know, for businesses, we need to look at all aspects of the business. What does success look like? There's always the financial aspect, right? Sure, we want sales and profit, but how much and by when? What products and services do you want to offer? What type of customers do you want to do business with? Have you thought about that? Who do you not want to do business with? What does your team look like? The types of people you want in your organization. What kind of operations do you want to have? What are the processes and systems? What does that look like if it was successful? How do you want to market yourself? If you were doing it well, what would your marketing actually look like? What would the sales look like? What would the sales approach or business development process look like? What are those efficiencies or processes that you would do? What about yourself? How do you develop yourself? What do you want for yourself? How many hours do you want to spend in the business? What do you want to be doing when you're working in that business? Have you thought about that, right? The more specific and precise that you define that success, the easier it is to chart the roadmap to getting there. Critically important. How many of you heard the SMART framework? Who knows what the SMART framework is by show of hands? Okay. Now, how many of you regularly use the SMART framework by show of hands? Okay, I've got a few. The SMART framework is a framework for goal setting because most of us define very broad goals. They need to be specific. I want to grow my business. Well, am I doubling my business or am I growing it by 5%? Big difference in terms of what I'm going to do, right? It has to be measurable, right? I want greater customer satisfaction. Well, what does that mean? How am I going to measure that? What are the tools with which I'm actually going to do that? I want to be a better leader. How am I going to actually know if I'm doing that or if my people see me as a better leader from those things? We need to put definitions and metrics in. Is it aligned with my values? Meaning, is it something that ties with who I am and who I want to be? Classic one, when I coach an entrepreneur, he says, I really want to grow my business to be as big as possible, but I want to have a small, confident team that works like a family. See the problem? So you have to know what your values are, what really matters to you. It has to be realistic. We want challenging goals for sure, but they have to be realistic. A lot of times as leaders, as managers, we set unrealistic goals. Sometimes we do it for ourselves, right? So we have to really be thoughtful about, is this a realistic goal? There's nothing more to stifle motivation than to set unrealistic goals. And the last thing is time-bound. A goal without a time, without a deadline, it's just a wish. You've got to set a goal, a deadline, a specific time. The by when, I talk to managers about this all day long. Do you know the by when for that? Have you talked with your team about it? Are they committed to those deadlines? Are you following through? Are you holding them accountable to those deadlines? Must have the by when. And the thing is, a lot of us get overwhelmed with these big visions and goals. But the reality is, we don't have to do everything all at once. Rarely does big goal achievement happen by one step, right? It's these micro goals along the way, right? It's those inches, those small increases that compound over time that lead to big wins. And so we just need to be able to have a master skill of breaking down those macro goals into micro goals. Hey, I want to grow my business, 20%, or I want to be a better business leader. Okay, how am I going to do that? Well, how many customers do I need? And what's the revenue per customer that I'm going to need to get? And how am I going to do that? And how many do I need this month? Okay, I need 2 customers this month. If I get 2 customers this month, I'm going to get there, right? I'm going to build one better relationship with my team member, and if I do that, and if I do that for each team member every month into the future, I'm going to have a committed and enduring team. So knowing how to break macro goals into micro goals and write them down. How many of you actually have written goals for yourself, whether it's digital or handwritten? Okay, super important. There was a study, a Harvard Business School study, that was done, and it found at that time only 3% of graduates had written goals upon graduation. 10 years later, what do you think happened with those 3%? They were earning 10 times as much as the other 97%. Why? Because they had written, clear goals. Not only that, but commit those goals to a friend. Share them with people around you, because they, in turn, will provide what we call group accountability, right? They will encourage you, they will inspire you, and check in on you to make sure that you're getting there. And then, of course, make sure that you're measuring the progress along the way, because progress reports are critically important, too. The metrics are key. So, at the end of the day, the process, it starts with a 3-year. I always encourage a 3-year, 5-year at the most, but a 3 to 5-year vision of what success looks like with those specifics that we were just talking about. Then we want to break those down into 1-year goals. What's the 1-year goals are kind of the first step in the process, right? It's like the first step along the route to the 3-year. Then we talk about the plans. How are we actually going to do it? It's the how, and then the actions. What are we going to do this year, this quarter, this month, this week, today, right? Breaking it down in that way. Metrics, of course, are a critical part of that. And we all know that without metrics, we rarely get to the goals that we're trying to achieve. Imagine that you're going down the interstate. I guess it would be I-95 here, right? For me, it would be the 5 or the 405 in California. You're heading down the freeway, and you see this guy. What's the first thing you do? Slow down. What else? Check your speedometer. Well, why weren't you doing that before? When someone's paying attention, when metrics are defined, and someone is holding you accountable to those metrics, it's amazing what can get done, isn't it? The same is true for your business. The same is true for yourself. If it doesn't get measured, it doesn't get done. But then the question is, what kind of metrics are we trying to define? Well, a lot of us define what we call the results metrics, right? These are the things that we're trying to get to. It might be sales or profitability or customer satisfaction or whatever it might be. So they can be financial or they can be non-financial. They're typically measured over a time period, right? Monthly, quarterly, annually, right? And the result, it's usually the result of many activities. What drives sales? Well, there's a lot of things that drive sales. It's probably a composite of 20 different things in your business that drive sales, right? And by the way, results metrics, they're in the rearview mirror. We've already been there, right? It's not where we're going, it's where we've been. So results metrics are important, don't get me wrong. We need to know what the results metrics are. But super important is the activity metrics, also called the performance indicators. What are the things that we can do, the activities that are going to drive the results? A classic one is sales. A lot of companies, they set a sales goal, right? But then what are the activity metrics that drive that? Well, how many calls did you make this week? How many proposals did you submit? How many follow-ups did you do? So on and so forth, right? If we can set activity metric goals for that week, that month, that quarter, there's a pretty good chance we're going to get to that result indicator that we're trying to achieve. So for every result, there's activities that drive the result. So when you set metrics for yourself, for your business, for your initiative, whatever it is, think about the activities and put metrics to those activities. Because the results are what we get, right? They are the KRIs, for those of you that know business terminology. But the performance indicators, that's what we do. And what we do is something that we can hold individuals accountable to, and we can hold ourselves accountable to as well. So make sure when you're defining metrics that you're thinking of both. Okay. Once we have those goals, once we have those metrics, we got to figure out the roadmap to getting there. So yes, we got to write down those goals. We've got to set a deadline, all the things we talked about. But let's anticipate the obstacles. What are the barriers going to be to getting to those goals? What additional skills or knowledge do we have? If you're starting a business and you've never run a business before, there's skills and knowledge that has to happen there. Do you know that 50% of business owners have never been trained in business? Would you ever practice law without a law degree or medicine without a medical degree? And yet it happens every day. That doesn't mean you can't. That just means that there's a certain level of knowledge and expertise and understanding that you can benefit from by educating yourself, by getting good people around you that have that experience. So what are those additional resources you're going to need to achieve your goal? Look at it objectively, not emotionally, objectively. And you can create that roadmap to get there. And the thing is, once you have that roadmap, then you've got to be persistent. You've got to commit to action every single day. High achievers are committed. They are committed to the goals that they've set no matter what happens, no matter what curveballs are thrown their way. They figure out a way to navigate around that. So a lot of people, a lot of my clients, we just create a simple 4-quadrant grid. What's your 3-year vision? Specifically, what are the 1-year goals? What's the starting point that's going to get me there? Specifically. And don't have too many. 5, 6, right? What are the critical ones this year, 2026? Or we're already into second quarter here, so we'll make it a rolling 12 months. What are the 90-day projects? What are the things over the next 90 days that I need to do that will help get me or catapult me to those 1-year goals? And then lastly, most importantly, what am I doing this week? And how does that tie to the 90-day projects, the 1-year goals, and the 3-year vision? Review this every day. Revise this every week. You'll create a system for yourself. You'll create a roadmap, a game plan for yourself, and a path. Brian Tracy, I'm part of Focal Point International. We have about 250 coaches in the U.S., about 150 worldwide in the international regions. And we're all kind of trained under a certain system on the way we approach things. But Brian Tracy says, every minute you spend in planning saves 10 minutes in execution. That's 1,000% return on energy. And yet most of us just turn the page and go right to tactics. We go right to doing. We're inefficient. We haven't thought about the path. We haven't spent enough time in planning. So super important to be thinking about planning. So this stuff that I'm talking about around goal setting and roadmap definition and all that, that is what sets you focus, clarity, and efficiency along the way. And then there's that other time, that other aspect, time management. Who's a master of time management by show of hands? Anyone? Wow. I'm not feeling you on a Saturday morning. Okay. All right. I get you. Time management is the master skill of success. Brian Tracy says your greatest resource is your time, and time is money. It's scarce. It's irreplaceable. There is no greater resource and no greater limitation. How many times do you talk to people about doing things? I don't have the time, right? Well, what do you have the time for? How are you spending your time? How are you prioritizing those things? There's an Italian economist many of you have heard of, Pareto, who came up with this idea that, 80% of our results, more often than not, are driven by 20% of the effort that we put in. So when you think about like your biggest successes in your life, your biggest successes in the business, what were the actions that led you there? And it was probably a very small percentage of what you did that year or that part of your career, right? We need to hone in on that 20%. We got to figure out what that 20% is. What is the highest value activities that we can be doing to drive those goals that we're doing? And how do we get rid of the rest? Think of it this way. I see this a lot with business owners who are trying to do everything, right? That's the problem with being a business owner. You want to do everything. But what's the value? I'll take a lawyer, for example. One of my clients, multiple clients I've coached who are lawyers. What's their hourly rate? $600 an hour, $700 an hour, $800 an hour, right? And yet, what kinds of things are they doing in their business? Are they doing administrative things? Are they answering the phones? Are they paying bills? What are they doing? Would you pay somebody $800 an hour to pay the bills or answer the phones? But that's what you're doing if you're doing it, right? So know the value of your time and focus the value of the time on what we call your high value activities, the things that are going to generate the most benefit for your business. And hey, you know what the most powerful tool in time management is? Learning to say no. I'm not going to do it. It's not worth my time. It's low value, right? It's not a priority. This is really hard, especially when we like to make people feel good, to help them, right? This is really hard to make this decision. And that doesn't mean that it doesn't get done. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it's making the call that this doesn't need to be done. Sometimes, though, it goes to the next slide. Sometimes it's the second most powerful tool, which is delegation. You ever feel like this guy? How many hats can you wear at once? Right? Doesn't feel too good, does it? All of us need to know what we do our best at. We all have superpowers. Every one of us. Every business owner and leader I've ever coached has a superpower or a subset of superpowers. But do they know what it is? We say the greatest leaders are those who are self-aware. Know what your superpowers are. Do what you do best and delegate the rest. I see business owners that do these activities. Some love strategy. Some are great at operational efficiency. Some are great at sales, right? Figure out what you do the best and delegate the rest. It's the same thing for any business or any organization that you are. Each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others as faithful stewards of God's grace in its various forms. 1 Peter 4:10, right? Know your gifts and utilize them. And then when you're delegating, there's a way to delegate. Did you know that? How many of us give a task to somebody and say, okay, thanks, get back to me in a month, right? That's not delegation. Define the task clearly, first of all. How many times do we tell somebody, but we only give part of the story, and then they come back, oh, I thought you meant something else. Spend time up front defining the task and making sure that they play it back to you. Clarify expectations. Okay, my understanding is that you want this. Is that right? Then agree on the resources. Well, what are you going to need to get there? Do you have the resources that you need? Or what do I need to do as your leader, as your manager to help you get there? What's the deadline? Remember the by when? What's the deadline? And ideally, they set the deadline. and I just hold them accountable to it. If I set the deadline, whose deadline is it? It's mine. It's not yours, right? So I got to get them to set that deadline. And then we're going to establish some milestones. We're going to establish some check-ins along the way, right? Okay, so how are you going to keep me informed about these things? Let's check in 2 weeks. Great. We have a meeting on the calendar? Perfect. We need to have milestones and check-ins along the way. And then put it in writing. People forget. Put it in writing. Believe me. They need it. It will help them. It will help you to remember what it is that you talked about and what you agreed to, because delegation is not abdication. It's not, here you go, good luck. Great managers know how to delegate. They do all those things that we just talked about, and they do it consistently, and their team expects it. They understand that there are requirements and milestones and checking points along the way. So as a leader, as a manager, we have to inspect what we expect. Inspect what we expect. So that's monitoring and measuring that progress. And then we can catch and fix the problems before they become serious. I'm coaching an executive right now at a toy company out of Australia, and this is something that we talk about all the time, because she's got a team in Australia, in Los Angeles, in Europe. They're not even in the same office. So if you're talking about remote management, boy, this becomes critically important if you're managing people remotely, right? The other thing from a time management side is know the difference between the urgent and the important. What is the urgent? The urgent is basically those things that feels like they need to be done right now, right? And sometimes they do. But more often than not, it's a perception that they're urgent, and they may not actually be. The important things are the things that don't have to be done today, but over a period of time, over a quarter, a year, they're the key things. In fact, when you look back at the history of a company or an organization, usually it's the important things that fundamentally drive the biggest success. And yet, we as managers tend to focus on the here and now, the urgent. What do I got to do right this second? But 3 months from now, probably didn't make that big of a difference. Somebody has to do it, but again, do I have to do it? Maybe I just need to say no. Or maybe somebody else needs to do it. Maybe I need to delegate it, right? So know the difference between the urgent and the important. And then our most common time wasters, as this slide points out, what are the most common time wasters? There they are. Any perfectionists in the room? Any people that don't like change in the room? Who loves to firefight? If it's not firefighting, I'm not excited, right? I got to go for the crisis. Or who's bad at delegation? Or analysis to paralysis, right? I can't make a decision. Or lack of a clear plan. Or how about this one? Procrastination. Any procrastinators in the room? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. One of the classic ones. So, Brian Tracy says, the successful, most effective people are those who launch directly into their major tasks and then discipline themselves to work steadily and single-mindedly until those tasks are completed. It's this idea that whatever that thing is you don't want to do, that we call that a frog. And if you were to eat a frog first thing in the morning every day, what were to happen? Well, it wouldn't be the best breakfast you've ever had, let's be honest. But the thing is, it becomes motivating. It's like, I ate that, I did that, I started my day and I accomplished that. I tackled the hardest thing first. How many of us have our little lists and we're like, oh, we're going to go for the easy stuff. I'm going to check off my 5 easiest things right now, right? No. The most successful people, they start with the hard thing first. Eat one frog every day at the start of every day and watch how it changes your ability to achieve. Eat that frog. Time planning. We talked about the importance of planning for your vision, your business, but how much time do you actually spend planning your time? Do you think about planning your time, or do you just jump into your day, right? This is another key skill. Now, be thoughtful about yourself. This is a great exercise to do at home someday. Ask yourself, what do I need to do more of? When I think about my time management and where I'm weak, what do I need to do more of? What do I need to do less of? Could be some of those low-value tasks that I shouldn't be doing that's not worth $800 an hour, right? What do I need to start doing? And what do I need to stop doing, right? Be an analyzer of your own time. Be objective. Be thoughtful. If you need to, track your time. That's a great thing to do. I encourage people who don't feel like they have a good handle on their time, track your time. Write it down, put it on your phone, get a time app, whatever. Figure out how you're spending your time. Take a look at it and be objective and say, is that how I should be spending my time? Is that what's getting me to my goal? More often than not, it's not. And so, in addition, then, we need to make sure we have some clear priorities. Time management is about prioritization, right? What are your priorities? If I'm trying to do 10 things at once, I don't do anything well, right? So it goes back to goal setting. It goes back to having clear goals for your 90 days, your week, and your year, et cetera. Super important. And you can even chart the plan for your week. A lot of time I'll give my clients tools or things they can use to kind of chart out their priorities. I say you should be at least once a week doing weekly planning, and every day take 15 minutes to start the day and do daily planning. It's just basic time management skills, but man, it makes a difference. Remember, every minute you save in planning saves 10 minutes in execution, right? Time blocks is another way to do it. You know, when you're an entrepreneur, this is especially hard because you got a whole day. How are you going to spend that day? And if you're a startup, it's even harder because you haven't really established the things that you need to do, or you're still working on a lot of different things, right? So set those time blocks for yourself along the way every day. Schedule them. Schedule meetings with yourself and hold yourself accountable to those meetings, right? You wouldn't not show up, well, hopefully not, if you had a meeting with somebody, right? You wouldn't do that to the person. Well, why would you do that to yourself? Schedule time blocks. Okay. So part of this, of course, is accountability. How many of you manage a team in any capacity? Do you manage a team, whether it's here at the church or professionally or whatnot? Yeah. Accountability is a hard one. You know, we have an accountability crisis, honestly, in this country because we, as leaders, we don't hold people accountable. We don't know how to, or we're not comfortable doing it, right? And the result is we don't get the results we want for ourselves, and our people are not trained on how to be accountable, and so net, it's not the result. Anybody ever heard of the RACI model? Yeah, this is a great way to identify, like, how people are accountable, what they're supposed to do. So much of it often is just a lack of role clarity. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do versus what you're supposed to do, so we're kind of stepping on each other's toes, right? It happens a lot in organizations. So first of all, who's responsible? Who's actually doing the work? Who's the doer, right? Who's the person that's accountable? Now, that person may not be the one doing the work, but they own the results. They're the ones that have to approve the things that are going on, and ultimately, if things happen or don't happen, they're going to be the ones that will be held accountable, right? Now, there are a lot of people that might be consulted, right, that have expertise or input or good ideas that could help that process. They're not the ones necessarily running that project, but they're really important to the project. So who do we need to consult with? And then lastly, who needs to be in the loop on it? They're not in the project team necessarily, but they need to be informed because it probably affects their job in some way, so they need to be informed along the way. So if you're managing a team, ask yourself, who plays each of these roles, right? How is it defined? And how great would it be if we did this for every project at the start of the project and everybody had absolute role clarity, right? Because when we don't have roles well defined, what happens? Things don't get done. People point fingers, right? And then there's also overwork that can be done. Well, I did that. Well, I did that too. Oh, I didn't know you were doing that. Oh, okay. So accountability starts with this. So again, a critical part of moving from a vision into execution has clearly defined roles and evolving and changing those roles too, right? And these are usually project specific or initiative specific, as it turns out. Okay. Now, other accountability principles, a lot of them are ones we've talked about that relating to delegation, right? Clarity of expectations, deadlines, etc. Visibility, that's a good one. How about team accountability, right? We're going to talk about it in the team meeting. Hey, how did you do on that, right? Well, nobody wants to show up to the meeting saying that I didn't do it, right? So sometimes that team social dynamic can drive accountability. That can be really good. Asking accountability questions. This is part of being a really good manager. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Okay, so what are you going to do? By when are you going to do it? How are you going to keep me informed? Great. Okay, thanks. Now we've got a plan of action, right? That's what we call accountability questions, right? As a coach, I ask a lot of questions of my clients, but managers and leaders should too. Great leaders ask great questions. Great leaders ask great questions. That means that they are developing their people. They're teaching them how to think. They're building ownership just by asking the questions, right? And there's all kinds of different questions that come along with that. And the last part, the hardest part, managing mindset. Mindset and attitude are often the things that separates the top performers from everybody else. Let's talk about that. There was a study over 100 years ago. Anybody know the name Andrew Carnegie? Right? One of the most successful, wealthiest individuals of his time. He had more money than Bill Gates and Warren Buffett put together back in the day, once upon a time. And it was a study based on the most successful people of his time, engineers, lawyers, physicians. And they said, what was it that made those people so above and beyond successful than others who did what they did, right? Well, the Carnegie Triangle basically said, there are three things that basically determine successful attributes of people. The first one is skills. What do they know? Can they actually do the job that they're professing to do? Knowledge. What knowledge do they have? What wisdom do they have of their profession? Are they on top of that knowledge? Are they able to learn, continuing to learn, to be at the forefront of their profession? And the last thing is attitude. What attitude do they bring to their business every day? I do this a lot of times in workshops, and we ask questions. When you think of a great leader, what are the adjectives you would use to describe a great leader? And I get a lot of these kind of words, right? Accomplished, inspirational, driven, fearless, resilient, decisive. What's the common link here when we go back to that triangle? Most of these are not skills. They're not knowledge. They're attitude. In fact, the study showed that 85% of the most successful people of that study, what drove them, what differentiated them was the attitude that they brought every single day. And yet most organizations, we hire for skills and we hire for knowledge, but how much time do we spend in the interview checking attitude? I can teach skills and knowledge all day long, but I can't teach attitude, right? And what about the attitude that we bring every day? Attitude is the driver of success. And we were talking about this last night over dinner. Attitude drives the culture of your company, right? So if I've got the right people in our organization, then I've got the right culture. That's what I want. That's fundamentally what I want. Now, how do we manage the attitude? Well, there's a book called The Psychology of Achievement, and it speaks about the idea of what you think, and as a result, what you believe, you become, right? What does that mean? What's the single biggest influence on mindset? Single biggest influence on a daily basis? The answer is what we say to ourselves. Do you know that we have this self-talk in our head? And on average, we're talking to ourselves 150 words a minute, 50,000 words a day. We are having this ongoing conversation inside of our head that we don't even know half the time. Or do you? Because what we say to ourselves, what we're saying to ourselves, fundamentally will impact our ability to achieve. And so we have to get control of that conversation. We have to be aware of that conversation. The psychology of achievement is a simple mountain, and it begins at the very bottom with self-talk. It begins with our thoughts, right? I believe that I am successful in this. I believe that this is a great business idea. I believe that I'm capable of this, right? I have all these thoughts, right? And that drives my beliefs. If I say those things to myself, I start to believe it. But on the flip side, if I have doubts, if I have self-doubt, if I have lack of confidence, I don't think I can do this, oh, I'm not sure, all of a sudden I start to believe that I can't do it, right? Oh, I'm not good in finance, or I can't sell, right? I start to reinforce these ideas, and the beliefs become firm. I believe it. And guess what happens with those beliefs? Those beliefs affect our actions. If we believe that we can't do something, then guess what? We don't do it. We don't try it, or we try it half-heartedly. We don't put the effort in with the confidence that we need, or we avoid the things, or we avoid the opportunities, those God-given opportunities that are sitting right in front of us. We don't take action on them because we don't believe that we can. Those are missed opportunities. And those actions, they drive the results, right? So where do results come from? It goes right back to the bottom of the mountain. It comes from those thoughts, that self-talk. Be cognizant of what you're saying to yourself. Be aware of what you're saying to yourself. I remember I was coaching an executive for a large multinational corporation, super accomplished, senior vice president of marketing, and yet she would go into these meetings, and she wouldn't say that much. She didn't believe in herself. She wasn't confident. And we talked about it. I said, why do you think that is? I don't know. But then we started talking about this concept, and I shared it with her, and she said, you know what? I think I get it now. She was a competitive athlete. She was a gymnast. And she said, what I used to do before going out on the stage is I would talk myself up, and I would tell myself certain things, and I would get certain beliefs going so that by the time I hit the stage, I was ready to perform. I was ready to do it, right? She called it the prep before the lift. We have to do the prep before the lift every day. One of my clients meditates every morning with this exact idea in mind because she knows that when she does that, it sets a whole different tone for the day. So remember, 90% of your emotions, positive or negative, are determined by how you talk to yourself on a minute-by-minute basis. Be aware of that, and if you don't like the dialogue that's going on, change the dialogue. What do you see on this slide? Well, some of you might see this. Opportunity is nowhere. Doesn't sound very good, does it? Some of you might see this one. Opportunity is now here. What's the difference? Mindset, right? Absolutely makes a difference. So as leaders, our job is to build the mindset of our people. Not to mention our own, because the leaders set the examples. We set the example every single day. And if somebody is not at the right level of mindset, it's my job as the leader to bring them up, to put them in the opportunity bucket, not the problem bucket, right? The ability to see these things. And then, of course, the other key part of this is persistence. Persistence, persistence, persistence. You know, the people that have achieved great things never give up. About 25 years ago, there was this guy named Jeff Bezos, and he had this idea that he would create this company called Amazon, and it would sell everything in every category and be the largest retailer in the world. What do you think they said to him back then? You're just selling online books, man. What are you talking about? Right? He believed, and he was persistent, and he didn't let anybody stop him from that. Calvin Coolidge, former president, said, "Nothing in the world can take the place of persistence. Talent will not. Nothing is more common than unsuccessful men with talent. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is like a proverb. Education will not. There's a lot of educated people that haven't achieved. but it's persistence and determination alone that are omnipotent. And so there's a book, a very famous book from Napoleon Hill called Think and Grow Rich. And in that book, it talks about how do you develop persistence. 4 simple things, and I'm going to throw a 5th one in there too. Have a definite purpose, backed by burning desire for its fulfillment. It goes back to the why that we talked about at the beginning. Have a definite plan, a specific plan, expressed in continuous action. Have a mind closed tightly against negative and discouraging influence. Who you surround yourself with, super important to achieving your goals. And then have a friendly alliance with people who will encourage you to follow through both plan and purpose. And then I would add number 5, which is a divine strength from God, right? Because God is the strength that will help you to get to those things. And it's super important that you pray and let him guide you in the Holy Spirit in what you're trying to do. So again, from today, we're talking about a lot of things here, but if I was to kind of summarize for you kind of 6 things, 6 key areas, there's a lot of concepts hopefully, and I know I'm giving you a lot today to think about, but make sure you spend a lot of time in defining the destination, the focus, the clarity of what that looks like, the success along the way. You have clear metrics. Remember, if it can't be measured, it doesn't get done, right? Develop a roadmap. Have a clear plan of what that looks like. What's your 3-year, your 1 year, your 90 days, this week, etc. Master your time. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in the time management we talked about, right? That's probably the hard stuff. That's where I would really encourage you. Just be cognizant of what you do well and what you don't, and think about how you can improve in those areas. Accountability, right? What are the roles of people? How will I hold them accountable? What's the process for accountability? And then the last one, of course, which is managing your mindset. Having the belief that you can do something, managing the self-talk and the discussion inside of your own head, and helping you to get to those goals, both for yourself and for the people around you as well. And this is what I do every day, right? I do it through one-on-one coaching. I do it through corporate coaching. I do it through mastermind groups. I do it through strat planning, training programs, team development, etc. But these are the things that all of us as leaders are responsible for doing for our people and for ourselves. All right, so I know we're going to take some time for questions here, so I wanted to take a quick pause. What I would encourage is for any of you who are, as you're thinking about these things, you're thinking about maybe your business or your life, how does this relate to you? What are the kinds of questions that you can think about along the way that would be helpful for you today?
Thank you very much. If you have questions, just raise your hand and someone will come to you with a mic. Please, questions, not your thoughts and perspectives, please. Thank you. Okay, there's a question at the back. No, it's right there.
We have one in the back here.
Hello, good morning. My name is Blessed Gift. This is my question, and before that, thank you so much for this insightful presentation. You mentioned something that I'm resonating with, that you have a company, and you said there are 3 things, but 2 mostly people who hire workers will be looking out for knowledge and skills.
Yes.
But the center of it all is the attitude, and that will determine whether your company will grow or it will fall.
Yes.
Because if you are attending to clients and you are rude, not respectful, people will not patronize you. And that is the attitude. The question now is, if I'm using your CV to hire you based on your skills and your knowledge, how do I hire you on the attitude? Is it during when I've already hired you? But at the beginning, how do I hire you on your attitude? Because it's very important to the success of my company.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's part of the assessment. It's part of the initial interview. It's part of the dialogue, right? You can get a sense of people in an interview based on the way they respond to things. Have attitudinal questions in that conversation, right? Put them in situations where they have to reflect their attitude, right? For example, here's a challenge, right? Scenario questions are always great, right? Here's a challenge situation, right, where whatever's happening in the business, you can't achieve this goal, the customer's angry, the products haven't gotten there on time, whatever it is. How do you handle that situation, right? And then they give you their idea, and then you say you give them another challenge on top of it. It's like basically building that challenge. Okay, now here's another challenge. Okay, here's your idea. Well, what if that doesn't work? What would you do? Well, what if that doesn't work? What would you do, right? So it's kind of like building resilience and kind of seeing how they react to stressful situations that drive attitude. I would also ask the why question. Why do you do what you do? Why did you choose to go into this profession? Why is that important to you, right? Because so much of attitude will come from the motivations behind why they do what they do, right? And again, it goes back to the idea that we want to do business with people who believe what we believe, right? And so we can pressure test some of that along the way as well. And there are different tools along the way too that can be used. A lot of time, I'll say in hiring, a lot of times we use professional assessments that can be done before the hire that gives a sense of things like attitude, like natural skills and tendencies. There are so many different things, whether it's emotional intelligence, whether it's something like a DISC assessment or different things. It gets a sense of who they are. I always say, what's the cost of hiring the wrong person? It's a lot. So we were talking about this last night at dinner. Slow to hire, quick to fire. How much are you doing on the front end of that hiring process, right? How many people are interviewing that person? How many questions are you asking them? What kinds of assessments are you giving them to really understand who they are? Because those tools usually are pretty objective, and they will predict what you'll see 6 months from now. But I don't want to wait 6 months to find out. I want to know now, right, when I'm hiring or bringing someone in. So those are some of the ways that you can help to address that. But I think it's a great question to ask, absolutely. Because it's funny, again, it goes back to interview questions. Most people I talk with and interact with, they've got all their questions on skills and knowledge, and no one's ever thought of attitudinal questions. It's just not even in their vernacular, you know. Thank you, it's a good question.
Hello, my name is Kenny, Kenny Tijani Padano. Please, what advice would you give an entrepreneur who has been working remotely for almost 15 years, decided to get an office space, and it's been an office space to expand on our business, and it's been challenging to resume to the office space? What advice would you give such person?
So let me ask you, so is this a larger company where you're now creating your own company, like an entrepreneur starting a new business, or is it?
No, the same business, but I wanted to expand, so
yeah.
I decided to get an office space, but it's just been challenging to go to the office. So,
yes. And when you say it's been challenging, what is it about? Is it the office itself, the cost of the office? Is it the ability to get sales in the pipeline? Like, what are the big challenges right now that you're seeing?
I think it's more of not transitioning. Maybe comfort.
Comfort?
Yeah.
Yes. So taking risk in business is always a challenge. Part of it is having a clear plan of what success looks like and knowing your fears. So if we were sitting down together in a session, I would ask you, what are your biggest fears? Give me your top 3 fears right now. and write them down, and let's talk about those fears. And then we need to answer those fears, every single one of them. If it's a financial fear, well, I'm afraid that if I expand the business or I get the office, now I've got this additional cost in my business, so on and so forth. I'm afraid that I'm not going to be able to pay for that. Okay. Let's build the financial model that tells you how you can. How many new customers would you need to pay for that office? Or how many new customers would you need to pay for this, that, and the other, right? Let's get you to a point, and then you can tell me, hey, there's no way I can do that, right? I can't get 10 new customers in the next month. Or you might be surprised. Actually, it's just one new customer I need to get at X dollars a month, and that's going to more than cover the cost, and I'll break even. Okay, now I feel better, right? So we want to take the irrational fears that we all have, and we all have them, and we want to turn them to rational, logical information that helps us to assess that fear in a way that we can better gauge whether that is a fear that is real or imagined, right? If we can systematically remove those fears. I coached a lot of businesses during COVID. And during COVID, there was an enormous amount of fear and trepidation among all business owners. Why? Because it was completely unknown what was going to happen, right? What's going to come my way? So I literally would have these sessions where we talk about, okay, what are your biggest fears, right? What if this? What if this? What if this? And I said, good question. Let's answer every one of them. What if that did happen? What would you do? Well, if I lost these employees, I'd probably do this, that, and the other. Okay. What if I lost my biggest customer? Well, I'd probably have to scale down the organization, and I'd have to do this, that, and the other. What if, on and on and on, fear after fear after fear, and we would basically come up with scenario planning models, right? Where we had answered every one of those fears, and they knew what to do. And it was amazing because when you get to that point, all of a sudden now, there's a confidence because I've thought about it. I have a plan for those worst case scenarios, and I'm not fearing it. In fact, I know it, and I know I can do it. So I'm willing to take the risk because I believe in the plan that I've put in place, right? Or on the other side, if the thing is I'm not willing to take that risk, let's identify it now and let's do something about it now and not take you down a track that you can anticipate early on. So a lot of it is scenario planning. A lot of it is understanding your fears and addressing those fears in a way that can give you concrete information to determine the right way to go. Thank you. Great question.
So the slide that you showed earlier talks a lot about leadership, delegation, especially the one about delegation. All of us in this room have aspirations of leadership in one way or another, but some people still have to work as well, right? How do you, as a leader, sitting on a group where you're supporting a team, get yourself convinced that you're following a particular vision? So how do you encourage a leader to, in essence, lead other leaders to follow the vision?
So in this case, it's coming from the perspective of the employee managing up to the leader. Is that the idea?
Both, actually.
Okay.
So if I'm an employee and I consider myself a leader, I'm sitting there wondering, leader is giving me all these tasks, but
Yeah.
I've planned my day and his task doesn't fit in.
Yeah.
So what do we do at that point? So as a leader,
Yeah.
how do I convince that person? And as an employee, how do I allow myself to follow that vision?
Yeah. Well, part of it is taking a proactive approach to it, right? So if I'm an employee and I'm being delegated to in that example that you gave, and it's not, I don't have clear expectations, I don't know the metrics, I don't know the milestones, I don't know this, that, and the other, it really, this is the art of managing up, right? It's knowing what questions to ask, knowing what information to gather to where you can get that along the way. Now, if you're not getting the information you need from your leader, or maybe there's even questions about the vision, ask questions of your leaders about those things. Ask them about that vision along the way. Or if, as an example, if you are maybe not concerned with the vision, let's say, maybe you don't believe in the vision, ask consequence questions, right? Well, what if this were to occur? What could the result of that be? Well, it'd be a negative consequence. And how would we address that? along the way, right? Helping to, again, even managing up, it's about asking questions to draw out the vision and the mindset of that leader along the way. You know, part of being a motivated employee is understanding the why. Make sure you understand the why of your leaders. Make sure you understand what their vision is. Now, if you're on the other side, what I find with a lot of leaders is they don't articulate their vision enough. We're talking in the term of tasks, right? But those tasks are for a greater purpose, but we're not talking about the purpose. So how can I expect my team to get on board with my vision if it's all in my head and I've never really articulated it? And I see this all the time, where I meet with people and they have these grandiose visions of their business, but they're not sharing it with their team. They're not having meetings with their team. In fact, a lot of meetings in organizations are really just project management meetings, right? What about strategy meetings? What about vision meetings? What about, like, as a leader, those are parts of what we need to be doing, is to make sure that we're bringing in those kinds of meetings or conversations on a periodic basis so that everybody knows where we're going, why we're going there, and what their role is in this larger vision. Now all of a sudden they're invested, right? It's our vision. It's not your vision or my vision, right? It's the creation of we. And that's part of it, is building that concept of teamwork, that idea that we as a team are getting to a vision or a place along the way.
That was the last question. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so
All right.
much.
Thank you so much.
Praise God. Did you all learn something today? I'm so proud of my friend. I want to say a few words about him. So I've been friends with Ken for 28 years. So this is the interesting thing. We both went to Wharton School together, started on the same day for our MBA. You know, his name is Ken Malouf, and mine is Kunle Malomo, so we have the same initials. So anytime alphabetically, Malomo comes before Malouf. And so our exams, we always sat across from each other if we took the same classes. Our grade books where our letters came in were always after each other. And we caught up again at our 25th reunion, MBA reunion last year. And he told me what he was doing, and he started helping me and coaching me with the issue of clarity. And I said, you know what? I think he needs to come talk to my church members, come to BIAZO, but he's in Los Angeles. And he said he would have to fly in on a Friday and fly back to California on Saturday night. But he made it. So, and Ken costs a lot of money. he has all his Hollywood, LA, but I was like, please, my fellow church members, my fellow BIAZO subcommittee members would love to benefit. Did we benefit from what he said today? You heard it. So I'm sure if we invite you again, will you come, Ben? Sorry, will you come, Ken? So I just want to say a very big thank you to Ken Malouf. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Oh, he's there.
Thank you very much, Ken. I'm going to move us along quickly. Just a couple of announcements. First, if you weren't here at the beginning and this is your first time in Jesus' house, welcome. We're excited to have you here. A couple of logistics. If you need to use the bathroom, exit. The people know if it's my right or my left. Just go through that door and go downstairs. On each table, you will find something that looks like this. There are free things inside that you can win, but you have to participate. So throughout the day, there are a couple of challenges that as you go through the sessions, you answer certain questions, and that could open you up to winning a few free gifts that can be received next week, Saturday. If you need clarity on that, ask someone with a badge. They will provide you with more answers. Oh, I want to talk about being a good neighbor today. So I heard a very funny story. Well, it wasn't funny. It was weird. I was listening to the news, and this woman was on the Amtrak train, and she got to New York, and that was her last stop. And that was the last stop for the train. But her fellow passengers walked past her as she was sleeping. So she was supposed to arrive there at 9 p.m., and she woke up at 12 midnight, dark Amtrak train all by herself. Could not figure out why she was there, why no one decided to wake her up. She tried to get out. Eventually, she called 911 to come and help her out. Don't be that kind of neighbor today. If you see your neighbor sleeping, tap them, okay? I just want to say, because some people have eaten yam, they've eaten egg. So tap your neighbor and say, don't do that here, okay? All right? You laugh, but it's true. Some people are going to be, okay. And then we have free headshots available in the basement. So if you want to update your LinkedIn profile, your dating profile, something, and you need a professional headshot, it's for free. A picture, okay? Not helping you with the contents of that, okay? Also, there are a couple of seats in front. If you're struggling to see at the back because you came back late or you're shy, when we go in for the coffee break, you can come to the front, okay? And then one last thing, we have T-shirts available for the family fiesta next week. They're available for sale. I know most things have been free today. This one, you have to pay for it. And they'll be available outside. Okay, so if you see anyone with a badge, if you need help, please grab that. And then finally, the BIAZO team, please give them a round of applause. This has been excellently planned, excellently planned. These are available for your pickup. If you didn't have one, there are different colors available. Whatever color is available, please take it. Don't be doing too much at the back, okay? All right, so we're gonna go into a coffee break for 5 minutes, and then after that, we're gonna have our first panel session, which I'm really excited about. We have a lot for you today. So try to stay awake. There's food, eat it in little amounts. Walk around if you need to, talk to your neighbors. Just be awake and be present, all right? So 5 minutes coffee break. You can use the bathroom, and we'll be right back. Thank you.
As technology continues to reshape our world, one simple principle stands out. The future As technology continues to reshape our world, one simple principle stands out. The future belongs to those bold enough to build it. BIAZO 2026 will be kicked off with our flagship empowerment seminar on April the 11th with the Leadership Summit, the heart of BIAZO 2026, building future-ready communities. Here, innovation meets inclusion. BIAZO will unite students, job seekers, and entrepreneurs to use the power of AI to solve real-world problems, unlocking new ideas, and opening doors that once felt out of reach.
I'm excited we're building on the successful 2025 program. And this year, for the first time, we're going to be focusing on how we prepare our kids, our colleagues, for the future of work in an environment shaped by AI. We have super experts coming in from firms like Microsoft, from Amazon, from McKinsey. These are leaders who are in the forefront of deciding, selecting, recruiting, onboarding talent. And we want to make sure that our kids are prepared for this new phase of opportunities that's being shaped by AI.
I'm a big proponent of Malcolm Gladwell, the classic, you need 10,000 hours to become an expert. All the things that we are doing here, bringing in experts, bringing in leaders, bringing in coaches. I think we're bringing in a coach as well.
Yeah.
Those are pretty powerful things that I think we can allow this kid to shift and learn early to give them a good opportunity to maximize their potentials, right?
Absolutely. And one of the best ways to engage kids is just to embed them in use cases that they like. Give them opportunities to figure out how to use AI to better the efficiency of running processes in the church. These are the kinds of things they can talk about in interviews, because a lot of them don't have any other experience. So this helps them to build on what they've learned, build on the tools we're going to be also showcasing, like the AWS Skills Center, those free courses. And we're hoping that people who actually take those courses and complete them, that we can actually sponsor the certification exams for some of those people, so that they'll be right there on their way to utilizing the certification for really improving their career prospects.
I know for me, I'm excited because with all of this, it just shows that you don't have to have a tech background.
Yes.
You don't have to think that you have, this is what you do every day to really embrace AI.
Yes.
I think it's something very, amazing for our children, not just our children, but just the community at large.
To bring this vision real for everyone, BIAZO 2026 is encouraging our community and our congregation to upskill by bringing world-class courses at tech companies such as AWS Skills Center. This gives an opportunity to earn certifications such as the Cloud Practitioner, the AI Practitioner, and then bringing world-class AI and cloud learning directly into our communities and our students. These centers are free and open to all and helps learners of every background gain practical digital experience and skills that helps build confidence and connect with pathways to new opportunities as AI continues to scale.
With the energy of BIAZO, the creativity of our youth, the innovation of our partners, and the power of corporate tech alliances and partners, we are building future-ready communities that lifts everyone and leaves no one behind. BIAZO isn't just a conversation about the future, it's a launch pad for it.
Well, my name is Roy Okukwe. I am a writer, director, and a filmmaker, and I mostly create and produce animated films and TV shows. My first BIAZO must have been 2002. I like to say I've always been a dreamer, for better or worse, honestly. And I always wanted to, I grew up loving cartoons. So much so every morning before I even went to school, my mom would have to drag me away from the TV just so I could get to school on time. And I watched everything from Ninja Turtles to Superman, Batman. And I always thought it would be cool to create, cartoons that were inspired by Nigerian history, Nigerian culture, and Nigerian folklore. But honestly, from being honest, I didn't really feel it was possible because I wasn't able to see anything like that anywhere, at least at the time when I was growing up. So I had a big dream, I had a big vision, but honestly, it felt like a pipe dream. It felt like a fantasy. For me, I actually started animating during one of the BIAZO conferences. I can't remember the exact one it was, but I remember my big brother, Piwal. I remember vaguely him encouraging me to take a shot because we had been working on some things outside of BIAZO as Prominences Entertainment at that point in time. We were talking about animation, and he had seen some of the things that I was doing. And he had encouraged me to, hey, why don't you try and do it in church first? I had the software on my computer, and I started playing around with it, and I came up with this concept of using these animated hands to tell a story about BIAZO and how important BIAZO was and what people could look forward to. And I remember that animated clip played on GNN, which is the Good News Network that usually aired before service, and the entire building just erupted. And I cannot tell you what that feeling was like, because honestly, even now, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it, thinking about how far God has brought me here today, but just even going back and realizing that honestly, that's where it started. That was the first time that I truly felt that, you know what, maybe there's a chance that I could do this. To see that reaction was amazing. Then obviously Pastor Gandhi was very proud, and I remember him calling me to his office, and he was like, he wants me to do more of that. And that was essentially the start of my journey as a filmmaker. I remember vaguely a message by Pastor Mensa Otobil. I believe he said something like, there are people in here, or there's somebody in here who God has called you to take charge of the entertainment mountain because of just the impact that God wants to make outside of church, and use people in church to make a difference outside of church.
We need a new generation of Christians who penetrate the entertainment industry, the media industry, to become producers of news programs, anchors of news programs, script writers, animators, take over the entertainment industry. We need Christians writing new programs, new game shows, and sneaking in the name of Jesus. Just sneak it in. Just sneak it in. Just sneak it in. Just sneak it in.
It's funny, I remember a bunch of people just all looked back at me, almost like they were shining a torchlight in my face, like, he's talking about you, right? And, that was such an amazing moment. I definitely would not be where I am today without BIAZO, without Jesus House DC. I remember one of the last BIAZOs that I did animation for to promote the event. I remember after the clip played, Pastor Gandhi stopped the service, and he said that he felt in his spirit that he just had to honor the person that did the video that we all just watched. And I remember him calling me down to the pulpit, and the entire church gave me a standing ovation. That is a moment I would never forget. Just come with an open heart, come with an open mind, and be ready to be blessed, and be ready to receive what God is planning to do in your life, and be ready to take action in terms of all the information you're going to receive, all the mentorship you're going to receive, the messages, all the empowerment. Don't just come here to listen. Come here to listen and take action. And for anybody who has the ability to sponsor the event, I would say just look at my life. Just look at what God has been able to do in my life today. And all the differences I've been able to make is because there was a BIAZO I was able to go to. There was a church that allowed me to express my gifts and my talents in a way that gave me the confidence to go outside and do it. So I believe that if you have the ability to sponsor the event, I think there are not many better initiatives that create, at least in a spiritual context, that create the type of people that can go out and make a difference outside of church, not just for themselves, but for the rest of the world and their community as well.
As technology
continues. Can you turn down the... Praise the Lord. Can we settle down, please? Can we settle down? Thank you. Please don't let me start calling names. I can see you. Let's settle down so we can move through the day quickly. We have a lot to get through. By settle down, I mean like take a seat, stop talking. Praise the Lord. All right. So our next session is going to be a panel conversation on career growth and skills for the future AI and future of work. If you can settle down, please, so we can be respectful to the people that we've invited. Thank you. This panel is going to be moderated by Fadeshola Olatoye. Let's give her a round of applause.
Hello, can you all hear me? All right, good morning, Jesus House DC. All right, my name is Fadeshola Olatoye, and I'm an associate partner at McKinsey & Company, and I do a lot of my work at the intersection of technology and strategy enablement for government, health and human services organizations. And so I'm very excited today to be here to talk a little bit about the future of work and this thing called AI. So how many of us are familiar with AI? How many people know what it stands for? Artificial intelligence, exactly. But the interesting thing is that we talk about AI like it's a new thing. And and maybe go to the next slide, please. The interesting thing is that AI has been here in some form or fashion for about 100 years now, right? In fact, the term AI was coined in the 1950s by this guy named John McCarthy. But the concept of artificial intelligence predates even him. And so when we think about the evolution that we're in, we're just like in the next iteration of AI. And so maybe about a decade or so ago, we were talking about traditional AI. And what that looked like was things like predictive modeling, robotic process automation. So those of us that liked coding if-then statements, think traditional AI, predictive models. We then, maybe COVID, shortly thereafter COVID, this idea of generative AI, right? Where you can create images, create content from large language models that we're pushing information in a way that's interesting, right? Now we have what we call agentic AI. And it's got everybody in a tizzy because this is where it's getting really interesting because we're seeing agentic AI being able, in some ways, to do the work that some of us humans do in our normal day-to-day jobs, right? So the evolution is here. It's not going anywhere. So I hope all of us that are in the room are in a place to embrace, right, this next iteration of technology disruption in the workplace. We can move to the next slide. And so what makes AI maybe very interesting to many of us is its progression, right? When you think about the standard timeline it takes for innovation to really get into large-scale adoption, it's usually somewhere around 1 to 2 decades, give or take. AI is really interesting because in the last decade, we've seen very, very significant disruption in scale and in its adoption. In fact, this graph, and I'll explain it, is meant to show that if you look at the zero line, that's your benchmark for human performance. And even if you were to look at AI and you set it at -80, and it's just a visual depiction to show it that we started it at a very, very low performance level when you compare it to humans at a baseline, you see very quickly in the last decade, AI has progressed in a way that exceeds human performance across several domains, right? So whether it's things like reading comprehension, predictive reasoning, AI is doing it far better, far faster than many of us humans are doing it. And because of this, we are seeing workforce transformation. Next slide. Yeah. Change in the workforce, right? As I mentioned, we see changes in speed of work getting done, the scale, right? And then also the overall scope. So how much you can actually get done in such a short amount of time. And because of this, we see a lot of folks looking at ways that their workforce is going to have to change, both in terms of what we call their operating model, but then what does it mean to upskill and develop talent in a way that's deployed to meet your organization's mission. And so, next slide. This just shows a few data points about what AI is doing for many of our businesses. And so I won't read the data on the page, but I want to just maybe go to this 5-to-1 ratio, which is interesting in light of the last conversation we just had with our executive coach, Mr. Malouf. And that is, you see this 5-to-1, which is to suggest that going forward, you will see for every dollar spent on tech, there's 5 times the amount that's going to be spent on change management type activities. And this goes back to the point that was said in the Carnegie Triangle, which is it is not necessarily the skill or the expertise that that AI will be able to replace, but what it will not replace is this mindset, this emotional intelligence, this actually ability to identify and scale, reskill your workforce. And so I just want to say that out loud for those of us in the room who are owning businesses, who are in leadership capacity, that change management component that often gets ignored during large-scale technology transformations is going to be increasingly important in the age of AI. Next page. So for my lovely college students, early tenure colleagues, this one is for you. I know there's a lot of anxiety out there saying, oh my gosh, jobs are going to go away. I wouldn't say jobs are going away, but the way jobs are going to be done will change, right? And so like everything in life, it requires us to be agile, it requires us to pivot and be ready to respond. And so we're in this era of the next change. And so I won't read data points, but I think if you think about where we are today, about a third of the work that we do can be automated. And this is a lot of the, same level questions, tier 1 type questions, the repeatable tasks that can be automated are examples of that. And so because of this, we say about 3/4 of the jobs will likely need to have that role redesigned, refined, and even re-skilled to meet the demands of the evolving market. And so this page just shows what are the ways then that AI will impact my role. So a lot of it, again, you're going to see some roles are going to be replaced by agents. And so think, some of us are already experiencing it when you call your bank and you're trying to get a question answered. It's like that annoying. I'm always pressing 0. I need to talk to somebody. But like those types of things are going to be replaced. You're also going to talk about things like your engineers. You might need to reskill them and redeploy them. They're going to need to be more integrative versus this standard approach of them kind of being more siloed from their organization. So our software developers really thinking about what does it mean to not just develop code, but doing it in a way that's accelerated and truly meeting the business need in an iterative, in a much more integrated and collaborative way. And then this emergence of new roles, right? So we have, I think I saw somewhere this new role of the prompt engineer, right? This AI ethicist. We're going to have Dia come here and talk a little bit about what it means to be responsible AI and why that's important as part of our overall operating model. And so across all functions, and this is the current state to the future state, again, we're going to see significant shifts in the role, and this illustrates examples of how those shifts are going to occur. But again, just like maybe a couple of takeaways. One is this idea of subject matter expertise may become slightly less important in the role of AI, and not that it goes away, but the level, the 101, 102 type expertise will likely diminish and be replaced by AI. So like really being granular and knowing your stuff is the type of subject matter expertise that's going to become more important so that you're able to acknowledge when AI produces something that does not seem right. Do you have enough expertise, enough pattern recognition to call that out? But then also I want to call your attention to this mint green box, because you'll see in a couple of these roles that becomes more important. And again, this is that change, that attitude mindset that was highlighted as the most important factor in organizational success as part of that Carnegie Triangle. All right, maybe go to the next. I think we've kind of belabored this point a little bit. Maybe the next one. So here's a framework that, I work for McKinsey & Company. We love frameworks, as do most consulting firms, I'm sure. So, but this is a framework that just talks about how you can think about this next evolution of AI. And today, this panel is really going to be focused on the talent piece, but I also think we're going to hear a couple comments from our panelists around what it takes to actually activate and scale AI. And that is in terms of just overall governance structure, but then some of these things around ethics and responsibilities as stewards of AI in our respective workplaces. So then that being said, because I know we have a wide range of people in the audience today, what does it mean then to get ready for AI? And so I think one is tactical examples, and I'm gonna give a couple of tactical examples here, is improving upon your AI fluency skills. Y'all, AI is here. If you think about the younger kids, even my 8-year-old and 6-year-old, they wake up already ready to code. Their mindset is in a world that is used to AI already. So think about just practicing writing prompts. There is Copilot out there, there's ChatGPT. Practice prompt engineering with yourself and see what those results look like. The second one is around technical skills, right? So thinking about ways to learn how to script, learn what it means to build something that's no code or low code, right, using AI. that's an example of how you can also begin building your AI skill sets. And then I think the other one is just more broadly across the board is spending just time, not just consuming information around like how AI is changing the industry, but looking at something you've already built and try rebuilding it using AI and seeing what the differences are. So I hope that was helpful in terms of just level setting what AI is, how it's revolutionizing the workplace. And with that being said, I'm going to begin to introduce our lovely, wonderful panelists. I'm going to begin with our moderator today. His name is Wale Omaniyi. He's no stranger to Jesus House DC. He's also the co-chair of this lovely BIAZO Leadership Summit. Wale, when he's not at church, by day is a principal of AI at Amazon Web Services, and he leads cybersecurity, strategy, and acceleration of cloud adoption for services and digital transformation. Wale, let's give him a round of applause and encourage him. We next have Dia Nguyen, who is a technology executive and thought leader at the forefront of digital transformation. She has decades of experience across internet, e-commerce, mobile, cloud, and AI, so she is no stranger to technology, innovation, and transformation. Come on, Dia, we'll have you. Round of applause. We then have Patrick Muniz, who is the visionary leader of New Wave Holdings, LLC. They are a portfolio of IT companies that are changing the relationship between technology and healthcare. Simply put, Patrick strives to build teams that use technology to solve for the greater good across health and human services. Patrick, thank you. We then want to welcome Wale Moses, who is the Chief AI Officer from Microsoft's Federal Civilian Business. He focuses on the acceleration of responsible adoption of AI and cloud technologies to help federal agencies deliver on their mission. Wale, so happy to have you. And last but certainly not least, my mentor and friend, Fiyin Oladiran, who is a partner at McKinsey and leader within our social and public sector practice, where he leads he leads education. He is focused on transformational changes, and he is a physician by training. What motivates Fiyin is he is driven by bringing together government and the private sector to unlock solutions to address big economic challenges. So you all just help me give them a round of applause for their time today. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Again, another round of applause for our fantastic panels. Thank you all for joining us today. I want to start off with one of the comments that I've heard has been a recurring theme. One where we say change is the one thing that's constant. We need to keep retooling. We need to keep working on our skill set. So I'm going to start off with look at you, Wale. Wale's a neighbor, is a colleague. He's been telling me about AI for years now. I remember longer, like 8, 9 years ago, we were having coffee. It was like, Wale, you need to get your act together, start thinking hard about AI, and now it's disrupting industries. So Wale, start us off with an easy one. You look after U.S. federal agencies right now from the AI standpoint. What are your thoughts? Change being a constant theme. What are you seeing? How do you think we want to engage with our people here?
So first of all, thank you for inviting me, and this is an amazing event. So thanks for putting this together, really impressive. So as you said, I've been thinking about looking at and investing in AI for a while. My role, this is a big part of my role at Microsoft, and so we're seeing an incredible amount of change right now. I support the U.S. federal government, and I'd say I've been shocked at how quickly the federal government, who we typically think of as technology laggards, has started to embrace, learn about, and use AI. And so I think that's a good harbinger, a good example of what we can expect to see throughout the broader industry. And so there's a lot that comes with that in terms of how to think about the potential role disruption and how roles will change, how to think about risks associated with AI, as well as how to think about which are the right AI technologies to use. So in the presentation a few minutes ago, we talked about traditional AI, generative AI, and then now agentic AI, which is really ushering in what I think to be the real potential of AI capabilities to transform and change the game. And so this is a big part of what I do in my work at Microsoft. And to be honest with you, in my personal time is where I spend a lot of time learning and keeping up with all the developments.
Thank you, Wale. I'm going to go to Dia. Dia is a colleague at work professionally. When we're not doing this, on most weekdays, we're traveling the world, solving hard problems. I run into Dia quite a bit at this intersection, so I'm glad you're here again today with us, Dia. An easy one for you, just to get you started. These are all easy questions to get us all started. What are the technical governance and some of the regulatory skills and challenges that we're seeing as industry are looking to embrace AI? This is from a responsible AI standpoint, and particularly from the perspective of data sets that are often not necessarily geared for the broad stream, the broad society that's not entirely inclusive. So how do you think about responsible AI, the ethical concerns, the governance guardrails? What are your thoughts there? What are you seeing? How can we socialize this with the rest of the people here?
That was a lot in the first question. So first, let me say good afternoon. It's afternoon, right? We are just about, yeah. Morning, afternoon to everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation, and I applaud you all for having a convening like this, and as well being able to have a conversation about this, because we often don't get to talk about technology in church environments, right? And with one that is having such a demonstrative impact on our livelihoods and our lives, it's important for the church to have a space in this conversation, or to be a part of that conversation. So you asked this question, and let me first say, because you mentioned a comment or made a reference to a term, responsible AI. How many of you all know what that is? Right, yeah, so exactly. So let me first start off by kind of giving some context. In the earlier presentation, Fade mentioned, this opportunity that we have to leverage the technology, and in some reference mentioned some of the benefits that are already being realized from artificial intelligence in whatever form being used in businesses and with people. We often are leveraging or adopting technology without consideration. So she said that this technology has been around for a while, and most of you have already been interacting with it at some level, whether that is in early stages because you bought a product because it was recommended to you, or streamed something online because it was the top choice or the top watched, or on your text messages or your emails received or saw some automated text that recommended that you use this phrase for the next to complete your email or your sentence, right? That's technology at work. That's been AI at work, and you've been interacting with it unknowingly, and in many cases without any choice or decision, right? Even when you call. And we also have been the subject of AI at work, right? So credit scoring or making decisions about who gets access to certain resources. Those are ways in which AI has been working underground, right? Unintentionally impacting our lives. And in this last decade, and in particular in the last few years, we now have more awareness of its operation. And now we're suggesting that we should also have more agency, or be making more intentional choices about what that looks like. So that's what essentially responsible AI is. It is giving us a framework, giving us an approach, and not just us as business users, but I would say us as individuals and consumers as well, a way in which to think about, like, what are the risks and implications, and make much more intentional choices about how we leverage the technology, deploy it, and adopt it. So that's what responsible AI is. It's giving us this framework, this approach, these considerations. And when we talk about that in the context of business, then it is ultimately helping them to reframe, and you heard the word earlier today, operating model, helping them to define an operating model that establishes certain principles that say we care about these things as we build. We're going to make certain considerations to address the risks, and we're going to have a degree of transparency about when AI is involved, and then have a structure to be able to manage and align to its adoption in the organization. So I don't know if that got to all of.
It does. I mean, it's as classic a 101 as it gets with responsible AI. Because when I first heard of it, it took me some time to wrap my head around it. But that's very helpful, particularly for the congregation and team that we have here. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to go to my man here, Patrick. I've known Patrick for a while now. I think one of my earlier conversations with Patrick, we had dinner, and he was like, Wale, like some of these leaders at these top companies, when you compare our resumes, like what, you could easily be, you can apply, you can think and see yourself in the capacity where you can be the leader at some of the biggest tech companies. So he challenges me, and I really admire his big thinking ideas and his vision of the world. So, and when we've done this, as we pulled together this entire 2-week-long event, we've had members in our team where they've said, hey, Wale, like this is pretty challenging. AI is new, where there's some intimidation factor in there. So Patrick, my question to you really is like, for non-technical people that are not engineers, they're not researchers, I know what you do in your business, like New Wave is a very successful company. How do we disabuse the tension, the fear of like, oh, it's AI, we're not comfortable with it? How do we get people like Roye? We saw Roye, he has a show on HBO Max. How do we get people like them familiar using the power of AI to really revolutionize the entire industry? So what are your thoughts there?
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me over here. I'm glad to be back in Jesus' house. Patrick Muniz, like Wale said, we've known each other for a while. I think, first and foremost, I really want us to kind of understand what's going on in the world right now, because I think that's the piece that we need to understand. Many of us have watched these movies before, but unfortunately, we weren't really paying attention, right? So if you think about it, when we moved from the offline world, right? You guys remember Blockbuster? Right? And you remember when Netflix happened? That same stuff is happening already, right? With AI. So the point I want to get across, if I don't make any sense after this, is you can't survive, you can't compete in this world without AI. So whether you're technical or you're non-technical, AI is here to stay. So I'll go as far as saying that you can't, as a business owner, if you're competing with another company that's using AI, they're going to have an extra advantage over you, right? And you can't if you're in business. So what I say is that you need to embrace this, right? So there are different levels of embracement, right? You don't have to embrace it. As a technical person, I have to worry about the low-level models, which models are out there, which is better than which. But from your level, how can you automate your task? How can you automate things that you do every single day? I think it was Fadi that mentioned that there's a lot of administrative tasks that's going to be completely automated. So think about it. I challenge everybody here. Think about something that you do every week that you spend more than an hour doing, right? And let's sit down, and if you're not comfortable, if you have not already started using AI, feel free to talk to any of us on this stuff, and we could tell you how you can think about automating that. And the question is that, what is that worth to you in business, right? So the ability for you to be able to respond fast and put things out there is going to be super important, right? So I can't stress this enough. AI should not be, you shouldn't look at AI from a perspective of that's what the technical people do, because AI is going to infiltrate, or is already infiltrating every single domain, right? So the question now is, how can you use AI to provide you with a unnecessary advantage? I always tell people, I said, I want to have an unnecessary advantage over my competitors, right? And that's what we all that's what we all strive for in business. So to really answer the question, I really feel like everybody needs to be at the table. And I think what she said a little bit is we as people of color, we also need to be at the table, because a lot of the data that has been trained, we were not at the table when it was being used. You see, AI is a reflection of the people that train it, right? So if you're not at the table, you're not, you're how they say it, you're the menu, right?
No, yeah, I just heard that phrase. Like, if you're not at the dinner table, you are on the menu.
Yeah. So the bottom line is that we need to get more involved. Not just, I think first of all we need to get involved being users, but when we move down the stack, we need to get involved in the data. The data, there's a lot of biases in the data, right? That's going to affect us somehow, right? Because these things are going to make decisions on your behalf. We're all talking about agentic AI. Agents are going to be talking to agents, and agents are going to be making decisions for you. So if you have an agent that is biased, it's going to have a biased, outlook. So I'll keep quiet there. But I think,
know, like, so Thea and I are looking at ourselves like, okay, it's getting a little, and I'm sure Thea as well. So no, that's why we brought you here. Like, I think we need to push that envelope. We've stayed quiet, like we've been on the edges, on the periphery of things. Like, if we do not engage, like, we are going to wake up and it's going to be too late. So we need to have these provocative conversations.
Right, and it's both and, right? Because we have to be engaged, but we have to be cautious about our engagement. And so yes, there are places where we're absent, right? But we need to be intentional about where we become visible and why. Right.
I mean, the antidote to this was, so we ran this case competition at work a year ago, and the winning team, and you're going to see some teams compete later on today. I remember vividly where the girl, she had some form of acne, and she was a brown girl. She did a search. She wanted to see, hey, how can I fix this condition online? Oh, yeah. So she searched this at Mount Holyoke when we did this case competition. So I bring her in to work with me at work on the side projects as well. So, and I remember vividly, she did the search, and she didn't have to, it took her going to the 3rd page on Google to see conditions that look like her so she can diagnose it. So to the point that Patrick is making and Deer is making here, when models are being trained, if you don't look like the people training the model, you're not tagging, you're not saying, hey, maybe show the speeds first. So that's why this is a powerful conversation. So, P, I'm sorry, I'm getting to you last but not least here, sir. I'm going to keep it simple. Like, McKinsey and company doesn't get more big brain than that in the consulting world. What skills are you prioritizing? What are you seeing? Like, how do we get our people from a skills standpoint? How do we get them ready for the future?
Yeah, like everybody else, thanks for having me here. It's great to be back. And this is a very critical topic for everybody. And if I think about the work we do in McKinsey.
Mike.
Okay, I've never been told I'm quiet, so that's a first. Okay, look, the work we do typically starts from understanding a problem that a client is facing, typically an executive, breaking that down into a set of clear structures. It's structured very clearly. You then run a set of analysis, and then you synthesize. And based on that, you then get to some sort of recommendations that's then acted upon, right? Simplified. What we find is getting clarity around the problem is very critical, but it's not very difficult. You spend time with the executive, it's not a once-off, you sometimes refine that problem. What takes a ton of time and a ton of resources is the analysis. And then where you then need to come back is how you synthesize that into a set of recommendations. What we're finding is the work of our analysts that essentially go and do a whole bunch of research, crunch a whole lot of data, pull out whatever the insights are, is being compressed significantly, right? So a practical example is when I serve universities, they have a ton of patents, right? So thousands and thousands of patents. They take quite a bit of time to understand which patents are valuable that they can commercialize and become products and services. You could spend years going through that asset base. In a week and a half, I can go through the entire patent base of any university, identify which ones are valuable for product development, identify the companies wherever they are in the world, and come up with a list of companies that this university should go and talk to in a week and a half, something that we would spend years doing. That's the power of AI, and we just are scratching the surface. So now for a whole lot of our consultants, it's not about doing the analysis, going to do primary research. It's now around, okay, you do that in a week and a half, how do you then spend the rest of the time? How do you get sharper on synthesis? How do you get sharper on problem solving, on the change management, and stuff that you don't actually automate? That's kind of where we're going.
So it's like, and so it's interesting, like, and we talked about this, Patrick, and Wale. The terrifying thing is, in my mind, is these are early days. Because engineers will see is still, like, in the grand scheme of things, AI is really a toddler. Like, we have a while to go. And to think about the power of compressing years to days, that's powerful. So, Wale, I'm on the same line of reasoning, with a small variant on the what are you seeing from government leaders, staff, training approaches, similar, I'm thinking, how are we embedding that, like, moving fast, executing quickly, scaling? What are the things that you guys are seeing?
Thanks for that question. I want to go back to one of the threads, one of the conversations we were having, coming from the question that you asked Patrick around why we should be using AI, because as I think about, I love his response, and as I listen to his response, and then also I thought about our keynote speaker, Mr. Malouf. I think a lot of how we should think about AI has to do with the mindset. And so you used the word terrifying. We talked about being on the menu, and that's one way to think about it, but I think I prefer to look at the opportunity in a more optimistic lens, because that's something we can actually do something with that, right? And so instead, maybe you change the language, and so instead of thinking about artificial intelligence, maybe say augmented intelligence, right? Which means that this is something that can augment my capabilities. And so if you think about that, and then you say, think about blue collar work. If I'm a carpenter with AI, I can become an architect. If I'm a teacher with AI, I can become a learning and instructional designer. If I am, and I'm going to get to your question, if I'm an accountant with AI, I can become a financial planner. So that's the way I prefer to think about the opportunity. While there are risks, as Patrick said, if you remember Blockbuster in Netflix didn't wait for Blockbuster to modernize. And so we kind of have no choice but to embrace this technology. In the government context, that's what we're seeing. So I don't know if anyone here worked in the government, in the federal government. If we rewind the clock just 1 year ago, there was a lot of craziness happening in the government. We may have forgotten about DOGE and just the madness that created. A lot of tumultuous times, a lot of chaos. One thing that created is that a lot of people exited the government, and so you had a lot of intellectual capital and a lot of knowledge leaving the government. And then the other thing, that the ambition of DOGE, I think, was correct, but the execution was incorrect. The ambition was to modernize government using technology and to do automation. And so we're seeing that happen right now. We're seeing agencies use, I'm going to give a plug for Microsoft, Microsoft Copilot is being used to help drive massive productivity in the way work is happening. And a lot of agencies are looking at a lot of legacy code, and they're using AI to help in understanding that code and modernize that code. And so just in a nutshell, I'd say there's a massive opportunity in front of us should we seek to embrace it. And right now we're seeing government agencies take that approach. Is the approach I think we should all take as well in our personal and professional lives.
Thank you, Wale. So that's the reason why I keep a healthy Rolodeck of like diversity with my friends and colleagues and partners. So I know there are conversations that we've had around this topic where a good number of us are thinking, well, this is happening, we're on a defense, and like, Wale's like, no, like this thing is powerful. It's a sword that has two sides of the edges to it. It's like on one hand, it's cutting, but that sword is an opportunity to create new lines of businesses. So that's why I'm going to do my own plug, the case competition. We've got a number of students here in the corner. You should see these kids, like these are 10th graders, 9th graders. We gave them homework, assignments to go, hey, use AI to go build something, and they came back with some fascinating solutions. So you're going to hear from them today. I see Dapo in the room as well. He's one of their teachers, one of their instructors. So this is to Wale's point, like it's a powerful tool, like it or not, for you guys on IG, on scrolling down, that's AI. If you drove here today with Waze or Google Maps, that's AI. So you use it today, like it or not. Everyone, we're immersed in it. So I'm going to go to you.
Sorry, can I just build on that, right? I think there's definitely an opportunity here. There's twice. There's definitely an opportunity here. Our research shows that by 2030, if done well, with the right level of adoption, there's $3 trillion of economic output out there in the US, right? So the question is not going to be about the opportunity. The question is who and which organizations are going to win, right? Because that's going to be very dependent on the mindset and how you execute on that, either as individuals, as teams, or as organizations. And I think it's not a zero-sum game, but it's critical to know this is opportunity, but it's not everybody that taps into that opportunity because you've got to make changes, right? So one of the slides that Fade showed is that AI literacy, when folks are looking for employees, right? If you look at requirements on roles, AI literacy and inclinations towards hiring people with AI literacy is up 8 times, right? It's up 8 times in 2 years. At the same time, skills around basic research is down, right? So if you're not building AI literacy as a core skill set, you're not winning, right? You're not winning. It's not that the opportunity is not there, is who's going to grab those opportunities.
So the opportunity and talent, there as it goes.
So it's interesting, right? Let me just give context. I do work in business, but there is a fundamental part of my responsibility that looks at ethics. Like what does this really mean for us? Not just from a business perspective, but also from humanity. I often tell people that my work sits at the intersection of technology and humanity. And so I want to give that context to what I'm about to say as far as where the opportunity exists and what is real in front of us. Both things can be true. That there are businesses that are optimizing, using it to have greater efficiencies, that are going to leverage it in ways to be able to elevate small businesses, sometimes even to level the playing field, to bring people who normally didn't have an opportunity, like the example you said, to be able to do things that they didn't before. it is also true that if we are not intentional about the ways in which that we leverage the technology, that it will continue to exacerbate existing inequity and widen gaps that already exist. And you made a statement and said, like, who is going to win, right? Well, typically the people that win don't look like us, right? The ones that are building the technology, those that are leveraging it in ways, those that have influence, because every system, every technology is infused with the mind of its creator. And so they have intentions with what they've delivered, what they've produced, and the ways in which it's being used. And yes, we can talk about the wonderful things that are happening in healthcare and all of that other kind of thing, because I've seen it, right? So, and I'll use myself as an example. Father had a stroke, so there are clinical things. My father had a stroke, and so in sharing that with my doctor and some other information that we uncovered in our family, my grandmother had been taking high blood pressure pills since she was 30. And so there is actual evidence to say that we have likelihood and propensity to have something like that happen to me. And so my doctor sent me to do a cardiac scoring, and we did all these other kind of tests, and the cardiologist uses AI, and they screened out a model because they looked at my lipoprotein A, which says that I have factors, but they looked at my blood work, and I don't have any calcium from the calcium scoring, and they looked at my carotid artery, and all these things they put together, and then used AI in order to determine what was the likelihood of me having an event like my father. And they said, as a result of that, in the next 10 years, you're less than 3.5% of having anything occur if you continue to do the same thing that you did. That's good information, because we now can much more rapidly provide care or preventative care for people when we see conditions. You want AI to work in those cases, right, to help us and help us to be able to preserve life, right? Those are good use cases, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't have the technology at bear, but then we also know the reality that when we're absent and not actually being able to influence the decisions and the way in which technology is being deployed and the impact that it has on our lives, there is an end result. So we're looking at right now in legislation, many states, 30 states have currently banned social media in school, phones in school, right? Because of the impact that it's having on our children. What are we thinking about then? The impact that technology is having, because we continually every day abdicate our choices and our decisions because we don't choose anymore. Everything is being served up to us, right? Right? We're not making choices, and they're framing the choices and the decisions because of the way in which the information is made, which is why we can radicalize people, which is why we have this separation in the country where people don't actually listen to others and can't hear other perspectives. There is broader things in play that the technology can have an impact on us in ways long term that we should be paying attention to, right? And so, yes, there is good, and there is the potential for good, but we have to be much more in place to make intentional choices about where that gets used. And I'll give you another example. Just because AI can do it doesn't mean it should, right? So when we start thinking about in education, people are starting to talk about, well, shoot, we could replace teachers. No, because there's actually some value that people get when humans are interacting with one another beyond just the knowledge that it imparts with a system and a tool. And so yes, AI can help us. Yes, it can be used to educate, but that doesn't mean we replace teachers. And so that kind of decision making has to be more a part of how we look at the technology and the adoption. So I'm in the space, yes. I'm helping businesses every day, but I'm also saying, like, what does that mean? What does it mean to your employees?
How many people are you firing when you do this?
I had a church 2 days ago on stage say that they got rid of 40 people because they started to use AI. And I was like, as stewards, what does that mean? How are you thinking about the people that you impact? What are we doing to help train and equip people to be able to move? And so all of that has to be a part of our decision making when if we don't have enough information to understand the broader implications of moving with the technology, I would say then don't do it. Right? And that doesn't mean that we don't get the benefit of using some of those good use cases like I described. But we have to, because there's a generation that we're impacting, just like we're figuring it now with social media and our phones and the internet. We need to take a page from history. Somebody said, we've seen this before. We've seen this before. When are we going to be smarter about the way in which we wield the technology that's in front of us?
I'm almost afraid to go to Patrick. Because there's a theme, there's a pattern that I'm seeing here, but I'm not going to say it. Did you want to go before Patrick goes? No, okay. All right, Patrick, I'm going to like do some disclaimers, but I want to smooth a little bit.
All right. So I'm just going to bring it home, right? Because if I was sitting in the crowd and I'm listening to this team, the question I ask myself is, you know, and I agree with what everybody has said, right? We got to be positive about it, but also we also need to.
You're using it now, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we got to be positive about it, but if we're not positive, I think I like to kind of look at life from a positive and a not so positive scenario, right? If we're not, I think the opportunities are immense, right? But the question now is for us as somebody sitting in the crowd is, how does this impact me every day, right? How many of you guys have heard about OpenClaw? How many of you guys are using it in your business?
OpenClaw.
OpenClaw, yeah.
OpenClaw.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, OpenClaw, yes, yeah. Well, I'll say this to you guys that the future of work is going to be humans and agents working side by side. Like I said, what everybody has said here is valid. I'm just going to be, I'm a business person. My job is to solve for problems every single day. And I have to look at things coming my way and say, what do I need to do to be competitive?
I mean, existentially, you need to.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, if you know anything about open, and I don't want to go, we could have an offline conversation about this. You know, I think every single role that we have today is going to be impacted somehow. The question now is, I was talking to somebody the other day and he was telling me that he was part of a bunch of engineers that they were doing testing in his company, and one guy came in the next morning using OpenClaw, automated what everybody did, and they laid off everybody on the team. Right? So that guy was the one that embraced technology, saw the opportunity, and figured out how to solve problems for folks. So I'm going to say two things. AI is affecting not just individuals looking for jobs or individuals that have jobs. It's going to affect a lot of these companies too. There are going to be companies that are going to be disrupted, their business model. So if you're working for a company, you should be thinking about this from this perspective. Does my company look like a company that'll get disrupted? Right? Because AI is, this stuff, I mean, the things that I belong to a lot of, groups and stuff, and I'm in one of the MIT groups, and stuff, and I see the things that come out every single week from my colleagues that I went to school with, and it blows my mind. And like Wale said, we're at the beginning right now. So what I'll say to everybody is, please embrace AI. The opportunity is immense. I could talk about different opportunities, areas where AI can help and improve your business and make money and stuff. But the key thing I just want everybody to understand is that AI is going to disrupt companies and it's going to disrupt individuals.
Sectors. All right. We could be here all day and talk till the cows come home. We don't want to do that. We have a lot of things packed. I know the former VP is going to be here. The keynote speaker will be here shortly. But we have some time for some questions. So you can be judicious with your questions. I know we have mic runners here. Let's take some questions and we can keep them short, please, and then go from there. Any questions from the audience? Oh, there's a lady in the back.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Mulika, and I manage a platform that is actually merging young Africans or innovators in AI and digital tools. And we already know there's a digital divide back in Africa. And most of the conversation, even right now, I didn't even hear the future of Africa in terms of AI as you guys had your presentations. And I want to find out, with people that are having all these talent, knowledge, and all that, but are not really connected to global opportunities. With a platform like mine, I've identified some people, but the challenge is, what are some of the platforms or programs that are readily available for young African innovators? Because I believe we can use AI to solve our problems. There are lots of problems, power supply, cost of data and everything, and we can use AI to manage it, but how do we connect all these fine brains to global opportunities for us to solve our problems? Thank you.
Who wants to take that?
Well, I mean, I think that's one of the things that I'm really excited about, and we're already starting to see that. And so AI is a democratizer. And so that's really the fundamental opportunity, especially in Africa. So with AI, you can, if you are a software developer or you're a versioning software developer, you can amplify your capability. You can build an entire application, an entire company using AI capabilities. And so, so it gives you that opportunity to scale up faster than you could have done on your own. And so, I think AI itself, and the thing about it is that these AI tools, whether they're coming from commercial organizations or open source, they're all available to everyone. And so today, young entrepreneurs throughout Africa are taking advantage of it, and they're building the next $1 million and hopefully $1 billion companies on the back of AI capabilities and AI models.
Let me just offer something. The UN launched a program that I was a part of earlier last year. It was part of mid-June, July. It's called the AI Hub for Sustainable Development, focused on 14 countries in Africa with the intent of being able to provide additional services and capability to enable them to be able to build and develop solutions as you were describing. So that's one resource if you talk about like what programs exist to make that connection. And then there's some other work that's being done in Accra as well as in South Africa, looking at like sustainable models for being able to bring in smaller models and capability that don't have the same dependency on big data centers, so that you actually can see much more solution and development there. And so happy to talk more about that offline.
Thank you. Let's get a couple more questions in here. Lady in the back.
Hello, good afternoon. So I'm a federal employee, and I'm thinking through getting my PMP, my project management certification. And at this moment in time, they haven't technically completely incorporated AI into the program, the course, and the exam to receive the certification. And since it changes every July or every year, what would be your recommendation? Would you say I should hold off on going after that, or would you say I should hold off on going after my PMP until AI has been incorporated more into the course, or would you say go after it now?
It's to be released in a couple of months.
So I'll take that. I'll say don't wait. Was there more to your question?
I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean,
Okay.
They changed it in July, so I'm trying to figure out if I should hold off or go for it now.
So here's the thing, and this is the beauty of AI. It can, I think about it as augmented intelligence. It can help you augment your learning. I'll give you an example. I'm in a master's program right now at George Washington University, and I use AI in my preparation for exams. And so, for example, all the it's 1 day a week, 3-hour online lectures. So on Zoom, I take the transcripts from those lectures because sometimes I can't pay attention throughout the entire lecture, right? So I saw some folks falling asleep during our, so you understand.
One day's dad is here. Hopefully dad is not
my dad is here, but so
daddy surprised them from North Carolina.
So I take the transcript, and then I take the lecture notes, and I'm not a developer, so to the question about what can be done in Africa, I built an AI application that can mash up the transcript, the lecture notes. I told the application to look for all instances where in the transcript where the instructor said this may be on the final exam. And I had it build me a study guide for every single lecture and multiple choice test questions that I used to prepare for my last final exam. And so I'd say that those are things you could probably do right now as you're, so not to say don't wait for the formal course, but there's things you can be doing right now.
The game has changed. All right, so the good news, people, we have some more time. We have till 1 o'clock, fortunately. So prep your questions, be succinct, go for it.
Hi, I was one of those people who embraced AI earlier on and utilized that to incorporate it into what I do. I'm a utilization review nurse in the hospital setting. So I interact with insurance, hospitals, and things like that. And what had happened was that they saw that what I was using and they built a model out of it for my company. They have 52 hospitals all over the nation.
You get paid for that?
No.
Of course not. It's extractive.
Yeah.
We extract all the time.
My question
I'm
to
sorry.
you.
What did you say?
I said it's extraction.
So my question to you is that I've found ways where that there's glitches within AI because it's not perfect, like you said. You can be that SMA person. How would I be able to put that into a role whereas I can use that for my business versus using it for a company and not having what happened to me happen again?
Sure. Well, if you don't mind, I'll take that. All right. No, I think that's the real key here. There's a lot of things that we do every day that they're routine tasks, and we do it very well. If you can, in AI, you hear about things called skills, right? If you can build a skill, right, and now, I think the lesson is you want to monetize the skill, right? There are a lot of things you're doing. I think what a lot of employers are going to do is take the routine tasks that you do every day, they're going to automate it and create skills out of it, right? You want to also start, this is why I mentioned OpenClaw, right? So imagine, I'm building OpenClaw for my wife right now, and I'm building she runs her own foundation and stuff, and I'm building out something that allows her to go out and get grants. That's a process that's very difficult for anybody that's tried to do that. So I'm building an agent that goes out there and does stuff, and I'm going to make sure that she can turn around, train the agent, and resell it, right? So I think that's where the opportunity here is. There are a lot of things that we all do very well here that we are very, very proud of the work that we do. You need to this is why you want to embrace AI. Want to embrace the agentic stuff. It's here to stay. There's going to be new innovation, but I think there's a lot of money to be made in you kind of taking stuff like that. So imagine you having a company that your entire, the process in the hospital process. I do a lot of work. My company does a lot of work in health IT. So we've automated a lot of things. We integrate with, with Epic, Sonar, and all the, stuff out there. We pull data from them, and and all those things right now are going to be completely. Epic is scrambling behind the scenes to build AI into their stuff, right? And what they're doing is your job. If you don't do it, they're going to make everything completely human-free, right? If they can, right? So I'm just saying to everyone that this is the time for you to take your ideas, talk to people, engage, right? Sometimes it's better, you doing, if you came to somewhere that was technical, say, look, let's do an 80-20 split. You build the stuff, I have all the ideas, I'm gonna get 80% of the stuff, you get 20% of the stuff, and we'll put it out there and sell, right? And I also think the same thing, there's a huge opportunity on the continent. I just came back from the continent like 4 weeks ago, and there's a huge, AI is gonna leapfrog a lot of things, right? We don't have to, if you think about, and I'm sorry, I'm rambling here, I know others have something to say. If you think about companies today, a lot of companies, on Friday, a lot of SaaS companies, their stocks went down by 25%. Did you guys see that? Mm-hmm. Right? So what this is saying to you, and guess what? You guys also heard about Anthropic's stuff on cybersecurity. We could go deep on that stuff. Those things are going to be happening every single day. If you work for one of those companies, you should better be thinking about your plan B, right? Because AI is going to disrupt every aspect of it. And I'm not trying to scare anybody, but I'm just trying to be real.
But I do want to celebrate you, because if I was called to help with a reorg and we had to think about how to downsize and remove duplications, and we can find positive terms for that, we would probably look at you and say, hey, this is somebody that should stay because she would help the company, right? So back to the point of opportunity, we need to be learning these skills. We need to be figuring out how to do better, how to augment what we do, because that differentiates us from the next person. Because guess what? Other people are doing that. Number one. Number two is, of course, there are opportunities, right, where you could package what you've done, figure out the marketplace to actually sell that. But those are two different things, but all upside from where I sit.
Yeah.
All right, this is a lot. All right, yes, sir. Oh.
Hello, everyone. My name is DK Nair, or DK. My company is called Alsas. We've done some work with AI as well. I just wanted, I thank you all for your contribution. Can you give us a 3-step guide or a 5-step guide for both from a personal perspective, from a corporate perspective, what people should be doing to adopt AI? Are there tools you can recommend that people can go to that gives them a template that guides them on how to adopt AI? Thank you.
So, is Wale or Pade in here? I know he's here somewhere. Can I do something like on traditional? I'm putting him on the spot. That question, I think, is that a good answer for you, sir. He's one of our judges on this case competition, our advisors. Wale.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Wale, for bringing me in. Yeah, that's an important question. So I'm going to, start from, individual perspective to corporate perspective, okay? So if you are thinking about adopting AI, first thing is erase the question of, should I even be thinking about AI? Should I be worried about AI? That question should be out of your way. You don't even forget about that. That's number one step. Then the second step is look at anyone around you. I'm trying to, so give you a quick jumpstart approach, to quickly getting on with it, right? If you know someone using AI already, simple. Just look at them. Copy what they are doing and start from that. That's one simplistic approach. Okay? You can't be wrong. You know why? Every idea goes now. It's the same thing as the time of .com boom, right? You bring ideas selling books, you turn to Amazon today. Today, that idea is ridiculous. Okay? But any idea goes now. After a few years, you have to think deeper to find idea where you have a little hedge, okay? So now that's from a simplistic perspective. But from more serious note, the first thing is you have to understand your business, right? If it's business, break it down. Do AI-proof analysis. Is your business AI-proof? How much percent, like I build a model to help people, whether career, business, to be able to understand how much of which aspect of your business is AI-proof. How much of it is AI-proof? So once you do that, I'm going there. I'm just trying to be a little bit systematic because you mentioned the corporate. If you talk about the individual, it's much easier for me to run through, right? Because everybody just go on ChatGPT, go on Gemini AI Studio. You can build anyhow. Base 44, do anything you want. Okay, you can do all of those, right? But when it comes to business, it's no longer about I'm selling coffee. Everybody is selling coffee. You have to think a little deeper right now to find that little ingredient that separates you from everything. Right. Okay? Right. Innovation is become a little harder now because AI is a democracy. It's a democracy of technology, democracy of knowledge, democracy of idea. When you see the ninth grader when they present, you will see how they are thinking already. Okay. So anyway, let me go back, not to sidetrack. So basically, you use tools to break things down, right? To know exactly where you're going. But there is a particular website that I would like everybody to go to. You know, in the past, when the boom of the apps, right, there was a website that says there's an app for that. Also, right now, there's another website as well that says there is an AI for that. Every day, right now, there are over 50,000 AI tools for over 15,000 tasks. So you need to diagnose your business, different tasks, which one are automatable, what tools are available under ChatGPT, under Gemini, on different ones like that, okay? So, but the best way to start, I always like to find easy way to start anything. Go to that app, there is an AI for that, and that's it. Start from that, sign up. You will see every day is crowdsourced. It's also from, there is an AI for that. That's it. That's the name. There is an AI for that. Start from that. If you are an individual, you see somebody using AI, whether they are 20 years old or they are 2 years old, just copy what they are doing. Start from that. That's the easy way to start, okay?
Dr. Wale, thank you, Dr. Wale. Sorry, I went a little unconventional there, but like he said it, we were working together earlier this week. I had to tap into him. Very unconventional, apologies. So, Wale?
Yeah, can I add a couple? I want to add just two other resources. So two things I tell when I get that question. Two things very simple that everybody can do. So first of all, everyone should be on LinkedIn, and so if you're on LinkedIn, follow AI. I don't know if they call them AI influencers or AI thought leaders in your industry. So know who they are and follow them, because many of these people are thinking about and creating the future of how AI will be used, or they're posting about the future of how AI will be used in your industry. And then in terms of, and that's how I learn a lot about AI developments. And then the other thing is, so Patrick talked about OpenClaw. YouTube, I learned about it from YouTube. So how to build your own OpenClaw AI agent. There's a ton of videos. And so, you know, those are two places that are really simple to learn and follow and increase your knowledge about AI.
We have time for a few more questions. Benga. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, Benga. Sorry, I shouldn't be doing this. Someone was here, sorry.
Is this on? Okay. Hello, my name is BIAZO. I have a company called Remote Gravity. We build technology for lenders in Africa to improve their efficiency for their field operations. And then we turn the data they collect into intelligence for offline markets. My question is about specifically the daily usage of AI. I personally use it every day, and I find that it's so easy to let the AI do the thinking. So my question to you all is, how do we avoid AI reducing our critical thinking skills?
So I think this becomes hard when you decide that you're going to use it every day for everything, which is what people typically do. And it's the hardest for our young people because they actually haven't built critical thinking and foundational skills. So they're in school deciding that they're going to use it instead of actually thinking and building skill. It's different when some of us are using it because we have foundational skills, and those are not going to be supplanted in the same way and they're already seeing that using it changes your mind, right? Like there are actual physical things happening to how your brain wires and processes when you use the technology. So it matters when we start to engage, at what age and how much. So how do you stop doing that? And I think the example Will gave when he was describing how he is helping it to learn, not just giving him answers, right, but helping him to study. So as opposed to tell me how to do a thing, right? You're actually asking it to compare or give you notes. You actually do the thinking, and you have it validate or pressure test your ideas so that they're your ideas, not their ideas that you're just surfacing. So when you tell it to pressure test this, or you tell it to compare it to, then it's helping reinforce an idea or augment something that you've actually thought of and come up with, as opposed to it doing the thinking for you. And when you shift in that way, then it's your idea, your thought process. I mean, I use it to write emails sometimes. Typically it is, and I heard somebody, right, like what they're finding is that a lot of people of color, and there's a colleague of mine that's doing some research there, are using it to help tone down our emails and to help us context switch, because we've got to engage with other people of other persuasions, right? And so maybe I'm not as good at doing that on my own, but it's a skill that we get to leverage, right? But you still should be writing your own emails at times.
I just did that on Friday. Literally, I needed something done. I typed it up. I went, maybe while they tone this down a little bit, and then it made it more palatable.
So, but you do the first. You produce. You come up with the first idea, right? Because otherwise, it's not your idea. And I tell this to young people. And I know there's some young people in the room, right? If you go and decide that you're going to go grab a job description, and then you say, like, make my resume fit for this job description, well, you likely cannot defend that work. When you go to actually have it write a paper, and someone was talking about this a couple of days ago, had it do a presentation for them, and then went to present, but this particular doctor recognized that some of what it put in the presentation was not entirely accurate. Some portions of it was. Well, if you decide to like have it present something for you on a topic or a subject matter that you don't understand, you won't catch the small nuances, right? So those are not the places where you use it. You actually use it for research, right? Help it to unearth ideas, but the initial thought, the ideas, those topics are yours and not theirs.
So Patrick, I want and Binga, I apologize, but we might not have to get to any more questions. We've got 5 more minutes left. I want to be conscious of time, but I wanted to give all of you 1 minute each. Charge, an action, things you need to go do. So you have a minute each. Whomever wants to go first.
I just talked.
You just talk. Okay. So, Fee, do you wanna, or do you need a second? A charge, remarks, give them things to do.
Yeah, I think, at least when I reflect on the conversation we've had now, I think all of us feeling comfortable that the future is not in the future is now, right? The future of work is the partnership between people, agents, and robots, powered by AI. And if we think about it as a partnership, being clear on the role that we are going to play, that starts with building very basic skills, right? Learning to get better in prompting, using that for problem solving to build critical skills. You can do that. And then ultimately making sure that we are driving a real competitive moat for ourselves, our teams, and our organizations. And it's not going to be in a day, but let's start with the first step.
So for me, my charge, my challenge, my ask to everyone, one of the best ways to learn is by doing. And so start using, if you're not using AI, start using AI. If you're already using AI, push yourself to do a little bit more. Maybe create an application. So I'll throw that out. Everyone create an application using AI. Create a software application using AI. Did you know that even in ChatGPT or Claude, you can create an application? So maybe you want to learn a new language, but you don't want to pay Duolingo. You can create your own application to do that. So find something that you're interested in and use one of the AI tools that you like and create an application. And that whole act of doing that through that, you'll learn about AI, you'll become more comfortable, and you'll see the potential. And like the person in the back of the room, you might even have an opportunity to create a new business.
Right. So, thank you. So I think, you know, one of the things I want to leave everybody with is, I think we all have innate gifts from God, right? And I think the AI era is the era where David can beat Goliath, right? Because the only thing stopping you from taking those ideas that you have, right, is now AI is kind of leveling the playing field, right? So I really, you know, for me, I think the excitement for AI are all the new opportunities that we are not explored yet. Look, the opportunities, a lot of our ideas are not out there. A lot of us don't even feel enough, we don't feel comfortable enough to even kind of put our ideas out there. So I really feel like this is the first time, and this is why I'm talking about embracing. Embrace it. There's no idea that's a stupid idea. Try to build it, like we said. AI agentic can build you not just an app, it can build you a company. I know everybody in this room has something that they've been thinking about that they want to do. This is the era for you. This is, you know, I think, you know, in the next 10 years, a lot of companies that we see today might not exist the way we think about them. They're going to be new entrants. Like, we never thought about Netflix. We never thought about DoorDash. We never thought about all these things pre-going online. So everybody has an opportunity here to kind of participate in that world, and we have to embrace AI, right? And also, like I said, God has blessed us with innate abilities. We are smarter than AI, right? You know, we have the intuition, we have the wherewithal. AI is a tool that we use to kind of get those things done. So AI is not smarter than us, right? So I just want to you know, charge everybody out there. If you have ideas you've been thinking about, this is the era for you to be able to get it done.
Right.
Get with people.
We're being rushed off stage here. Like, Dia, you get, sorry, I apologize. Dia, you get the final word. No.
So I just want to be clear that I'm not against AI. I'm against our unintentional release and relinquishing of our autonomy and agency. And so the one thing that I would leave for you is to make intentional choices about the ways in which you engage, the way you adopt, because those intentional choices have durable and lasting outcomes.
Listen, a round of applause for our guests, our panelists. Thank you all so much. I think we're on to the next event. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Thank you very much to our panel. I just want to emphasize that we still have more conversations around AI. We have practical applications this afternoon, so stay tuned for that. And then we also have the case competition, where your mind's going to be blown literally by what they have designed. It's really inspiring. Some of you remember, if you were listening, I told you to scan the thing on the paper on your table. Some of you did, some of you did not. Well, Ken has been gracious enough to offer one-on-one coaching for some people, and please celebrate that. So Chisom, who designed the app, is going to tell us who those 3 people are.
Yes, so if you see on your table when you scan it, there are challenges that you can actually complete. And some people did. And can we put up the leaderboard, please? Thank you. So the top 3 people are Lucia, Ure, Olakweju, and Jane. Congratulations, you won one-on-one business coaching with Mr. Ken. If you know them, you can beg them to take their spots. But congratulations, I'll step out the way. But I want you to know that these people have won the award, but there are still other awards on the Point Store that you can still win, so keep participating. We have dresses, we have makeup, we have hair products worth $220 on there. We have plantain flour and Gary. So you guys need to lock in, all right? So keep participating. They're going to put up the QR code on the stage, but it's also on the screen, but it's also on your tables as well. So make sure you scan it and participate throughout the day in every session, all right?
Just to be clear, that coaching is happening today. So if you come to me, I'll tell you where you can go. We're going to break for lunch, and we all need to be back here at 1:30. Like I said, we have a packed agenda. So grab your lunch, come in, talk while you're eating. Don't talk when we start the sessions, okay? All right. See you at 1:30.
You guys, thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Wale Odisa. Hello everyone, my name is Wale Odisa, also known as Piwa, and I'm the pastor of the Ignite Church. My first experience Hello everyone, my name is Wale Odisa, also known as Piwa, and I'm the pastor of the Ignite Church. My first experience with BIAZO was 2001. It was the first Hello everyone, my name is Wale Odisa, also known as Piwa, and I'm the pastor of the Ignite Church. My first experience with BIAZO was 2001. It was the first BIAZO, so I was here from the beginning. As a young man, I've always known I had something in me, something about me. I come from a family where my father left when I was 6 years old. So growing up, I was number 3 out of 4 kids. And you know how the middle child syndrome, so to speak, I was never picked for anything, but somewhere along the line, I knew there was something about me. So in high school, I joined this group called Malouf. And by the time I got to the final year in school, I became the commandant. So I don't even know what they call that here. Maybe like the general of Malouf in my set. So even though I felt I was neglected as a middle child, everywhere else I went, there was something about me. I was given leadership roles, leadership opportunities. So coming here and then experiencing BIAZO, I had been a leader in the church. I had started a dance group called Focus. I had been part of the choir, the drama, the men's ministry. So BIAZO for me was something that lit a fire. it was like an awakening. I remember Empowerment Week, and one of the people that used to really minister to me was Dr. Mensa Otabil. We used to hear words like the value of the dot, meaning, a dot where it's placed determines the value of it, your value in life. So things like that, go borrow vessels, the making of a king in a palace. So all these things resonated with me, and it was through BIAZO. I remember there was a season where I was working at a law firm, and I made certain decisions like, people were going into real estate, and they decided to go into real estate. And I remember losing, because it was in 2006, and that's where you had the crash. I lost everything. I lost my life savings. I lost everything. And I remember still being a part of church and coming to church and just going through BIAZO again. Something reawakened in me. I remember that year we had a series of people, and I think it was Dr. Ivy Iliad, I think it was his name, and he came to talk about radical faith that goes the distance. When I heard that message called radical faith that goes the distance, it took me back to my foundations, things I've learned through years in BIAZO, but now it awakened something else in me, and I said, I'm better than this. I have to start doing more. Then I went to go learn about careers in IT, changing my career, and today, 15, 16 years later now, I'm still doing that as a database engineer. I don't think it's about how you feel during BIAZO, but what you encounter during BIAZO. And the reason I say that is, I can feel some way and get out of that feeling, but when I encounter something, it shifts something. So through the years, those encounters at BIAZO, I might go listen to other sermons or listen to other things or experience other things, but there was an encounter in BIAZO that it goes with you and stays with you, a spirit of excellence, a spirit of there's more to you. I'll give you an example. At my current role at work, I find myself advising my manager. I find myself preaching to this guy without preaching to him. So giving him leadership advice. Something happened last year that I had spoken to him, and it looked like I was coaching him. And he said, at the next all hands meeting at work, I want you to give a charge. I'm in this meeting now, and I'm speaking to people, and I'm speaking to them about, my favorite book talks about how, there was a certain businessman who entrusted 5 departments to one person, 3 departments to one person. And in my head, I'm like, I remember people like Dr. Miles Monroe, who would say when he's speaking to corporate events, he won't say the Bible, he'll say my favorite book. So now those things I learned through the years, I'm able to apply it years later in every field that I find myself in. The word BIAZO comes from the Greek word that says to take it by force. I believe it's in the book of Matthew 11, verse 12, where scripture says, and from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of God suffered violence, and the violent take it by force. There are things that you want in life that you're not going to be able to get until you apply force. What BIAZO does to you is it pushes you. In life, I've come to realize that we don't get what we deserve, we get what we demand from life. So BIAZO is that experience for you. So if you've been living your life in a circle where you think things are not happening the way they should, I want you to come to BIAZO. Come to BIAZO and experience a life-changing encounter. I can give you testimonies upon testimonies upon testimonies how my life changed during BIAZO. Number 2, if you want to invest in it, BIAZO for me is kingdom investment. It's kingdom stocks. You might not immediately see it, but years down the line, your children, your children's children, your generation, your family members are going to benefit from what God will do through your life, through your investments. I invested in BIAZO when I started as a single man. Today I'm married with 2 kids, and my wife, my kids are beneficiaries of the time, the resources that I invested in BIAZO back in those years. So I want you to know that it's kingdom ground, and it's fertile. So you will not regret investing in BIAZO in this season.
My name is Femi Agumbiade. I'm a music producer, composer, and let's see, my first BIAZO, I believe it was 2001, and I believe it was Reverend George Adeboye. I just remember, we were all just so young and so excited to be serving in church, and Reverend George Adigboye was just a wordsmith with how he delivered his sermons. We were also excited, and he had been explaining to us what BIAZO meant, and that BIAZO meant taking it by force. So we were just in love with the move of God and what this man was presenting to our church, like seeing God in a new way, seeing his power in a new way. Before BIAZO, I'd been singing in the choir for several years, so I was just in love with music. And before BIAZO, I would, my gifts with music, I just thought, hey, just singing in the choir. I'd been writing songs and composing music in my head, and I had these dreams of actually having the world hear my music, not for myself, but for bringing God all the glory. But there was something with BIAZO that just kind of clicked for me and opened up my mind that, look, you can take your music outside of the church. God started giving me visions and strategies on how to make that happen. I started connecting with a lot more of people with similar goals and aspirations in the church. We started linking up. Oh, this is what God told me. And someone else said, oh, I had the same thought as well. And before you know it, we kind of built like a coalition. Here I am now. I'm composing music for streaming services all around the world. And those are those same relationships that were established during BIAZO. Only God can take the glory for that. I remember Reverend George Adigboye was ministering and praying for people, and being a church worker, we were just helping assist him, helping people. And then he just pulled me to his side, and he laid his hands on me and started to prophesy into my life. And he started telling me about the gifts that I have and what God was going to use me to do for his kingdom. I had God, speak to me, but hearing Reverend George also kind of confirm what God was saying was a huge turning point. And it allowed me to actually be bold and to step out and to even trust God more. For me, during BIAZO, there were so many opportunities for leadership, so many opportunities for collaboration. Those seeds, learning how to work with people, learning how to collaborate with people, learning how to exercise servant leadership. Those are things and tools that I picked up that are still in use today, not even just for my career, but for my marriage, my kids, my two lovely daughters. I honestly can't imagine Jesus House DC without BIAZO. I feel that first BIAZO set the stage for what Jesus House is today. A lot of people that were there in the very beginning know that after BIAZO, there was a shift. It was almost like there was this, like the heavens were opened over Jesus House DC. So I can't even picture a moment where BIAZO isn't a key pillar for the church. Be excited for what God will do. Be excited for what God can do. Your life would never be the same. If you come to BIAZO with an open mind, you come to BIAZO with an open heart, not to get anything from God, but to meet with God, I am telling you, you'll be able to mark a moment in your life where you say, BIAZO, this date, this is when this happened for me. This is when my life changed. This is something that I can remember that will be a memorial. When it comes to investing, whether it's resources, whatever resources, time, money, whatever it is, I'm someone that I can testify that God owes no man. You are investing with God. You will reap what you sow. There are things that 20 years later, I'm still reaping some of the things that I sowed from that 2001 BIAZO. So trust me, there's no better investment than investing with God.
Hello everyone, my name is Wale Odisanya, also known as PUAL, and I'm the pastor of the Ignite Church. My first experience with BIAZO was 2001. It was the first BIAZO, so I was here from the beginning. As a young man, I've always known I had something in me, something about me. I come from a family where my father left when I was 6 years old. So growing up, I was number 3 out of 4 kids. And you know how the middle child syndrome, so to speak, I was never picked for anything, but somewhere along the line, I knew there was something about me. So in high school, I joined this group called Malouf. And by the time I got to the final year in school, I became the commandant. So I don't even know what they call that here. Maybe like the general of Malouf in my set. So even though I felt I was neglected as a middle child, everywhere else I went, there was something about me. I was given leadership roles, leadership opportunities. So coming here and then experiencing BIAZO, I had been a leader in the church. I had started a dance group called Focus. I had been part of the choir, the drama, the men's ministry. So BIAZO for me was something that lit a fire. It was like an awakening. I remember Empowerment Week, and one of the people that used to really minister to me was Dr. Mensa Otabil. We used to hear words like the value of the dot, meaning, a dot where it's placed determines the value of it, your value in life. So things like that, go borrow vessels, the making of a king in a palace. So all these things resonated with me, and it was through BIAZO. I remember there was a season where I was working at a law firm, and I made certain decisions like, people were going into real estate, and they decided to go into real estate. And I remember losing, because it was in 2006, and that's where you had the crash. I lost everything. I lost my life savings. I lost everything. And I remember still being a part of church and coming to church and just going through BIAZO again. Something reawakened in me. I remember that year we had a series of people, and I think it was Dr. Ivy Iliad, I think it was his name, and he came to talk about radical faith that goes the distance. When I heard that message called radical faith that goes the distance, it took me back to my foundations, things I've learned through years in BIAZO, but now it awakened something else in me, and I said, I'm better than this. I have to start doing more. Then I went to go learn about careers in IT, changing my career, and today, 15, 16 years later now, I'm still doing that as a database engineer. I don't think it's about how you feel during BIAZO, but what you encounter during BIAZO. And the reason I say that is, I can feel some way and get out of that feeling, but when I encounter something, it shifts something. So through the years, those encounters at BIAZO, I might go listen to other sermons or listen to other things or experience other things, but there was an encounter in BIAZO that it goes with you and stays with you, a spirit of excellence, a spirit of there's more to you. I'll give you an example. At my current role at work, I find myself advising my manager. I find myself preaching to this guy without preaching to him. So giving him leadership advice. Something happened last year that I had spoken to him, and it looked like I was coaching him. And he said, you know what, at the next all hands meeting at work, I want you to give a charge. I'm in this meeting now, and I'm speaking to people, and I'm speaking to them about, my favorite book talks about how, there was a certain businessman who entrusted 5 departments to one person, 3 departments to one person. And in my head, I'm like, I remember people like Dr. Miles Monroe, who would say when he's speaking to corporate events, he won't say the Bible, he'll say my favorite book. So now those things I learned through the years, I'm able to apply it years later in every field that I find myself in. You know, the word BIAZO comes from the Greek word that says to take it by force. I believe it's in the book of Matthew 11 verse 12, where scripture says, and from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of God suffered violence, and the violent take it by force. There are things that you want in life that you're not going to be able to get until you apply force. What BIAZO does to you is it pushes you. In life, I've come to realize that we don't get what we deserve, we get what we demand from life. So BIAZO is that experience for you. So if you've been living your life in a circle where you think things are not happening the way they should, I want you to come to BIAZO. Come to BIAZO and experience a life-changing encounter. I can give you testimonies upon testimonies upon testimonies how my life changed during BIAZO. Number two, if you want to invest in it, BIAZO for me is kingdom investment. It's kingdom stocks. You might not immediately see it, but years down the line, your children, your children's children, your generation, your family members are going to benefit from what God will do through your life, through your investments. I invested in BIAZO when I started as a single man. Today I'm married with 2 kids, and my wife, my kids are beneficiaries of the time, the resources that I invested in BIAZO back in those years. So I want you to know that it's kingdom ground, and it's fertile. So you will not regret investing in BIAZO in this season.
My name is Femi Agumbiade. I'm a music producer, composer, and let's see, my first BIAZO, I believe it was 2001, and I believe it was Reverend George Adeboye. I just remember, we were all just so young and so excited to be serving in church, and Reverend George Adeboye was just a wordsmith with how he delivered his sermons. We were all so excited, and he had been explaining to us what BIAZO meant, and that BIAZO meant taking it by force. So we were just in love with the move of God and what this man was presenting to our church, like seeing God in a new way, seeing his power in a new way. Before BIAZO, I've been singing in the choir for several years, so I was just in love with music. And before BIAZO, I would, my gifts with music, I just thought, hey, just singing in the choir. I've been writing songs and composing music in my head, and I had these dreams of actually having the world hear my music, not for myself, but for bringing God all the glory. But there was something with BIAZO that just kind of clicked for me and opened up my mind that, look, you can take your music outside of the church. God started giving me visions and strategies on how to make that happen. I started connecting with a lot more of people with similar goals and aspirations in the church. We started linking up. Oh, this is what God told me, and someone else said, oh, I had the same thought as well. And before you know it, we kind of built like a coalition. Here I am now. I'm composing music for streaming services all around the world, and those are those same relationships that were established during BIAZO. Only God can take the glory for that. I remember Reverend George Adeboye was ministering and praying for people, and being a church worker, we were just helping assist him, helping people, and then he just pulled me to his side, and he laid his hands on me and started to prophesy into my life. And he started telling me about the gifts that I have and what God was going to use me to do for his kingdom. I had God, speak to me, but hearing Reverend George also kind of confirm what God was saying was a huge turning point. And it allowed me to actually be bold and to step out and to even trust God more. For me, during BIAZO, there were so many opportunities for leadership. So many opportunities for collaboration. Those seeds, learning how to work with people, learning how to collaborate with people, learning how to exercise servant leadership. Those are things and tools that I picked up that are still in use today, not even just for my career, but for my marriage, my kids, my 2 lovely daughters. I honestly can't imagine Jesus House DC without BIAZO. I feel that first BIAZO set the stage for what Jesus House is today. A lot of people that were there in the very beginning know that after BIAZO there was a shift. It was almost like there was this, like the heavens were opened over Jesus House DC. So I can't even picture a moment where BIAZO isn't a key pillar for the church. Be excited for what God will do. Be excited for what God can do. Your life would never be the same. If you come to BIAZO with an open mind, you come to BIAZO with an open heart, not to get anything from God, but to meet with God, I am telling you, you'll be able to mark a moment in your life where you say, BIAZO, this date, this is when this happened for me. This is when my life changed. This is something that I can remember that will be a memorial. When it comes to investing, whether it's resources, whatever resources, time, money, whatever it is, I'm someone that I can testify that God owes no man. You are investing with God. You will reap what you sow. There are things that 20 years later, I'm still reaping some of the things that I sowed from that 2001 BIAZO. So trust me, there's no better investment than investing with God.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know you can't respond. It's okay. There's a bit of an echo. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you please help with the echo? All right. We're going to continue through the day with the case competition. So just so you know, we had about, do you want me to wait? We had about 18 teams compete over the last 2 weeks. And today we're going to hear a presentation from the top 3. So as they come up on stage, I want you to really celebrate them because they have performed incredibly well. We have some coaches today who are in the crowd who will be judging their presentation. And then at the end, when the third group presents, the winners in terms of who comes first, second, third will be announced. They are going to win prizes. So I think it's about 5,000 for the first team, 3,000 for the second, and 2,000 as of now. The reason I say as of now is because as it's going on, some of you might be inspired to top it up. And so the 5K can become 10K, okay? Hallelujah. Amen. So the first group that's coming up is Confidence Builder. Please give them a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody doing today? Good. So me and Omatara decided to create an app called Confidence Builder. It's an AI app that helps with low self-esteem and to build confidence.
Good morning and hello, judges, BIAZO committee, and Caleb Crew committee, and audience, of course. We would like to say thank you so much for this opportunity to let us share our concepts with you.
My name is Farah Olatunji. I'm in the 9th grade. I go to Annapolis Area Christian School High School, and my ideal career is a business owner.
My name is Omatara Eniade. I'm also in 9th grade. I go to Hammond High School, and my ideal career is to be a neurosurgeon.
Today, we are going to be talking about something teenagers go through daily and an app to solve that problem.
These are the concepts that we'll be going over in today's presentation.
The problem. Low self-esteem can lead to serious mental health challenges like depression, anxiety, and persistent sadness, affecting how teens think, feel, interact with others, and over time, these struggles can become overwhelming. And these effects are not the same for everyone, as teens from different racial and cultural backgrounds may face unique pressures such as beauty standards, stereotypes, and even lack of representation, which can make self-esteem issues even worse. These thoughts can even take over. And the problem is it doesn't stay in your head. It affects how you act, how you perform in school, and even how you see yourself.
To solve these problems, we created Confidence Builder. It's an AI-powered confidence building app designed specifically for teenagers.
According to 2025 and 2026 youth mental health reports, 38% of teens from ages 13 to 17 struggle with low self-esteem and depression. 45% of these people are girls, and 31% of these people are boys.
This happens because of social, personal, and cultural pressures that many teens experience in their daily lives. Social media, bullying, and academic stress can lead to constant comparison with others and negative self-image. Cultural expectations can also play a big role, such as pressure to meet family standards, follow certain traditions, or succeed in specific careers. In some cultures, there may be less open discussion about mental health, which can make it harder for teens to get support. Over time, all of these pressures can affect how someone sees themselves and lead and contribute to low self-esteem and emotional struggles.
Personal impact. In September, my friend who was 15 was dealing with a lot of mental health issues, and she didn't tell anybody. She got into drugs, smoking, and even vaping. But I feel like if our app Confidence Builder was here, she would have gotten help earlier.
I have a friend who is a year younger and went through the exact same thing. She always wanted to quit but didn't have any resources. A reliable, free, trustworthy, and personalized app like Confidence Builder would be perfect for her. How the app works. The app supports users' mental and emotional well-being in a simple and personalized way. It sends daily affirmations at chosen times, depending on what the user's problem is, to help build a positive mindset routine. Users can also check in anytime to share how they feel and receive supportive feedback that encourages self-reflection and personal growth over time, helping users see positive changes. The AI can also detect for self-harm. The app creates a safe, supportive space that promotes self-love, consistency, and emotional growth while helping users feel less alone. Parental involvement. Parental involvement. Parental involvement is supported through an optional parental dashboard that allows parents to stay connected with their child's progress in a safe and respectful way. With the linked account, parents can view general updates and growth without invading privacy, helping them better understand their support in their child. The app also includes a parent education section which provides helpful resources, tips, and guidance on how to encourage confidence and mental well-being at home. This works because it is private, personalized, and consistent, allowing users to feel safe and supported without judgment.
Privacy. Think of our app like a digital diary with a personal log. The second you write something down, it turns into a secret code that only you can read. This is called end-to-end encryption. This is what our app will be using to make sure everybody's data is safe. What is the cost? The app is completely free for all users, making it accessible to anyone and everyone regardless of their financial situation. Instead of charging users, the app generates revenue through ads and partnerships. In addition, venture capital and angel investors are often interested in supporting mental health apps like this because there is a growing need for accessible emotional well-being. Closing. Low self-esteem can hold teens back, but it doesn't have to. With the right tools, confidence can be built over time. Confidence Builder gives teens those tools and helps them become the best versions of themselves. Confidence Builder helps with confidence and low self-esteem. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation. I hope you enjoyed.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have the LARPers group. Please give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon. My name is Oluwa Jamilaju Adereti, and I am a senior at Charles Herbert Flowers High School.
Good afternoon. My name is Ita Oluwa Ayedobon, and I'm a senior at Chesapeake Science Point.
Good afternoon. My name is Tani Toluwa Adereti, and I am a freshman at Charles Herbert Flowers High School. Our team name is Arcane, which means hidden knowledge brought to light.
And on that, we will begin by presenting a short ad, which will serve as the introduction to our slideshow.
Okay, it seems like we don't have it ready. So I'm gonna call the next group and then have you guys come back so that you have what you need.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Your iPad is still on the thing.
Your presentation is ready, you can come back. Wait, sorry, I know there's a bit of, whose presentation is this? Are you group 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, church.
Good afternoon, judges. Excuse me.
So what we have here is our AI startup project here, and it goes by the name of Interview Sense. And what we're basically trying to encompass here is the future of college readiness for all high schoolers our age. Yep.
Thank you.
So just to meet the team really quickly, my name is Jason Odibo. I go to Georgetown Preparatory High School here in Bethesda. At Georgetown Prep in my 4 years, I was a varsity football athlete. I am currently a student government leader, and I am also the co-president of GP Prevention at my school.
My name is Ajibola Balagun. I go to Eleanor Roosevelt High School. At Rose. I play varsity lacrosse, and I am the president of the Roseware Software Development Club. And a fun fact about me is that I do like to 3D animate sometimes in my free time.
Yep. And a fun fact about me is I'm actually a British citizen.
There we go. Just to give you guys a quick overview of our market, we wanted to focus on high school kids applying to college and university. And in the last cycle, the 2024-2025 class, there was about 1.5 million people who did so.
Yep. So just looking at the wealth barrier here, so admissions tools and resources like a private coach here in 2026, it will cost your average middle class family about $100 to $300 for a private coach. And that is just not viable in 2026, especially with these gas prices. So we're looking at the gap in the market here. So students from less fortunate socioeconomic backgrounds aren't really able to have as much as an advantage as people who have parents who make around 6 figures annually in the college admissions process when it comes to this interview. Next slide, please. Yep, so what the main problem is, students tend to feel unprepared for their college interviews despite thinking that they prepared. You know, current practice methods you might know in the high school admissions process, it's the same in the college admissions process. You really just get given a document with sample questions to look at and maybe banter with your parents about, but there's no real way to actually analyze your own performance. And anxiety tends to lower performance by about 40% in 2026 with these interviews. And as I just said in the previous slide, private coaching is very expensive.
And so before we go to the next slide, I just do want to preface that our why, the reason why we decided to do this project. Personally, a couple months ago, I was going through the whole college admissions process, interview process, and I did get the opportunity to interview for MIT. And so at that time, my parents were both in Nigeria. And so, you know, with the time differences, I would go through the school day, and then I'd come back around 6 o'clock. And so I'd call my mom or my dad, and then I'd have them, so we could do a college interview process. And so the issue is that it's 2 a.m. in the morning, so they have to wake up, and then it's stress, and it's a problem. And so it would have been a lot more helpful if we had a tool so that could have helped us during that time.
Yep. Next slide, please. So what is the solution? The solution for everybody here is Interview Sense. What our AI does is simulates real college interviews based on current public data and student surveys. So what we're doing here is moving beyond traditional prep methods to real-time AI-driven mastery, guys. Now, what we're going to be providing are accurate and current interview questions with different chatbots as it pertains to the different Ivy League colleges specifically. So for the next slide, please. So just to quickly dive in deeper here on how it works. So first, you will choose the school in our app that you plan on applying to, whether that's Cornell or Yale, and you'll fill out a personal profile on our app and put what you think your major is going to be for that college. Next, you're going to set up your camera or go on the website, and you're going to engage in a live mock session for that college. And what our AI is going to do is actually review your performance based on analytics like whether your tone is nice, your clarity, whether you're actually looking at the camera and engaging in eye contact. And at the end of that, you're going to be given a comprehensive score based on the analytics or data from your interview. And you want to go for a score of 90% or higher to ensure a successful interview in your college process, depending on the school that you apply to.
And so touching a little bit more on the analytics part that he was talking about, so we're going to be focusing on speech clarity. So they're going to look at your words per minute, whether you're stuttering, so that we can make sure that you're not using too many filler words or you're, nervous while you're doing it. And so we're going to also look at tone variation, make sure that you're not too high or too low while you're talking to the bot. And then we're going to look at eye contact, make sure that you're maintaining a strong gaze with the person that you're speaking to, just so that we can make sure students are really prepared for their interview. You can skip this slide. You can skip this slide. Yeah. Okay. And so before we look at the numbers, we just want to preface that we wanted this app to be inclusive for people of all backgrounds. But unfortunately, AI is still, it costs money, it's very expensive. And so and even while we were doing this mock, we had to buy an API. So it's, the bot that we use to speak to people. We had to spend money to go buy the actual bot. We use Claude's. And so when we have more people and we have more users using the app, the price of buying AI is going to increase. The price of having a language that sounds like a human being is going to, it's going to be expensive. And so, we do have 3 tiers here that people can use.
So, of course, other than the ethics of our business, we're looking for a road towards profitability, right? So, if you, you could go back here. So first we have our free tier, and what that's gonna get you, 3 mock interviews with our chatbot. You can pick the school, everything. You're just gonna get a free trial process, and you're gonna get basic AI feedback that drives user growth. Now, the core revenue driver for our business will be this Pro module here. It's gonna charge about $20 a month, and we predict this to be our most popular module. You're gonna get unlimited mock interviews, personalized AI feedback, and college-specific interview prep. So like I said, with those different Ivy Leagues, you'll be able to pick which school you are trying to apply to. And then we'll get the premium version here. It's gonna actually cost $40 a month. You're gonna get everything in the Pro module here. On top of that, you'll have real-time AI assistance during practice and advanced coaching analytics. So everything we talked about with the tone clarity and looking at your eye contact, whether you're being confident in your speaking, will be included in our premium module here. Next slide, please.
And so when it comes to scaling this, we know that college interviews are still like a niche market. Not all schools, even do an interview in the first place. So we wanted to expand to other processes like internships and scholarships, right? So students that are graduating from school and they're looking for summer internships that they have to, interview for, or they have scholarships that they have to do an interview for. We want to create something that's going to benefit all of them.
Yep. So as Ajibola mentioned earlier, he had an interview for MIT, and just to personalize this for myself, I'm looking to study abroad in the UK. I'm going to be attending the University of Manchester. And I was actually admitted, thank you, and I was admitted into a top 10 global business school at Manchester. But in this interview process, I would have loved to have an application of sorts that I could banter with, knowing the questions that I was going to be asked, and it would have improved my confidence, hence lowering the anxiety that tends to hinder interview performance that we mentioned earlier. And of course, with the global expansion on an international scale, we also want to provide different languages on our application, like Spanish, Italian, just different languages for our users to use for the different global institutions that they will be applying to.
And so our timeline for this project, we want to start with our first phase, which is the launch. We're going to create a public domain that all people can find online. You can use a quick Google search, search up Interview Sense. You'll see our website, our app. And then we're going to do basic advertising to high school students so we can have our first users come in and see, how our UI performs and how our program works, and see if people like and get feedback from people. And then we're going to try to grow and expand. We're going to expand past, just the basic Ivy League schools, and then we're going to look at, other schools that do interview process, and then like I mentioned earlier, internships and scholarships. And then again, when it comes to like scaling it, we want to create something that's like a full career readiness platform that's not just college applications. You could have job interviews, you could have internships again, and then we build partnerships with different schools and organizations. You can go ahead to the next slide.
Yep, so with this presentation, all I have to ask the crowd is, will you be joining the Interview Sense revolution?
Yeah, amen.
Yep. So to actually invest in our work, here we have our email, and we actually have a physical website that you'll be able to go to after our presentation if you want to delve in further.
You can look at this link right here, and it will take you to like a mock. You'll see the thing. You can click through it. You can do 8 free questions with our little AI chat bot. It'll speak back to you, give you responses, and after those 8 questions, you will get a personalized feedback score. And then
Finally, let's build a world where every student has a voice that they are confident in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to call in the last group from our top 3 for their presentation. Please give them a warm round of applause.
Wow, happy to be back up here. My name is Oluwajamiloju Adereti, and I go to Charles Herbert Flowers High School, and I am a senior, class of 2026.
Italua Edobon, and I'm a senior at Chesapeake Science Point.
Good afternoon. My name is Tenitolua Adereti, and I am a freshman at Charles Herbert Flowers High School. Our team name is Arcane, which means hidden knowledge brought to light.
And on that note, we will now begin by showing a short ad to serve as an introduction to our slides.
Meet Mimi, a bright teenage girl, but beneath her smile, a silent struggle. Acne cast a shadow over her confidence. Every day felt like a battle, trying to hide away, wishing she could just disappear. In the bustling classroom, Mimi felt invisible, her hood a shield against judging eyes. The world felt like it was watching, judging every imperfection. School became a battleground. Whispers, imagined or real, echoed in her mind. She just wanted to disappear, to escape the stares. The weight of it all was crushing. At home, a desperate search began. Endless scrolling, hoping for a miracle. She tried everything. Endless products, countless promises, but nothing worked. Each failed attempt chipped away at her hope, leaving only frustration. It felt like an endless cycle of disappointment. Then, a glimmer of light. Scrolling through her phone, she found Dermaglow, an intelligent app promising to understand her unique skin. Could this be the answer? Dermaglow wasn't just another product. It was a guide. Its ingredient intelligence scanner helped her decode skincare, building a routine tailored just for her. Step by step, she learned. And with each passing day, a tiny spark of hope grew brighter. Tracking her progress with the glow score, she saw real change. Her skin was clearing, and with it, her confidence began to blossom. No longer hiding, she started to engage, to truly be herself. The transformation was incredible. Her skin, radiant and clear, her spirit unburdened and free. She found her glow. Dermaglow gave her more than just clear skin. It gave her back her confidence. Clear your doubts, let confidence grow. Find your shine with Dermaglow. Download Dermaglow today and start your journey to radiant skin.
Introducing Dermaglow. Clear your doubts, let confidence grow, healthy skin with Dermaglow. All 3 of us up here have had our own unique experiences with skin struggles. I personally struggled with eczema my whole life and dry skin and could not find the right products to use to aid my skin.
And I suffered from something similar. I suffered from acne and dry spots all over my face and throughout my childhood. And I was only able to find a good product, similarly to you, near now.
I also had an experience with bad skin. I have had acne for years, and I spent a lot of time and money looking and buying products to work for my face.
We quickly realized that we all had a common problem. We did not have the right resources or guidelines to direct us to the correct products to be using for our skin. And this is due to a plethora of reasons, like confusing information, such as social media trying to sell you a product or conflicting advice from unverified sources. Another is access gaps. More than 3 billion people globally live in regions with fewer than 1 dermatologist per 100,000 people. And another is cost.
Adding on to what she said, this isn't a rare thing that affects the 3 of us. This affects millions of people. This affects teenagers, adults, people of all skin types suffer from skin problems.
Our research. We spent a lot of time doing research to make sure that we could have claims to back all of our ideas. First, could we go to the next slide, please?
No, go back.
Yeah.
Okay. First, statistical gain. We went through different apps and different resources to make sure that our app aligned with a lot of things that happen, and we could add our app and make sure that make sure that things that were bad on different apps were not on our app. Second, references. We went to the American Academy of Dermatology and the World Health Organization, and we took information from there to make informed decisions on our app and make additions to our app.
Next, we got our data where we see that 85% of teenagers struggle with acne, and 67% of them report lack of self-confidence. 72% of people lack a dermatologist access, and 31 million plus Americans have eczema.
Could we go slide back, please? One back.
Statistical data.
To the numbers speak.
Yes.
Yes. Looking at chart 1, going off of what Tani just said, you can see the percentage of people who scroll on TikTok looking for advice, the percentage of people who are confused by products, and the percentage of people who wish that products were easier to read. The green bar right there shows the percentage of people who wish that they had expert guidance as they were on their journey to healthy skin. Looking at chart 2, it shows the difference between the amount of people who have device access and the amount of people who have dermatological access. This shows that our app will help close the bridge between those two percentages because our app is on a device, so it's easier for them to access.
Next, our methodology. We identified the gap and we shared our struggles, and we realized we had a common struggle and that there were no existing tools out there to help us overcome it. And then we combined our ideas and designed the experience. Last, we created what didn't exist. We created an AI power. We validated that no existing app had all three pillars: AI analysis, educational access, and professional insights, all in one place.
This is the end of our slideshow. We will now show you a video of us explaining how our app works.
Okay, this is the video isn't playing.
Okay, but this video is not currently available. I don't know if we'll come back up here to show it, but to summarize, first you analyze our skin. You want to summarize that?
You analyze your skin, you take a picture of the affected spot, and it will analyze your skin and ask you a series of questions starting with what's problem with your skin. Like, does it have rashes? Do you have bumps? Then it will ask you when it started. It will ask you how long it's been, and it will ask you if you know what's causing it.
Yes, and in addition, this is available for all skin types. It asks your race, your demographic, your age group, and how long you've been having it, and a lot of questions that will be built together to give you a summary of what exactly is going on with your skin. Then after, it would list to you the top 3 products that help your skin based on peer reviews from dermatologists. It not only gives you the products, but it links you to the top 3 websites you can get it directly and for the best price. So from that app, you can be linked directly to where you can get it. Not only that, it breaks down every single ingredient that's in it. I know a lot of people don't like to use products with ingredients they can't pronounce. So it tells you what's in it, what it does it exfoliate or help with hyperpigmentation, etc.
And as you go back to the dashboard, you will see a streak. The streak basically logs how many times you've been in the app throughout that week, and it makes sure that you are actually doing your routine that the AI has given you. It will make sure that you can take pictures and upload it to the AI and log how the cream had helped you that day, or if it didn't help you that day, and you can redo the whole process.
And it actually has an ingredient scanner. So you see 2 products, you can scan the back of it. It's gonna tell you if it's compatible, because we realized that a very common problem is that people research 2 different products that do help their skin, but when combined can make your skin worse. And that's the leading cause for a lot of people's skincare routine failing. So you can scan it and see if it can be used together. And last is Derm AI. It's like a dermatologist chat box that you can ask any questions: what skin products should you use together, how many times should I use it, and it will answer your question factually.
To close out,
that concludes
our presentation. Clear your doubts.
Let confidence grow. Healthy skin with DermaGlow.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for all the teams that presented today? I think they did a fantastic job. All right. How many of us are having a great time so far? Great. So I want to introduce Wale Oyebanji, who is the chairman of the BIAZO committee this year. So please give him a resounding applause, because he spent a lot of time putting this together. Come on, guys, show appreciation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you all having a great time? Are you well fed? But you're not fed up, right? All right. Thank you all so much for joining us today. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for today to talk about his bio. And then I'm going to invite Pastor Lumide on stage to bring him up on stage. So before I read his bio, I wanted to share a little story about my experience with Prof, with His Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, GCON. I was just sharing with him upstairs and we were just chuckling a little bit about it. So a couple of years ago, 2014 December, I had the privilege to represent Nigerian youth at the AU in Addis. And we were all charged with, let's go back and make changes in the continent and all of that. And so when I got back to Lagos, I had joined his campaign. And I was leading the medical mission from state to state and all of that. We had a team, I'm ready and all that kind of stuff. We went back and forth, and then we had won the election. He won the election, himself and the late president at that time, Muhammadu Buhari. So I had gone to meet him afterward, and I said, Prof, the next step would be to potentially be a special advisor on health or some sort. And he said, it's a great idea, I like your thinking, but the feasibility is different. Because there are some qualifications that are important. At that time, I only had my medical degree. And then I had my friend, Isn't was the moderator, by the way. We were classmates in medical school. She was then at Harvard, had her MPH. She was doing the PhD at Hopkins. And she used to work with the current Minister of Health then, Ali Pati, when he was Minister of State for Health. So I said, by the time this girl comes back, I want to collect the same post with me with her PhD and all of that. It won't be. So I gave myself brain and decided I was going to go back, do business school, MPH, and all of that. So that explains all the MMM after my name. To making sure that by the time we come back, we can match them paper to paper. Hallelujah. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I will just read the bio of His Excellency, the former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, GCON. So Professor Yemi Osinbajo served as the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for 2 consecutive terms, from May 2015 to May 2023. Prior to this, he was the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State from 1999 to 2007, where he led far-reaching judicial reforms that became models for replication across the Nigerian Federation. Before his political career, Professor Osinbajo was a professor of public law at the University of Lagos and a founding partner at Simon Cooper, one of Nigeria's leading commercial law firms. He was conferred the prestigious rank of the Senior Advocate of Nigeria. He served in the justice sector of the United Nations mission in Somalia and was a member of the United Nations Secretary General's Committee on Rules of Conduct and Discipline for Peacekeeping Forces. He also served as ethics advisor to the board of the African Development Bank as an independent director of Citibank. During his tenure as vice president, Professor Osinbajo played a central role in the formulation and implementation of key national policies and initiatives, particularly in the areas of economic reform, social investment, human capital development, the digital and creative economy, climate action, and energy security. He chaired the National Economic Council, comprising all state governors of Nigeria, and led the Inter-Ministerial Energy Transition Implementation Working Group, which developed and executed Nigeria's Energy Transition Plan in 2022. Under his leadership, 3 national development plans were formulated and implemented, and he oversaw the successful rollout of Nigeria's Economic Sustainability Plan in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. He founded a Northeast Children's Trust, which supports sustainable learning ecosystems for children orphaned by insurgency in Northeast Nigeria, and Tex Foundation, a non-profit dedicated to providing free, high-quality primary education for underprivileged children. Beyond his tenure in the office, Professor Osinbajo continues to engage actively in global and African development initiatives with a focus on climate change, technology and AI for job creation, human capital development, and innovative financing for development. In 2023, he was appointed board chair of the Climate Action Platform for Africa and founded Climate Positive, an independent climate action nonprofit. He's also a member of the Nigerian Conservation Foundation. In 2023, he was appointed to lead the Commonwealth Observation Mission to Sierra Leone elections. In 25, he was appointed to lead the joint AU-ECOWAS Observation Mission to the presidential elections in Cote d'Ivoire. In 2024, he was appointed High Representative of the United Nations Development Program and serves as the guardian of the UNDP-led African Innovation Program, Timbuktu. He's a member of the African Leaders Debt Relief Initiative, alongside former African head of state, to address the continent's sovereign debt challenges. Professor Osinbajo is a co-founder of Future Perspectives, a youth-focused African nonprofit dedicated to leadership development, innovation, and addressing major development challenges. In January 2026, he was appointed co-chair of the Future of Development Cooperation Coalition, an independent initiative supported by major philanthropies and endorsed by 18 countries, aimed at reimagining global development cooperation in an era of declining aid. He's also a member of the Council of the Mo Ibrahim Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you all will agree with me that this is just a synopsis, a short summary of our distinguished keynote speaker today. It is my absolute pleasure, and I think we should give a rising ovation as we welcome our keynote speaker for today, His Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN GCON.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Wally. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please sit. And thank you very much, Wally. After an introduction like that, I better make sense here. That was a really good, very lengthy and detailed one. Let me express my very special thanks first to our dear Pastor Lumide, and his dear wife, Pastor Shehi, for the great honor done to me by this very kind invitation to be here to give this keynote remarks at the 25th edition of the BIAZO conference. I also want to greet all the pastors and the leadership, the Conference Planning Commission or Committee, and all the pastors who are here, the regional pastor, province pastors, they're here also, and all our friends and colleagues from everywhere, and of course, the great people of Jesus House, DC. I have the fondest memories of Jesus House. In 2015, and I think Wally had spoken a bit about this, this church played a very special role in the run-up to the 2015 general elections in Nigeria, and especially offering my candidacy as vice president at the time a lot of support. My campaign was supported very actively by this church. I held a town hall meeting right here with Nigerians in diaspora, and it was a defining event for our campaign in so many ways. My dear brother and friend, His Royal Majesty Oba Gandhi Afolabi Olaoye, the Orumugege III, the Shon of Ogbomoso, who is the founding pastor of this church, was critical in my campaign. God actually spoke to him about my candidacy long before I was announced as vice presidential candidate. I recall when he told me about this, I had a good laugh and thought, well, hey, Pastor Gandhi, that would be very interesting if that were to happen. But he really did believe that this would happen, and it did. And as you know, with Pastor Gandhi, no half measures. He literally moved to Nigeria and traveled with me across the length and breadth of the country on the campaign trail. I'm forever indebted to him. So thank you very much, and thank you again, Pastor, for the generous hospitality, and for the very excellent arrangements that were made for me and my team. I'm to speak on the topic, leading with wisdom in a digital world. Leading with wisdom in a digital world. I hope you can hear me well. Okay. Let me begin by stating the obvious, just for emphasis. Leadership at any level must fully appreciate the incredibly profound implications of the digital age on our lives, on our faith, the economy, social well-being, and even our individual autonomy, our individual existence as human beings. A few years ago, as a lawyer in practice in Nigeria, my partners and I sued the tobacco companies in Nigeria. The main tobacco companies at the time, Philip Morris and British American Tobacco. And we sued them on behalf of Nigerian governments, federal and state governments of Nigeria. Our case was that the tobacco companies deliberately addict young smokers, and that many such young people died of cancer or several ailments which cost the government huge sums of money in healthcare costs. Now, we were following precedents that were laid down by US courts where tobacco companies had been sued here in the US and found liable for deliberately causing the addiction of smokers. In other words, they had known, these are the tobacco companies, they had known for decades that nicotine is addictive, and they were deliberately designing cigarettes to cause nicotine addiction. Now, the clearest statement of this, the clearest evidence of this came from a case that was decided in 2006, a case called United States and Philip Morris, USA, where a US district court found that major tobacco companies knowingly actually manipulated nicotine levels in cigarettes to get users addicted. The court also found that the cigarette companies, despite the internal evidence that they already had from their own research, they pretended not to know that nicotine is addictive, and they deliberately misrepresented the addictive nature of smoking. This same court, this US district court, found that these cigarette companies had for decades engaged in a scheme to deceive the public about the actual addictive nature of nicotine. Now, after imposing huge damages on them, the US court then said and ordered these tobacco companies to put all the documents that had been revealed in the process of the case, in the process of discovery, which is one of the processes that you undertake when you are prosecuting a case. The court said all of the evidence that was gathered, all of the documents that were gathered, should be put in two depositories, one in the US, another in Gibraltar. The one in Gibraltar was for the Africa-related documents. So any case, any document that had to do with Africa that was revealed in the course of the case here in the US was deposited in Gibraltar. My firm and several of our collaborators were able to access the data in Gibraltar and all the evidence in Gibraltar. That's how come we got to know the incriminating evidence against the tobacco companies in Nigeria. Their own internal documents showed how they planned to addict children from the age of 9 in Nigeria, and how they organized concerts and gave out what they called starter packs, small packs of cigarettes, to underage children in order to addict them. The point of this rather long story is that using addiction as a marketing tool has been used by big business for decades. Indeed, if you can be addicted to a product, you have become a source of unending wealth to the business that got you addicted. Now, fast forward to 2026. Here in the US again, in a well-publicized case called KGM and Meta. Meta, of course, as you know, the big tech company. A teenage plaintiff here in the US this year sued the owners of Instagram. They sued Meta, the owners of Instagram. They sued Google, the owners of YouTube, Snap Inc., the owners of Snapchat, and TikTok, alleging that these platforms were deliberately designed to be addictive. This teenager alleged that features such as infinite scrolling, you know, how you can just keep scrolling and scrolling on TikTok, you know how those things are. Algorithmic recommendations, likes, you know, and validation systems and push notifications were intentionally built to maximize engagement, to exploit the psychological vulnerabilities of adolescents, and to engage and encourage the compulsive use of these platforms. She claimed that she used Instagram and YouTube compulsively over several years, during which the algorithms allegedly promoted harmful content related to body image and self-esteem. The plaintiff claimed, this is this young lady, that this led to serious mental health conditions, including depression and anxiety disorders, which required medical treatment. And she gave evidence of the medical treatment that she had to go through. Now, this case emphasized that the companies, these companies, Meta, Google, etc., knew of the risks from their own internal research. They knew of the risks, and yet they failed to warn users, especially minors, and they continued optimizing their platforms to maximize engagement at the expense of users' well-being. So in the course of this case, Snap Inc., the owners of Snapchat, settled out of court before trial. They didn't want any trouble. TikTok, also very wisely, settled out of court before trial. But Google and Meta remained in the case, and they were both found liable by the court. So like the tobacco cases, the court agreed that the social media platforms deliberately designed their platforms to be addictive, that they knew from their own internal research that this would be harmful, especially to young users, and they failed to warn users of their platforms about these dangers. Of course, damages were awarded against them. We are in the midst of some of the greatest developments in technology in generations, and also one of the most precarious moments in generations. A small number of powerful tech companies significantly shape global communication. They shape economies and behavior. And incredibly, their algorithms usually control what we see and hear, how we see, how we hear, and they manipulate what and how we think. They control the use of content and can power narratives as they choose. How about infrastructure? Digital infrastructure is the hidden foundation of modern life, and all of us know that. So we compare electricity to what internet is today, and roads to what data is. A few large companies, such as Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, provide the systems that store data, that run applications, and power websites, banks, businesses, hospitals, and government services. Government relies on Starlink, the US government, and at some point Ukraine, for what the militaries call C4ISR. C4ISR is command, control, communications, computers, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Government relies on one company, owned by one man, well, owned beneficially by one man. The same is true for artificial intelligence. Modern AI needs huge computing power, large amounts of data and specialized technology, and much of this comes from the same companies. So if you want to build advanced AI today, you usually have to rely on these same companies. And this gives these companies, as you can imagine, significant influence. They help shape how technology develops. They help shape how businesses grow, and even what countries are able to do. In simple terms, these companies are not just building apps, they are running the digital engines of modern life. And this gives them enormous influence over economies and over national and international security. Today, the global internet population, we're told, is somewhere in the order of 5.3 to 5.5 billion people. Almost all of humanity is online or about to get online. And these companies map all of humanity on their various platforms. The data available to these few companies is not just biodata, but also behavioral data. And this is tracked by our clicks, our likes, our watch time, our location, our IP tracking, what you like, what you don't like, your preferences are tracked by your interests, what you click on, and the purchases that you make. And they also have our social graphs, who you know, who your friends are. This is also very well tracked. So while the world has seen powerful corporations in history, this is completely different. This is the combination of the incredible global reach and the real-time behavioral data on billions of people and control over infrastructure that actually underpins economies and governments. A handful of tech companies now have perhaps the greatest influence by a few over our world in human history. A massive, all-encompassing system is with us. A digital kingdom is here with its own leadership. Let's elaborate a little more. Every day, billions of people log onto platforms owned by these companies, TikTok, YouTube, etc. We scroll, we like, we share. And of course, it feels harmless, it feels ordinary. But behind every scroll is a decision. And the decision is not ours, it's not yours or mine, but it's a decision of an algorithm. And these algorithms are not designed to show us the truth. They are designed to capture our attention and to keep us engaged. So, to make you stay and curate your reality, a personalized reality. And they show us most of what we agree with and what excites us, or sometimes what provokes us, until slowly and subtly, you are no longer seeing the world necessarily as it is. You are seeing a version of the world designed specially for you. But it goes deeper still. They set and reinforce our thought processes. In the digital world, as you know, repetition becomes truth. The more you see something, the more familiar it feels. And the more familiar it feels, the more likely you are to believe that it is true. Not because it's necessarily true, but because it is repeated often enough. Over time, opinions begin to feel like facts. And this is the most profound, in my view, mass brainwashing with the full consent of the brainwashed in human history. All of us fully consent to this arrangement. So the battlefield of this age is no longer only physical or political. It's not merely about land or power or resources. The battlefield is the human heart and the human mind. And Scripture warns us in these times, in Proverbs 4, verse 23, the Scripture warns us, it says, above all things, above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. The Bible doesn't say guard your wealth, above all things. It doesn't say guard your influence or your success. It says guard your heart, because from it flows everything, your choices, the direction of your life, indeed destiny. Yet in this digital age, the heart is under constant pressure. Not always through anything that's obviously evil, but through unceasing distraction and subtle formation. Notifications are forever interrupting our thoughts. Endless streams of content compete for our attention. Opinions, fears, desires, ideologies flow towards us without pause. In the past, some things required deliberate choice. They now enter our lives uninvited and often unexamined. And so the question of this age is no longer simply, what do you choose to believe? That's no longer the question. The deeper question now is, what is shaping you without your awareness? How is your belief being shaped in subtle ways without your knowing it? Jesus warned. He says, take heed what you hear. Mark 4:24. Jesus said, take heed what you hear. What you hear determines how much or how well you know. In other words, you must hear with discernment and wisdom. Because again, as Jesus said in Luke 8:18, he says, therefore take heed how you hear. How you hear. For whoever has, to him more will be given, and whoever does not have, even what he seems to have, will be taken away from him. The hearer with discernment will grow in knowledge and wisdom. The careless hearer will lose everything, long and short. Faith comes by hearing, we are told, also in Scripture, but also fear, anxiety, and apprehension come by hearing, and worse, by seeing. And today we hear and see, and hearing all at the same time. And fear of this kind is usually inspired by subtle lies from the father of liars, the devil. Because it couldn't possibly come from God, for God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1:7. 2 Timothy 1:7. The young girl in that KGM case that we have talked about earlier proved with medical evidence that the platforms that she was engaged with did not just keep her scrolling. They pushed content that exploited her insecurities and encouraged comparison with her own imperfect body features. She was shown endless images of perfect bodies, beauty trends and luxury lifestyles, and viral exchanges that seemed exciting but were often harmful. The algorithms amplified this, constantly showing more of what she engaged with. Over time, this created a feedback loop, reinforcing very unrealistic standards. The result was low self-esteem, anxiety, depression, and compulsive use. So what feels like harmless scrolling is actually a system that's designed to capture attention, and in the case of vulnerable young people, can seriously damage mental health. But today, there are all sorts of influencers on these platforms. There are lifestyle influencers who display luxurious living and even influence pastors sometimes to start showing off clothing and cars. I've seen a few, I'm sure you've seen a few on Instagram. There's carefully curated hate content as well that can radicalize quickly and direct you to where to find like minds. We had cases of prominent Nigerians whose children joined Al-Qaeda and another joined ISIS. And some of the facts of all that are out there for us to see. They were radicalized on social media. But the greater danger, aside from all of these influencers of various kinds, the greater danger is the loss of the ability to be introspective, the loss of that ability to have time to even discern. Because beyond addiction and exposure to harmful content, social media also reshapes how our minds work. Constant notifications, endless scrolling, and algorithm-driven feeds train our brains to seek quick rewards. And this just makes it harder to focus, to think deeply, or to reflect quietly. Even meditation or prayer, which requires stillness and sustained attention, becomes sometimes difficult because the mind is conditioned to jump from one stimulus to the other. This digital age, the attention of our hearts and minds is under constant pressure. And what we give our attention to shapes what we become. A distracted mind cannot sustain a discerning spirit. When Elijah encountered God, and I'm sure some of us are familiar with the story, God was not in the earthquake, nor the fire. It was in the still, small voice. 1 Kings 19:11-12. 1 Kings 19:11-12. In the still, small voice. Yet our lives are filled with so much noise. How will we even hear any voice at all, let alone a still small voice. Jesus himself withdrew to quiet places to pray, and there's so many examples of when he withdrew just for prayer. He understood that clarity requires stillness. I found, and this is personal, that when I read my Bible from my work iPad, the iPad that I use for work, I'm just attracted to one news item after the other. I'm trying to read my Bible, but then there's just one news item. Oh, what's going on there? I look at that, I look at that, I look at that. Another notification, one other notification about something important. I'm trying to read my Bible, but there I'm going in all these different directions. I had to get a fresh, clean iPad for my Bible only in the end, because I realized that I was fooling myself. I was hardly able to read the Bible with any kind of concentration. But today, you know, my son, for instance, and my two daughters, they use their phones for their Bible. So I keep asking them, hey guys, this phone of yours, everything is on this phone. How can you read your Bible from this phone with all the notifications, everything coming in at the same time? I think that we need to teach new formulas for quiet times in this digital age. We simply have to find a way of doing this. And now, as we step into this emerging AI age, new questions are arising with AI. One of the ways by which we give God glory is in the expressions of our creativity. When we write excellent material, we compose music, we do great artwork. Now, artificial intelligence can do all of these things, even writing sermons. So these AI tools, especially the generative AI tools, are getting more intelligent by the minute. And many of us are turning to these tools for counsel in matters that we'll ask God about or seek counsel. Our first recourse is to ChatGPT or perhaps Claude or some other tool. So we must ask ourselves, what happens when our first response on matters of wisdom is a machine instead of the Spirit of God? AI can imitate insight, but it cannot pray. Well, I don't think it prays, but you never know. One thing is certain, it cannot receive from God. It cannot understand the depths of the human heart, and it cannot reveal God's will. So if we begin to depend on machines first, we risk weakening our connection to the true source of wisdom. And there are real dangers in this. We may begin to rely on technology instead of seeking God, even in times of struggle. We may start to believe that AI has authority simply because it sounds wise, and it really does sound wise many times, even though it cannot speak God's truth, and that's evident. None of these tools can speak the truth of God. And we may forget that while machines can create content, they cannot worship. They don't have a heart. Besides, we can even become emotionally dependent on them. Can become emotionally dependent on these machines. I'm sure some of us are familiar with the case of that young man, Sewell Setzer III, the 14-year-old who relied so much on a chatbot and asked on how to commit suicide. Asked the chatbot, how can I commit suicide? And the chatbot was his emotional recourse, his friend, and the chatbot advised him on how to commit suicide. And even said at some point, it is time to come home, is what the chatbot said. It's a case here, right here in the States. So how should we respond? We must seek God first. We must continue to pray and pursue his guidance before turning to any other tool. We should use technology and to support and enhance all the gifts that God has given us, but we cannot replace them. And we must teach the next generation, teach ourselves, that true wisdom comes from God, not from codes. The issue is that we must preach the true gospel of Jesus Christ. And so important that it is the true gospel of Jesus Christ that we're preaching, not a gospel of consumerism, or what is sometimes referred to as the prosperity gospel, a transactional gospel that focuses on giving and getting from God. This is the sort of gospel that is a willing victim of the manipulations of the digital age, quick transactional results. The true gospel is the wisdom of God. It is the power of God, as Scripture says, unto salvation for those who believe. But yet we can't ignore or avoid technology. There is no way. There is excellent stuff going on. We just saw Demaglow a moment ago. Excellent stuff that we can use technology for, useful stuff. And it's responsible for some of the most phenomenal developments in life, in livelihoods, the quality of life, our standard of living. We are living, for instance, now in the most advanced moment in human history. Your smartphone, which all of us have, now to the current smartphones, not some of what we're seeing in the next couple of years, has more computing power. In fact, by some accounts, 100 times more computing power than the Apollo 11. That's that first Apollo flight that took men to the moon in 1969. In other words, men got to the moon in 1969 with 100 times less computing power than you have in your phones today. So you can imagine just how advanced we are. And then just think, these are Temis 2 guys. No. That's just somewhere else, And we don't know what's going to happen next. Even a basic calculator app today exceeds Apollo 11's raw computing power. A simple calculator. Now, leaders, in my view, must confront the potentials as well as the dangers of the digital age with the wisdom of God. We must plan, we must prepare, we must anticipate. We're required to cast a vision. We're required to plan. We're required to think ahead. And this is leadership at all levels, whether it is leadership in church or leadership in our businesses. As a head, I used to be in a law firm. As you heard, I co-founded a law firm in Lagos. But I'm now retired from the law firm. And I was speaking to the new management of the law firm when they were explaining to me and showing me their new AI-driven tools for the work of the firm. They now have a ChatGPT interface that within minutes can sift through several legal databases and offer summarized opinions based on statute and case law. In other words, they can do the brief that I, the professor, spent hours and days trying to do. So this thing can just do the brief very quickly, much better than I could ever have done it. What used to take days of research can now be done in minutes. And the system can argue with you if you oppose its point of view. And the incredible thing about these systems is that they are actually capable of critical thinking, using data resources faster than the human mind. So it's clear that a lot of work that we used to hire lawyers for is now done much faster and more accurately by technology. And these systems don't get tired. They don't go on leave. They don't ask for extra pay, So, they're just convenient. And, they are becoming cheaper and cheaper, like mobile phones. They will soon become available everywhere. They'll soon be commodified, like mobile phones. So this means that many entry-level, and I'm talking about the legal profession, and even more senior jobs are going. Legal advice that we used to charge for, I remember years ago, and would write opinions on doing business in Nigeria and charge, healthy sums. Today, who's going to ask you that kind of, simply ask any one of these tools and they'll give you all of that detail. Those are no longer available. Even at home, parents have to show leadership and decide what controls to put in place, what counsel to offer. We now have judicial pronouncements that big tech has a strategy to addict us. And if you look at some of what we're seeing, I think it was Australia that recently banned the use of, I think, AI phones before the age of 16 or something. And you see the response, parents were so relieved. I was shocked. So parents didn't want to engage their children on these issues, you know. But when the law did it, when government did it, everybody said, yes, that's right, that's correct. Thought leaders, for instance, in university research policy, are dealing with the question, what do we do with ChatGPT? What do we do with Claude and all these generative AI tools? AI assistants are powered by large language models. What do we do? How do we examine for research, for degree purposes, when increasingly there are AI tools that are becoming impossible to decipher from what a human being would write? I remember a conversation I had with some professors in Stanford beginning of last year, where the issue was, so how do you supervise your PhD students now? And that was then. A year after, the field is crowded with even more sophisticated generative AI tools. So we have to ask ourselves, what are we going to do? I wonder sometimes how we're going to deal with the confusion between truth and fiction that AI can create. It's unbelievable what we see today. Today, there's an AI-generated video of me selling hypertension-controlled drugs. And there's another one where I'm advertising a platform for making quick money. There's an elderly man from Nasarawa State in Nigeria who called me and thanked me. He thanked me for taking the problem of hypertension so seriously that I advertise the drugs for hypertension. So I mean, you can imagine, you know, that sort of thing, that people believe these things. Even people who should know better believe them, because I mean, these things are as real as you can imagine. Telemedicine, and you can't, there's no way of discounting the great work that technology is doing, especially in our own part of the world. Telemedicine lets rural hospitals, for example, leapfrog traditional barriers, enabling doctors now to consult specialists. They can review scans and lab results, they can monitor patients remotely, and provide advanced care in real time. And these services, at some point, were not available even in major cities. Now they are possible in the most rural areas because of telemedicine. How about mobile money? Because of mobile telephony and mobile phone technology, millions in rural Africa, rural Nigeria, who could not be reached by banks, now have mobile bank accounts and can make or receive payments and even take and pay back loans. Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa, is the global leader today in mobile money systems. And some of us are familiar with M-Pesa, the Kenyan mobile money app. We have leapfrogged in financial inclusion. How about online commerce? Many small businesses, fashion, furniture, food, use online platforms like Instagram, TikTok to do their business. And we just heard of the 3 young people with their new product, their new app, the Demoglow. You don't need a physical store or shop when you can do stuff online. Many content creators are making money just using their talents online. Musicians, artists make tons of money from streaming services. This is great stuff. So there's no way of ignoring the great things that are going on, the great things that are going on in this digital age. Nigeria has become the dominant force in fintech in Africa. And between 2 recessions, from 2015 to 2020, we saw the emergence of 6 unicorns. These are tech or tech-enabled companies that are valued at over $1 billion each. All of these companies were founded by entrepreneurs under the age of 35 at the time when their companies were founded. And now, you know, they're big, you know, several billions, worth several billions. Today, there are as many as 500 different active tech hubs. These are good tech hubs all over Africa. How about the speed of research that you can do on your smartphone? Today you can access millions of research materials, hundreds of libraries just on a smartphone. How about church and evangelism? I remember a certain bishop in Ibadan who used to have this Holy Ghost meeting in Liberty Stadium, at Liberty Stadium in Ibadan. Liberty Stadium was 35,000 capacity, full cap. So every year he would host this thing. 35,000 people would gather. 2021, he couldn't because COVID and all that. Did everything he could to persuade the authorities. He called me, called everyone he could. Look, God will help us. Let's just hold this thing. We said, no, sir, you can't. There's no way you can hold this thing. So finally, young people persuaded him in his church to do this online. From his 35,000, 2.1 million people watched that his Holy Ghost night. How about the end times and technology? The Bible contains remarkable prophecies about the end times. And one striking theme is that all over the world, people will witness key events in real time. Revelations 1:7 tells us, it says, every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him, and all kindreds of the earth shall wail because of him. And this speaks of global visibility. Everyone's seeing what is happening. Today, technology is giving us a glimpse of this reality. So through satellites, live streaming, and social media, events anywhere on the planet can be broadcast instantly to billions of people. Even natural phenomena, political events, disasters, we are now witnessing them all in real time. Even the spread of knowledge is prophetic. Matthew 24:14 says that this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto the nations, and then shall the end come. Today, the internet, mobile phones, and AI translation enable messages and live events to reach virtually every corner of the globe instantly. In other words, technology is creating the infrastructure for global real-time engagement. And this is a phenomenon that closely mirrors the biblical vision of the end times. While the prophecies are spiritual and eternally meaning, the fact that humanity can now see, share, and respond to events in real time across the globe is unprecedented in history. So we're living in a world where the digital and the prophetic intersect, where a handful of platforms and networks can make the world simultaneously aware, connected, and engaged. So it's both a remarkable opportunity and it's a sobering responsibility for all of us. So what must we do? Technology, as life, offers the good and the bad. As the Bible says in Deuteronomy 30, verse 19, it says, I call heaven and earth to witness against you today, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. The choice of death is to do nothing, flow with the world, flow with everything that's going on. The choice of life is more intentional. It involves effort. We cannot be passive in the journey of our destinies. We must become aware. You cannot defend against what you don't understand. For example, recognize that what technology platforms that you use are curated, that they are filtered and designed, and that they're not neutral, and that often there's an agenda. Second, we must slow down. Not every message deserves a reaction. Not every headline deserves belief. We must seek truth intentionally. Test everything, as Scripture says. Hold fast to what is good. 1 Thessalonians 5:11. Test everything. Hold fast to only what is good. Scripture also says in 1 John 4, verse 1, it says, test every spirit. Beloved, don't believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God. Discern truth from deception. Invest in seeking truth. Very often, I get a lot of information from various people. Some of the most incredible things. The way people believe things these days is amazing. You just see some things, people just send you stuff that cannot be possible. But they believe them, and they believe that you should be informed about these things. We must examine our emotions. When something provokes anger or fear, we must ask why. We must seek a diversity of perspective, not to be confused, but to grow in discernment. We must reclaim our attention, because your attention is your power. What you give your attention to shapes your mind, and your mind shapes your life. Above all, we must anchor ourselves in the Word of God. The Word is the timeless, ageless wisdom of God. The battle for the future will not be fought in politics or economics. It will be fought in the human mind. And the greatest danger that we face is not that machines will begin to think like humans. No, it's not that machines will think like us, but that humans will stop thinking and stop discerning and stop guarding their hearts and then let the machines do the thinking for them. That's the danger we face. So guard your heart, guard your mind, protect your thoughts. Scripture says in Romans 12 verse 2, it says, and do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may prove what is that good, acceptable, and perfect will of God. Because in this digital age, the most important freedom is probably not freedom of expression. It is the freedom to think clearly, the freedom to discern truth, and to remain anchored in God. The wisdom of God supersedes all technology because he created all things. And the wisdom of God is that we must ground all things in him. We must be wise builders. Matthew 7:24-27. Matthew 7:24-27. It says, building on the rock, so that when the rain of deception descends, and the floods of fear come, and the winds of confusion beat on that house, it will not fall, for it was founded on the rock that is Jesus. Amen. 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 By the way, the digital age has become so confident of its influence in this world. So confident. Ted Turner, the founder of CNN, in 1980, said, this was at the launch of CNN, the first 24-hour cable news network. He said, and I quote, he said, we won't be signing off. He was talking about CNN. He said, we are not going to sign off until the world ends. And when the world ends, we will cover it live. And that will be our last broadcast. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pastor. Thank you. Thank you.
Praise God. Was that wonderful? I tell you, on behalf of me and the BIAZO planning committee, I don't think this day could have gone any better. Thank you so much, sir. So we have a fireside chat, but while they're setting up the tables, the stage, we want to give you the results of the case competition. And I tell you, myself and the planning committee, this has been incredible. We're going to first want to give thanks to the church for giving us the opportunity. We had, you saw a lot of the ads. We had 56 students form 18 teams, and we had to pick 3 teams today. We were calculating to the nearest decimal place yesterday to figure out the top 3. And you saw the quality of what those high school kids did. Are you not proud of them? I think our church, the future of our church is in safe hands. So I'm going to then ask my colleagues to now come and announce all the different winners, special categories, as well as the top 3.
Thank you, Brother Conley. So first, I wanted to say a huge thank you to our leader in the house, Pastor Lumide. Pastor Lumide months ago. Thank you, thank you. I need a bigger applause than that. Pastor Lumide, he gave us, Pastor Chinere was in there as well. They gave us a charge that this is the 25th anniversary of BIAZO. That we need to think differently. We need to empower our people. We need to go take it by force. So I know it's unpopular. We're not doing a gala, a ball this year. I'm sorry, people still are not entirely happy about it. But we are refocusing our attention. We need to be builders. So these kids, oh my goodness. We listened to their presentations, and admittedly, I've seen ninth graders perform better than professionals. They were more than amazing, and unfortunately, you only got to see an abridged version. I know you saw, Your Excellency, you only saw part of the last one team, but they blew our minds. They were beyond outstanding. So without further ado, we're going to announce them, and it's also important to talk about a theme here. I was talking to Brother Dapo earlier. Some of the notes you mentioned in your talk, sir. The challenges that kids are dealing with, the social pressures, the anxiety. So I don't know if the church fully understands this. We uncovered about Kunle, we saw some things that I don't think, as parents, we have younger kids, they were telling us things, they were solving problems that they don't talk to us about. So some of the things they were presenting to us, I think we need to hone in on it. We need to change the curriculum, what we're teaching our kids. So those are things that we're going to work on. So it was powerful. Our minds are still blown. So without further ado, I see the stage set already. We're going to go very quickly. It was hard to come to this consensus on the same, but so we did come up with a few things. First, we wanted to acknowledge the special prizes that we gave to some of the students, and kids be ready to come up. So let's call your names up. We want to acknowledge Rooted in Light, the team called Rooted in Light. Come on, very quickly. We need to do this very quickly. This is a special award that we gave to them. This was the best. They're being acknowledged for the best teamwork. So if you will come up real quick. They demonstrated great ingenuity. And if there's a photographer here, can you please quickly take some pictures with them? Okay, I want to be quick about this. I know you have FireSide Chat. And if I may, what I'm doing is, coaches, advisors that participated in this, if you can come up too, please. All right. The best demo, the team that worked with the best demo, you can leave this way. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. The best demo, connectivity, are you here? If you will, the audio-visual crew, can we put up some of the slides since they're working on the video without the audio, please? Congratulations, David. You were phenomenal. Where's your colleague? She's at school. All right, okay. His partner is, she's going to Wharton. She's starting at Wharton this summer. Next team, Judge's Choice Award. We really were impressed with this team. J-Nets, J-Gents. They had an incredible performance. Come up very quickly. We also had the college students perform. A college team. Launch Point, thank you. Launch Point. Come on, quickly. Congratulations, good work. And lastly, we wanted to acknowledge the special prize award to SFI. You guys were also phenomenal. Are they here? SFI? Come on, boys. All right, okay, now to the teams that, I don't have the list. Where's the list? All right, again, for the second runners-up, the third place team. Yeah, same thing. Okay. Can I see? Drum roll, please. And may we, I don't know if we can ask some of the special guests of honors, at least the winners, if it's okay. Pastor Olumide, Your Excellency, to join us, please. Thank you, sir. Huh? Let's go there. The stage? This is fine. The stage is just good. Here's good, yeah. Can I see the name, please? And the winner, Confidence Builders. Oh, Pasha, I'm so sorry. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right, this might be a little tough one. Again, the judges, thank you for the judges. I want to acknowledge some of the judges that helped us, Ken, ICAM, and others. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry, sir. All right, first time doing this. The second place winners, Demaglow. So the winner, so everyone acknowledges and realizes this is $3,000. So we were originally working with smaller checks, but Pastor Olumide said, no, we got to go bigger. All right. Again, thank you, everyone. Thank you, students. Caleb Crew. Again, I have to remind you people on the team in here. These are younger, ninth graders, high school students. They were phenomenal. Thank you for all your hard work. You guys were incredibly brilliant. Finally, we'd like to announce the winners. Interview Sense, $5,000. The winners of the 2025, 2026, 25th anniversary of the BIAZO case competition, Interview Sense. This way. Thank you.
We good? Just wrap it up. Continue what you're doing.
Isn't he coming back
Yeah,
to stage?
invite him.
Okay. His Excellency. Okay, sir. Okay, right. Do I sit down after him?
Yeah, once you get on stage, just invite him. Just
Okay.
start on the one next time, invite him. We'll walk him back on stage.
Okay. Praise God. Was that fun or what? We should do that more often. I also I want to thank all the teachers and ministers in charge of Caleb Crew. Really, thank you so much for the work you've done. So right now we're going to go to the fireside chat, and I have the honor of welcoming back His Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, to the stage for the fireside chat. Welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So I have the honor of running this today, and I remembered something. When I was in primary 5, sir, I wrote an essay where I had to interview the president or vice president of Nigeria. I wrote that essay, but it never happened. So 43 years later, I now have the opportunity to actually, so I'm going to go see if my English teacher that gave us that essay, I'll send the pictures that it didn't happen then, it has happened now. Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful, inspiring message. So we have a number of questions. And the first one is, the theme of this conference calls on leaders to build on the foundation of God's wisdom rather than shifting technological trends. During your time as Vice President, sir, of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, what biblical principles helped guide your most difficult leadership decisions?
Okay, thank you. And I'm glad to have made this dream come true, although I'm now a former. But let me say that at various times, you know, I was inspired by different scriptures. But I think the central thing for me as an individual was really the point that we are meant to be the salt of the earth and the light of the world. That for me has always been a very powerful, scripture. And I think the reason is that we have a commission. We're obliged just by who we are as believers. I recall, you know, there was an incident when I had just been appointed Attorney General in Lagos. I had become a Christian about 4 years before then. And I was really full of fervor, you know, and I was really excited about my faith. I recall that my very first meeting as Attorney General was in a small room with about 3 other people in Lagos State, in the Lagos State government offices at the time in Alausa. And in that small room, there was a gentleman who was smoking a pipe. And it was just incredible. I hadn't come across anyone who was smoking like that before. I mean, and that is not in recent years. But in this particular, it was a tiny room. The place was just filled up with smoke. I was smelling all over my body. So I said to the chap, he was one of the advisors, why don't you just stop? You know, look, pastor, just leave this. Look, let live and let live now, Anyway, eventually, I was very, very upset. As I walked out of the place, I was saying to myself, I was pastoring a church at the time. I was pastoring Jesus Center. And I was saying to myself, look, what if I just walk past one of the members of my church and they say, pastor, do you also, Yeah, I was really quite upset. And then God laid it upon my heart at that point that, look, you are meant to be salt. There's no way salt can be outside of stew. You have to be in there to make any kind of difference. So, but get used to this discomfort, And for me, it was so powerful because from then on, I realized that, look, my business was to be engaged. My business was to be involved. I couldn't hope to transform or change anything if I didn't get involved. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Next question. In your public leadership, especially at the national level, leaders face pressures from all kinds of directions. How can leaders remain grounded in faith and spiritual wisdom while navigating the fast-moving economic and political environment of today?
I think the reality is that, the true gospel is so important because I think the reason why we sometimes find ourselves unable to retain our focus is because of some of the versions and variations of the gospel that we hear. Because the true gospel is meant to make us steadfast, it's meant to make us solid, and it is also meant to help us to actually navigate the space. Many times, those of us who are in public office or who are engaged in politics, people say to us that, you are the Esther of this time. You are there for a time such as this. And that's a very frequently said thing. One of the issues that I came across very frequently was Christians and Christian leaders who wanted favors of various kinds. For example, there was a case where, this was when I was Attorney General, when a lady who was the daughter of a retired bishop in Ibadan had beaten her house help to death. Now, as Attorney General, of course, it was my duty to prosecute, which I did. I signed off on the prosecution. I signed off on the prosecution about 7 p.m. in a particular evening, and I was on my way home. Before I got home, I got 3 different calls from very senior people in the faith who were saying, you can't do this. Information had already leaked to them. And they were saying, you cannot do this. How can you can't prosecute this lady. She's the daughter of one of us. A senior, very senior, you can't. In fact, a reason why I recall this so often is that the last person who spoke to me, a bishop himself, said, look, you are there for a time such as this. You are the Esther of our time. Yes, that's why you are there. Precisely to bend the rules if necessary. So I think that, one of the key things is to be fully aware of the position that one is in as a Christian, as a believer first and foremost. Very frequently you find that, people expect you to do all sorts of things. I mean, as a believer in office in a country that's multi-religious, you have to be fair to everybody. You have to be fair to those who believe in God and those who don't. You have to be fair to Muslims and Christians alike. You can't pick and choose. You can't say, because I'm a Christian or a pastor or whatever it is, I'm going to favor the Christian population. You can't. So I think that by and large, it comes down to a full understanding of the gospel and our responsibility as believers.
Amen. Thank you for that example, sir. Yeah. So based on our conference theme, Build to Last, what advice would you give young leaders, entrepreneurs, students, some of which who just participated in our competition, who want to build careers and organizations that honor God while also embracing innovation, growth, and fast-paced technological innovation?
I think the point for me is that, and I think after living on this earth for a few years, one critical point is that no matter what it is, no matter how fancy it sounds, no matter how great it sounds, no matter how sophisticated it sounds, at the end of the day, God is almighty. There is nothing that escapes his attention. There's nothing he doesn't know. There's nothing he will not know. There's nothing you can say or do that he hasn't already preconceived or seen. So I think it's very important for us to understand that those of us who are believers carry perhaps the most powerful force that anyone can carry, and that is Jesus Christ in us. As Scripture says that power in us is greater than anything in the world. And I think it's important, and it keeps us, from wavering and from thinking that we're doing something that is, that perhaps has never been seen before. It's important for us to always recognize that the foundation of all things is Christ. And no matter how big this may seem, Christ has it, has our back on it, understands it, and we can always go back in prayer. And we can always go back and with an understanding that this is the creator of the heavens and the earth. So for me, I think the important thing is to be well grounded in our belief, knowing the power that we have as children of God. And for me, after a while, you think you've seen it quite a bit, but there are all sorts of strange things happening. But I think that what keeps me personally grounded is in knowledge that the one who is the creator of all things, who knows all things, is on my side. As a matter of fact, lives in me. Yes.
Amen. Thank you so much, sir. Looking back at your years of leadership and service, sir, what does it mean to you to personally be a wise builder? And what kind of legacy should leaders seek to live in a world increasingly shaped by digital transformation?
Well, I think, as I pointed out in the course of the remarks, the keynote remarks, the important thing is to bear in mind that Christ is that rock upon which we must build. As the scripture says, if you build on that rock, whatever may come, whether it be wind or floods, whatever may come, you will be steadfast and you will stand. And I think that in this world, what frequently causes us to stumble is that we're not firmly attached to the foundations. Our foundations are not firm and attached. If our foundations are firm, and which is really I believe that for those who are Christians, and I'm always envious of young people who happen to know the Lord Jesus in their youth. That's a fantastic, it's just the sort of thing that you cannot know the value unless you have been elsewhere. But I think the important thing is to recognize that Christ is the root of all things, is the foundation of all things. And whatever it is we are going to build, whatever legacies we are going to build, the only legacies that will not be destroyed, that will not decay or deteriorate, is the legacy that's built on this solid foundation of Christ. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Many leaders today face crises fueled by misinformation. You talked about that during your speech. Social media, rapid digital change. During moments of national pressure, how did faith and spiritual wisdom help you lead with clarity and courage?
I think that just for everyone, no matter whether you are taking an important national decision or it's not such an important decision, whatever decision you're taking, we must enable ourselves to be guided by faith. And I must confess that very frequently, I have to remind myself, that wait 1 minute, take this thing to God, because sometimes you are reacting by reflex to situations, no matter how significant or insignificant those situations may be. So I think that one has to constantly remind oneself that, hey, look, this thing can be taken to God. I recall a particular situation when the president of Gambia was he had won the election, he had lost the election, the president then had lost the election, and West African leaders were saying that he should leave since he had lost the election. He had initially considered, he said, yeah, I agree. And then a week after, he said, no, I'm not going anymore. So the West African leaders gathered and went to talk to him. I refused. He said, no, he wasn't going. The president, my own president at the time, President Buhari, was the one who went to speak to him. But he fell ill immediately after that meeting with him. So I had to take over, and I was acting president. You know, question was, how do we get this guy out of the place, you know, without creating chaos, you know? And I recall that I really had to pray about it and ask God, what should I do? What's the next thing to do? You know, eventually, you know, this fellow said he wasn't going. It was going to become chaotic. The only way to get him out would have been by military force, which were very reluctant to use because it sets a precedent that you may not be able to repeat in other countries. Now, this is a very small country, Gambia, very small, you know. I asked, how many soldiers do you have? He had 1,500 troops. And he was resisting those of us who had thousands of troops. Anyway, in the end, we decided that we'll fly our Air Force planes over at low levels, over his house, over where he lived. So we flew it over a few times. Then he called and said, I want to go out, I want to go. I want to go now. I think it's time to go.
When he looked up, he knew that was not AI. Those were real planes.
I think it concentrated his mind. You know. I decided that it was time to go. So I mean, there are times when, I mean, the decision wasn't taken by me alone. Of course, there's a concept of security people, all sorts of people. But you as an individual, as a believer, must place first a call to the one who knows all things before you take decisions. Yes.
Amen. That's a good example. And the final round of applause, please. And the final question, sir. Many young people in this audience are growing up in a world shaped by technology, AI, and constant digital influence as one of the cornerstones of your message. If you could give them one principle for becoming wise builders in this era, what would it be, sir?
Well, I think, again, the same things that I've said, you know, no matter what it is, no matter how big the idea may be, no matter how groundbreaking, no matter how, you know, impactful it will be, it must be built on the rock that is Christ. We have a unique advantage. Every one of us who is a believer, we're uniquely placed, you know, because we're building on the wisdom of God. There's nothing more impactful or profound than that. So I think that we must just constantly remind ourselves that we have an advantage that no other person has or no other group of people have. And we should take that advantage and use that advantage. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. I wanted to also point out that, you know, one of the things that struck us, one of the young people who built their business yesterday, the name of their business was called Rooted in Light, and they actually linked it to a scripture. So please join me in giving a round of applause to His Excellency for a fantastic conversation. Thank you so much, sir.
Just let them to enjoy whatever video right now. So just go off.
Okay.
What's up, everybody? My name's Tosin Fakile. I am an Emmy award-winning television reporter and a television news anchor. My first BIAZO, I'm going to be honest, I don't really remember because I joined Jesus House in, I believe, 2007, 2008. It's been a while, but even though I can't remember my first BIAZO, I remember the very first BIAZO I experienced was kind of like, this is huge. This is kind of like life impacting. Before coming to Jesus House, before coming to attending my first BIAZO, I really thought I was going to be something entirely else. I thought I wanted to go down a finance path. And I came to Jesus House, and it really altered my entire life. Jesus House is where I found my calling, my passion as a broadcaster, as a TV news anchor, reporter.
The U.S.-Israel attack on Iran triggered retaliatory strikes on multiple countries in that region.
Without BIAZO, without Jesus House, I don't think I would have found that calling. I also don't think I would have had the community that really rallied behind me, almost pushed me into really going after this calling. I don't remember which BIAZO, but I remember Dr. Mensa Otabil, and he was preaching about the 7 kingdoms that the devil or the enemy is really trying to take a hold of, and one of it was media.
We need a new generation of Christians who penetrate the entertainment industry, the media industry, to become producers of news programs, anchors of news programs, script writers.
He was like, media is one of the places the enemy tries to take hold of, and we need Christians to basically infiltrate the media. And while you're there, he said something funny like, just throw the name of Jesus around, or something funny like that.
And sneaking in the name of Jesus, just sneak it in. Just sneak it in, just sneak it in.
At that point in my life was when I had just started doing GNN a lot, and I was really loving it, and people were telling me to really, try doing journalism. And I was sitting around my friends, my community here at church, and everyone kind of looked at me like, he's talking about you, right? Like, this is your sign, like you really need to go after this. And that really changed things for me, because a lot of times when I think back about this calling, like where I am, I remember that sermon, and it puts things in perspective for me, because even, I have to be honest with you, being in media, being in journalism, it's really not the easiest thing. It's a really tough industry, but at the moments where I feel like I want to quit, I'm reminded, you're called to this. You can't quit. And I remember Mensa Otabil's words, and I'm like, I have to be here. And every once in a while, if you ask my TV friends, I really throw Jesus in the mix every now and then. And if you meet some of my TV friends, they'll tell you, Tosin encouraged my faith, or Tosin don't play about her Jesus now. So it's those things that really wow, it really changed my life. And doing GNN during BIAZO, it really, we do things one way, right? But during BIAZO, because there's just so much excellence and so much, Pastor Gandhi, the church, it just pushes you to be better than where you think you are. And then being an anchor for GNN, it really, during BIAZO, made me want to think about, how do I tell the story differently? How do I present the story differently? How do I make it fun? Until this very day, I take that to work every day. When I'm out and about, whether it's covering Congress or the White House or just talking to everyday people on the streets of DC, and I have to present that story during the newscast, I'm always thinking, how do I tell that story differently? And that thought process started with the Good News Network. And honestly, BIAZO really helped my faith. Back when BIAZO first started, at least when I joined, it was a month-long conference. Imagine just hearing God's word or being in God's presence every day for a whole month. God speaks a word. It's one word. And you kind of carry it with you all the time. And BIAZO really helped my faith. This community that this church, that this conference gave me has been there for me. I've been all over the country, or been to several states in the country because of work. And sometimes it's very lonely. Without the community that BIAZO and Jesus House is giving me, I think it would have changed how I walk in what God has called me to be. So for that, I am forever grateful. Come to BIAZO. Whether you feel like it, whether you don't feel like it, do it. Because BIAZO it's all encompassing. You get a feel of your faith. You get community. You get ideas, like your mind, it starts to churn, whether it's from talking to people or from just being in God's presence. Do it. It will change your life. I'm not saying it might not change your life as grand as it did mine or as big as it did mine, but it will change your life. It'll start something, and I promise you, you will trail it back to this church and BIAZO.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Okay, so we're going to continue in our programming for today. If you can please settle down. If you're standing and talking, thank you. So our next panel conversation is on career growth and leadership advancement for women, but I will emphasize, it's not just for women, okay? It's not just for women, so please pay attention. We have a great panel lined up for you. I'd like to call on Sister Tutu Aladesuru to introduce the panel. Please give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please encourage me. Thank you. Thank you. You know, it's hard to follow the last act. Anyway, my name is Tutu Aladesuru, and it's such a pleasure to be here. I want to thank the BIAZO committee, and I want to thank the leadership and Pastor Shea for this opportunity. So this panel is focused on career growth, leadership advancement for women, but please, men, don't leave. You'll benefit from this as well. We have a very rich panel of highly accomplished women, and the objective today is to drive practical experience, and they will be sharing insights that will move everyone here to the next level in their career. They'll share, they'll be very practical, and they'll give us strategies that have worked for them. They will share with us things to avoid, mistakes they made, and positive things that move them to the next level. So without much ado, I'm going to read their bios, introduce them, and they'll come up. So the first person is our own dear Pastor Tolu Peters. Thank you. Ms. Peters is an experienced executive and leadership advisor with over 30 years of global experience across human resources, talent management, operations, and capacity development. She has held key and impactful roles, including at the International Monetary Fund, IMF, International Finance Corporation, IFC, Fidelity Bank, and PricewaterhouseCoopers, where she led strategic initiatives in talent, leadership development, and organizational effectiveness. She's the CEO and lead executive coach of Always Green LLC, a Washington, D.C.-based leadership firm, where she advises senior leaders and organizations on navigating change, strengthening leadership capability, and driving sustainable performance. By the way, she founded this company after she retired at the IMF. So please join me in welcoming Pastor Tolu Peters. Thank you. Our next panelist is Mrs. Yemi Okoje. Yemi Okoje is a global strategy and transformation executive with over 2 decades of experience leading enterprise-wide growth, strategic repositioning, and large-scale operational transformation across Africa, the United Kingdom, and the United States. She's currently Executive Director at Hill House Advisory, a strategy and finance advisory firm focused on catalyzing cross-border investment and enabling sustainable growth between the United States and Africa. Fun fact about Ms. Yemi Okoje is she had a first class in engineering in the UK. Please welcome Mrs. Yemi Okoje. Thank you. And I'm also going to, our third guest is Mrs. Feyi Boroface. Feyi Boroface is she's the operations manager for the World Bank South Africa Country Management Unit in the Eastern and Southern Africa region, based in Pretoria, South Africa, covering Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Namibia, and South Africa. Short form, she's the #2 World Bank representative in South Africa. Yes. She's responsible for engaging in policy dialogue with the government, managing the portfolio, and managing the World Bank country office. Previously, she was the World Bank resident representative for the Gambia, meaning she was the #1. She was the, in the Gambia. She joined the World Bank in 2010 and has led projects in Africa, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia. She was also a senior private sector specialist at the World Bank and served as the focal point for the finance competitiveness and innovation global practice. Before joining the World Bank, Feyi spent a decade in the private sector working in multinational corporations, including Ernst & Young and ExxonMobil, where she worked in the company's headquarters in Texas and Virginia on mergers and acquisitions. She also has experience as an entrepreneur with multinational clients, including Accenture, Pricewaterhouse, Citibank, and ING. Feyi holds an MBA from Harvard Business School, and she's also a certified public accountant. Some fun facts about Feyi. By the way, she was in this church before she moved, and we also the former vice president of Nigeria here. While he was still vice president, Feyi supported the Enabling Business Environment Secretariat at the national and sub-national levels, an initiative headed by the former vice president of Nigeria. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Feyi Boroface. Another fun fact, she's my very good friend. Thank you. The next panelist is Mrs. Laide Majekodunmi. Laide Majekodunmi is a public sector engagement leader whose career spans over a decade at the intersection of technology, strategy, and business. She's a Deloitte alum and now at AWS. Laide leads projects and initiatives that drive cloud adoption, expanding government organizations' capacity to serve, innovate, and lead. Laide is a passionate advocate for the future of work. She believes that navigating change, especially with the rapid rise of AI, requires more than technical skill. It requires business acumen, value-led action, and intentional leadership. She has championed AI literacy by bridging AI experts, technology teams, and senior executives to drive process improvement and technology in everyday business practice. Laide mentors the next generation of professionals. She's very big on mentoring. She invests deeply in helping others find their footing in an industry that is evolving faster than ever. Please, my children are looking for internships. Laide is a project management professional, certified Scrum Master, and AWS All Builders Welcome Grant recipient. Please join me in welcoming Laide Majekodunmi. Thank you. Last but not least, we have Ms. Edith Umole. Edith Umole serves as the Global Head of Talent and Career Development at the World Bank Group, providing strategic direction for the design and implementation of talent management solutions to support employee and leadership development, retention, and mobilization. With over 20 years of experience in human resources, including talent management, compensation and benefits, business partnering, career development, and change management. She has worked with prominent multinational organizations and consulting firms, including Shell and Mercer. Recognized for her creativity, collaboration, business acumen, and pragmatic approach to solution design, Edith delivers strategies that enhance organizational performance. She is passionate about advancing the human resources functions role within organizations and actively supports the empowerment of girls and women, fostering their leadership potential through mentoring, sponsorship, and coaching. Please welcome Ms. Edith Umole. And Ms. Edith is a highly sought after speaker all around. Thank you for joining us today. So today, our focus is on real career growth and leadership advancement. So we're going to dive deep for you all to give us practical and actionable steps. I'm going to start with what shaped your career trajectory. And I'm going to ask Pastor Tolu, when did you realize you needed to operate differently to be taken seriously at a higher level?
Thank you, Tutu, and thank you, everyone. I did realize that it was important for me to differentiate myself, and the opportunity came when I stopped, well, not stopped, but when I moved from just executing to creating. With what the first speaker said this morning, Ken, the coach, he talked about how do we move from personal brand, visioning and goals to execution. Well, for me, it was when I moved from execution to creating, basically meaning that not just about doing what you're given very well, but it's also about being able to create and being able to develop programs from scratch to delivery. And I think that was when I know that my work shifted and the perception of me also shifted, because I was now providing solutions and not just executing what was existing.
Thank you. Faye, I know this is probably not one of the questions, but you have an interesting career move. You've been bold in your career. You were in DC, and then from DC you decided to go work in Nigeria. And at the time, I thought this girl was crazy. But the trajectory of your career has changed since that move. And I just want you to share, what were the bold steps that, transported you to the leadership roles you've led in the last couple of years?
Yes, as I was preparing for this, I was thinking about really the decisions that I've made in my career. And for sure, one of the boldest ones was deciding to move to Nigeria. It was actually precipitated by my husband. It was something we had dreamed about for a long time. We wanted to take our kids home. Actually, we didn't plan to be in the US as long as we ended up. And when he turned 40, he just decided we are moving. And I was like, okay, I will only move. I will know that God is with me on this, with us on this, if I am able to get transferred to Nigeria. And I didn't want to quit my job. And as God will have it, I was able to facilitate a telecommuting position. Now, when I got to Nigeria, it wasn't entirely that straightforward. And in fact, somebody told me that that was a career-limiting move. And I said in my heart, God forbid. But what it ended up doing was really exposing me to the client. Of course, I was working with governments, but I had really had, I would say, a more cursory relationship because I would fly in, fly out, but actually really living in the field. So I work in the World Bank where we work with developing countries, and really getting to understand how government functions then set me up for the next step in my career, which was also another bold move. So before that, I had worked on the technical stream, worked on, as Tutu said, business environment agenda, supporting entrepreneurs and the private sector more generally. And then I decided to take another bold risk and try out for a country management role, which was now going more strategic as opposed to technical. And even then, my boss at the time said I was crazy. What are you doing? Going from huge Nigeria to tiny Gambia, which, as Honorable said, is a small country of 2.5 million people. But it was a risk that paid off because it set me up for management and really got me in front of leadership. And I was able to then leverage that to accelerate. So I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thank you. And she's being modest when she says leadership, because the president of Gambia had her on speed dial. So based on the risk you took, how would you, what would you advise women today or people in the audience that are, maybe stuck or trying to make the next move in their career?
I think at the end of the day, you just have to believe that the Spirit of God is in you, and where God is leading you is where you're supposed to go, regardless of how it looks. Because the areas where I've had the most payoff have been the ones that have had, the most lack of clarity, but just going with God. And that's what I have done my entire career. And at the end of the day, like Prof said, you have to just believe in the fact that, God is with you, God exists, and He's a rewarder of those who diligently seek Him. And you have to spend the time seeking God's face. Really, there's so much distraction. Actually, I don't do what Prof does. I actually need a physical Bible, because if I am using my phone, I will get distracted. And really prioritizing that quiet time to hear what is God saying. And you will hear from God if you seek Him. You will hear.
Thank you. Laide, yes, what was the single decision that most accelerated your career, and why was it difficult?
Okay, thank you, Sister Tutu. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here. I would tag on to what Sister Faye has said, pivoting, right? Pivoting is something, I consider myself a change agent. Whether in the beginning I admitted it or not, it follows me everywhere that I go. I heard a panelist say earlier today that change is constant, and so one thing that's constant. And so once you get comfortable with change and you get comfortable being uncomfortable, things start to move. Well, I'll also tag along to what Sister Faye, once you diligently seek God about the change you're supposed to make, it is difficult in the beginning still because you might wrestle with what that decision is. But I would say that it was the confidence, questioning myself. After making the change, am I really supposed to be here? People know each other. They've been working together for such a long time. My experience, I've pivoted from healthcare to business development to consulting in Big Four to now in tech, right? But everything that I've done, right, his word says, I knew you in the womb before I formed you, right? I knew you, I set you apart. So it's seeking him diligently to figure out, well, what other gifts do I have? I also heard a panelist earlier today say that you have many talents. God is giving you many talents. So the difficult part is wrestling with self, right? And sometimes it's wrestling with where God wants you to be, right? If we're going to be honest, I wrestled. But I will tell you this, when he does push you and you do seek him and you're filling yourself with the confidence affirmations, I will say, whether they're scriptures, whether they're just people who are going to edify you and build you up, it becomes less difficult. But that was very difficult because I questioned the rooms I was in and whether I was supposed to be in them. But it turns out I turned out okay.
Thank you. All right, Pastor.
So I just wanted to add to that, to say that one thing we have to realize is that we have a lot of transferable skills in us. Because we think that because we started as, well, I don't know, like for me, for instance, I started in HR. Somewhere along the line, I decided to take an operations manager's job at the Institute for Capacity Development, which had nothing to do with HR. But what's important is, what are the skills and the knowledge and behaviors required for that job? And where have you had those behaviors or experience or skills, similar ones, that show that you are a good match for that job? So we shouldn't always think that we have to stay in either the course we studied or the work that we've been used to or getting experience from it. We should also know that we can actually venture out into areas that speak probably even more to the skills, experience, and your passion.
Thank you. Laide, no, I'm sorry, not Laide, Yemi, I'm so sorry. I mean, when we had our first chat, you mentioned, you have an engineering background, you had a first class, and I think at the time, you were like it hadn't been done at the time. And so, did you have things that you felt were limiting to you? Can you share your experience, like over the course of your career, and how you confronted, those self-doubts and limitations?
Thank you very much for that question, and thank you for inviting me for this. This is my first BIAZO, so I'm quite excited to share my experience. I think for me, being that I studied engineering in the UK, so I was super minority in my class. So I was used to being in rooms where I was different. So from a very young age, I was I think there were only 2 black people in my class. There were about maybe 10 women, and in a class of over 100. So I was obviously the only black female in my class. And at that point, I'd been a Christian for a long time, and I had that grounding that this is what God wants you to do, and you should always be, like Prof said, the light of the world, salt of the earth. So I wouldn't listen to those voices, right, that would say you can't do it, because people will, tell you to your face that you can't get it first, you can't excel. But overcoming that experience at a young age helped me realize that no, you can do it afraid. Even if you don't feel like you have everything it takes to excel, to do those things, you can pull from the well of the Holy Spirit on the inside of you, and you can excel and do things differently. So I think I had that grounding to be able to just realize that when you get to a new situation, for example, when you're offered a new position in your company, There's a stretch role, it's something that's different. For me, I would immediately just say in my mind, no, I can't do it. But I've learned to take a step back and say, let me think about it. And I go and do the analysis and think through it and psych myself up basically to get myself ready for that role. Because at the end of the day, it's our natural instinct that when you face something new and scary, it triggers the fight or flight mode. And if it's something you're not used to, your automatic instinct is to run, right? So because you want to run, you have to now remind yourself that, no, I'm running because I'm not used to this situation. But confidence doesn't come before you master something. So you need to realize to yourself that you're not going to be confident doing something new. So forget the fact that you're not confident. You will not be confident. But remind yourself that if you go and try and continue at it, you will master it, then become confident. So it's okay if at the beginning of a new role, you're feeling a bit shaky and you don't get it. Just do it afraid anyway.
I like that, do it afraid. And the difference between you and I is at least you would say you want to think about it. Me, on the other hand, I'll tell them, oh yes, I'll do it. And then I'll go back home and tell God, like, I've said yes. All right. So Edith, I know in your career, you talk to employees and, so you have a lot of experience. So for people in this room, women in particular, that say they suffer from imposter syndrome and all those self-limiting beliefs, how would you advise that, we overcome all of these self-limiting beliefs, and what do we need to stop doing and start doing?
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's really such a great pleasure to be here and to share the stage with some of my sisters. I'm the queen of imposter syndrome. I never think I am good enough to be in all the places that I have been. And if anyone tells you, and I think it's something that is very common to women, but not just women, the first thing I think about all the jobs I've ever had, I've always thought about, really, I don't think I can do this. So when I got my current role, the first thing I said to someone, to Pastor Tolu, now they will know I'm a fraud, because I don't think I can do this job. The visibility across the organization and the kind of solutions they want me to bring to the organization. I've done it before, but I've done it at different scales, but now I need to do it quicker. So that was the first thing I thought about. But we all know the scripture, we talk about it. God does not call the qualified. And to the point my sister was making earlier, the first point is learning comes from being uncomfortable. And that, I say learning comes from the edge of being uncomfortable. And the first thing we need to tell ourselves, particularly as women, in dealing with imposter syndrome, first, surround yourselves with people who believe in you more than you believe in yourself. They need to be your board of directors. And those people, you talk to them regularly when you face that feeling that I'm not good enough, I don't think I can do this, or I don't think I have the experience. That's number one. Number two is you spend more time learning about that area. And I told myself very early in my career, I am going to be a thought leader in this area, and everything that has to do with the particular area of specialization, I would know what it is. I will send research out. I made up my mind that I wanted to be known for a particular area, and I went for it, and I'm continuously learning. So when you come at it from, I don't have all the answers, and I want to learn, it also helps dispel that. So the second thing is be in a continuous learning mode. And number three, have yourself a strong network of people who can sponsor you in your organization. And sponsorship means that sometimes people will recognize your skills, But other times you will take a leap and say, you know, if you see some female leader, for the ladies or even for the men in the room, if you see someone you really admire and you want to emulate, also reach out to them to say, I would love for you to mentor or sponsor me. Because what that gives you is you also start to hear from very senior people that they also have the imposter syndrome. So when I got into this role, there was a female leader in the organization at that time that she very articulate, she always comes prepared. So I reached out to her to say, you know, I really admire how you show up. Would you coach and mentor me and be my sponsor? And she said to me, I have so many people I'm mentoring. I said to her, I don't need much of your time. Maybe once every quarter we can have coffee or lunch. And I learned so much from the conversations with her because she had this quiet leadership. And I always thought she was put together. And she told me, most times I have to, you know, pray that the Holy Spirit leads me as I go into conversations. And the Lord shows me the type of things that will happen. And so it comes back to the thing that Faye said, and I think everyone is saying, we need to ground ourselves to hear from God, and He will give us beyond what we need to supersede and go through the imposter syndrome, which for me, I think is a lie from the devil. He always makes us feel we are less than, or, oh my gosh, these shoes are too big for you to fill. And we women, we think about that. How many of us here would look at a job description and until we see we can do all of it, we don't apply? Yes. But you have to think about it from, this is a stretch opportunity. It is only in the stretch that you grow.
Thank you. And the difference with men, if a man can qualifies for just 2 bullet points of the job description, he applies. And many times they get the job. So women, but just to, still sitting on that sponsorship topic, I know you gave an example of how you approached someone to mentor you. How can women here, and maybe men as well, identify sponsors in their organizations? When they feel they are ready, well, most times, many women don't even feel they are ready, even when they are overqualified for their current position. So how can they identify sponsors? Many people, can find mentors within and outside their organizations, but sponsors to speak for them in rooms where they are not in.
I've talked about, seeking out. But I also say, when I'm coaching or mentoring women, sponsors also find you. So there's also the piece around the diligence that you bring to the work that you do. You would find people who would also say, I want to sponsor your career, or I want to be your sponsor. But they can also be your sponsor for a period of time. So there's a difference between sponsors are people who will advocate for you. They put their reputation on the line for you. And for someone to put their reputation on the line for you, it means that you're showing up consistently, you're leading with integrity, you're taking on the toughest things, you're a problem solver, and you're not contributing to the problem. So they will seek you out. And you can also seek them out. And in most organizations these days, they're having sponsorship programs for either a certain group of minorities in the organization. So also seek those out. But beyond sponsorship, I would say have a board of directors and think about yourself as a company and have board of directors of people that you reach out to that would mentor and coach you, and that would also speak the truth to you, because a lot of times we also don't want to hear the truth around where we can do better. So those are some of the things I would say. Sponsorship doesn't come easy because someone is taking their reputation on you. But one last point I will make is, as women in the room, we also need to sponsor others. Because when I think about where I've gotten to, and I've not arrived at my destination yet, but where I've gotten to, I've had people who have mentored and sponsored me. So it's also imperative upon us to also start to build, others that we can coach, we can mentor, and also sponsor them within our organization. So when we lift each other up, actually, we do better in organizations. So I always say more representation so that we can actually truly thrive.
Thank you. I know Faye wanted to add something.
So I wanted to say one thing as well. First, on the previous topic, please fake it till you make it. Nobody, the higher I go, the more I know. Nobody has it all together. You are qualified. If in your company somebody asks you to apply for something, or even if your friend, I have somebody in the room, I asked to apply for something, and she's like, no, I don't qualify. And I was like, yes, you do. If somebody asks you to apply for something, apply. If somebody in your job asks you to do something, do it. And I wanted to say something about what Edith said. I think it's easier to have mentors, and you need mentors, but you need to earn sponsors, because sponsors will not sponsor you if they're not convinced that you're worth sponsoring. The easiest people to change into your sponsors, and that has been the case in my career, has been my bosses. The people who have worked with me, when they go on to other things, they want to take me along with them. They tell people that I'm a great worker. So you need to excel in the work that you're doing, and you also need to understand how your organization works and know who are the people who sponsor. Because there's some people that no matter how high they go, they're not taking anybody with them. So you don't want to hook your train to that wagon. You want the people who, are advocates, who advocate for junior ones. And also, as Edith said, you want to be also an advocate for others. And you want to develop a reputation as somebody who looks out for those behind. And I think as those of us that are of African descent, you qualify. Forget, if you're in the room, you qualify, or else you won't even make it to the room in the first place. So take full advantage of the rooms that you're in. So just want to make sure that I point that out. I think everybody in this room is qualified.
Thank you. And I remember years ago, Faye made all of us, her circle of friends, she made us read a book. Nice Girls Don't Get the Corner Office, right? She made us read it. So, please get the book if you haven't read it. Lydia, I know you wanted to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to that because I think what everybody said was sound. As far as a strategy, I've applied and maybe this is me going on social media, but before I join an organization or when I join an organization, LinkedIn is a really excellent tool. If you're not following the leaders within your organization, how do you know who's really in their corner, right? And so that gives you a little bit more insight of who you need to have a coffee chat with, because sometimes having those coffee chats with the people that are closer to them, maybe you don't have access to them, but if you have access to someone who can speak on your behalf to them, now you mentioned that, Edith mentioned, people will find you, sponsors will find you. Well, someone has been buzzing in their ear that you're excellent, so now all of a sudden they see or hear your name in a room, and they're like, I've heard that name before, I've heard Lydia before. Yes, this person has spoken about you, right? And so I think advocates can drive your sponsorship when you're in a large organization, and it's a way to be strategic about it. I think it should be natural, right? And it does happen when it's supposed to, but you can also be strategic in a way where you navigate just knowing the people. And you can also figure out too, in the coffee chat, do I want to be associated with this individual, right? They're putting their reputation on the line, but you need to know what their reputation is as well, right? You don't want to go in blindly just seeking a position that maybe is not for you or a circle that you're not supposed to be in.
Thank you. I'll move to Pastor Tolu. What is the biggest mistake women make when asking for a promotion or a raise?
Well, thank you. That's a really, really important question, because many times women do not ask for raise. They expect to be invited or told that they're being promoted. So I think the first thing I would say is ask. The other thing I would say is that it's very important that we don't measure our performance by effort, but by the impact that we're making within the organization. We have to be clear that, you know, it's not about, I've worked so hard. And many times women fall into that trap where they think that working really, really hard, that makes them visible. But the real question that you have to ask yourself is, am I visible where it matters the most? Are you visible where it matters the most? That is really important. Are you on the table when important discussions about the organization, about, you know, the direction that they're going, are you there, you know, and how can you be in that space? How can you be in that room? Many times we don't even study the organizations we work in. We stay within our specific area, and we think that if we know from A to Z in that particular area, that's enough. You have to know about what's the direction, what's the vision of the organization, what's the direction that it's going, where is it that you can actually join committees, volunteer your time into areas that are aligned with the organization's priorities. These are things that will bring you out, make you even more visible, and help you, because it's not about effort, it's about impact. And I think that's what we always need to know. And then with regards to the whole imposter syndrome, you know, there's so many things that get in the way of us being a bit more assertive, talking in the room. Sometimes I find that as women, sometimes we are in very important meetings. You do not need permission to be heard. You need to let your voice be heard. You need to make sure that you are contributing to it and that they know that you are there. And many times we don't do that. So I hope going forward.
Thank you. Yes, please, before you speak, if anybody has questions, please raise your hand so they can bring the mic to you. And yeah, go ahead, please.
Thanks. And to add to that, I totally agree that a lot of the times women don't ask. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we're not prepared when we're asking, right? And I'll give you a simple example. I was head of strategy for a large organization, and I had a senior member of my team, was, resigned. She was moving to another part of the business. And I, immediately triggered the HR process. We need to recruit a replacement. We need to, get someone quickly. We have, key deliverables, stuff like that. This could take months to fill out, So I started that process. And a couple of days later, a junior member of my team, comes up to me, says, she'd like to have a discussion with me. And she says she's interested in that role. And that threw me off because I hadn't even really considered her because she was perfect in her role, so I didn't really, think about her when it came to this other position. And she outlined all her strengths. She outlined everything that she felt she would bring to the role. She also identified her gaps. She did say, look, I know that it's going to be a stretch role for me. These are the areas that I probably still need to work on, and these are my steps. These are the things I'm going to do to close that gap very quickly. And because she had built credibility with me in terms of everything I give to her, I can go to bed, I know that she will deliver, she'll put in whatever effort, needs to be put in. And I went to look at the JD again, realized that she would actually be, because every role obviously has a grade band. And she'll be on the lower end of the grade band, which also means that there's room for improvement. So I was very happy to obviously consider her for the role, and we talked through, how I could support her and things like that. The other thing was that she had built credibility with my peers, because you need to realize that when you're talking about promotion, it's not just the hiring manager's decision. There are other stakeholders as well. And it was easy for me to go to them. And they're like, oh, of course, this person is a great contributor. We see her, ready for the next position. So those are the kind of things you have to make sure you're visible. You're speaking in meetings. When you go into meetings, don't just assume you're there to take notes to learn. People want to hear from you. That's why you're in the room. In this day of AI can probably take notes anyway. So they're looking for what's your voice. You have to say, what you believe, what you want to contribute to that meeting, and that's how you also build visibility. And when discussions like this come up, it helps in your promotion decisions.
Thank you. Someone has a question.
Thank you so much for these insights. My question is about misogyny. So I'm like you, a super minority. in the room, and sometimes it's very obvious that some people are taking liberties with me that they wouldn't, and it's not for lack of confidence, presence, or smarts, right? How do you tap into your Supergirl power, or how do you remain authentically you, unapologetically you, and correct that perception?
So I'll just say a couple of things, first of all. There are lots of times that as women we find ourselves in situations where, I mean, I'm the first to admit that there are lots of situations we find ourselves where there are biases against us. You know, either, you know, women get paid less, you know, they're considered aggressive. A-type personalities are considered aggressive. If they're women, if they're men, they're go-getters. You know, so there's all sorts stacked against us. But if you always assume that that's the reason why you're having an issue, it becomes a self-defeatist kind of mentality. So you also need to take a step back, because most of the time there are other things at play as well. And you need to be able to figure out what those are and address them. I've had situations where people talk a lot about their personal issues in the office. You know, maybe they're, you know, dealing with maybe parents that, you know, are unwell, or they're having issues with, you know, their kids or something. And, you know, in other discussions, an opportunity comes up, maybe for, you know, a high visibility project or a promotion or something. And they immediately think this person is already overwhelmed. We can't add this extra responsibility on them. So you might think it's because you're a woman, but you don't realize that you've also put in information out there. You've made your brand sound like, look, I am dying under the weight of life already, you know. So they think I cannot give them anything more. So we also need to think about our personal brand. I also ask people to seek out a coach as well, a neutral party, someone that can objectively assess specifically your situation and what's going on there. And they usually be able to dimension things that you might not have seen, you know, that you're putting out there, or things like that you can now actively deal with to help you move over whatever barrier there is.
I was just going to add that being a minority in the room can be an advantage or a disadvantage. And you have to be, I mean, there was a colleague asked me once, you know, that do I feel discriminated upon? I mean, she didn't see anything, she just asked me, she wanted to know, because she's not in the minority. And I told her that it's funny because I'm not actually looking at situations in that way. I know that exists, but if somebody is nasty to me, I'm not about to say, is it because I'm this color, or is it because I'm a minority? The bottom line is that that person is ill-mannered, that person is nasty. Whatever the reason for it, it's given me some information about that person, right? The other thing about it is also that you also have to be very careful. If people have a challenge with you and it has to do with bias, it's actually their problem, not your problem. And so you don't make it your problem. You allow them to keep their problem and to waddle in that problem. And that has worked for me. I don't see people, if you have a problem and it has to do with a bias, then I'm not going to take that from you. I'm going to leave it with you.
Yeah, can I just, 2 points to that, because I think most of my career before the World Bank, I'd always been either the only black person or most times the female in situations. The first point is, do not be defined by whatever the fact that you're female or you're black. Don't allow that be the defining factor. Second thing, write your own story. This is something my father told me earlier on when I was leaving Nigeria to go to the UK to school. He said, for the first time in your life, you realize that you look different. But remember that there's nothing different about you. And sometimes the difference, you can play to it to your advantage. So you decide how you want to use the difference that you bring. So write your own narrative. Don't let anyone write it because you're female or you're black.
let me just add one more thing before we wrap up. I think there are preconceived notions about, black or being female or whatever. There's unconscious bias. It just exists. The approach that I take is I always like to surprise people. Anybody who engages with me after a while, regardless of their preconceived notions, will know that I'm excellent. And so it's okay if you have a negative or whatever opinion of me in the beginning. You will always change your mind. So go in with that confidence, and you have to just have your own self-confidence, and don't get a chip on your shoulder. These things exist, and they are in the world that we live in. And like I tell my kids, life is not fair, but thank God we have God, and that's all that we need.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take any more questions, but I hope this has been a great time. I hope you've learned a lot. And in closing, we just want to encourage everyone, like the speakers have said, in your own organizations, be the amplifiers, be the mentors, be the advocates, make room for others, and what you make happen for others, God will make happen for you too. Thank you, everyone.
How you all doing? That sounds like a very tired lot. I'm going to say it one more time. How are you all doing? Oh, thank God. You remember what we heard from the first speaker? He said resilience. So I want you to be resilient, to be able to follow this through to the end, because the best is yet to come. Amen. So I am moderating a session, the next session, and it's an exciting one. Thank you very much for clapping. It's a very exciting one that it has to do with entrepreneurship and innovation. And I know a lot of people here are entrepreneurs. How many entrepreneurs do we have in the house? Whoa, yeah. How many innovators do we have in the house? If you're not an innovator, I don't think you're going to last long wherever you are. So how many innovators do we have in the house? Yes, that sounds more like it. So I am really, really excited to moderate this next group of people who I think are really, really special. And special because they are in different industries, and at the same time, there's something that they have that is common amongst them. One, they're entrepreneurs, and two, they're innovators. These are people who have started businesses from scratch and have made a success out of it. And I'm really, really excited to invite them even to our next conversation. And I would say please hold your applause until we get them all up. So let's get straight into it. So the first person I want you to welcome, join me in welcoming, is Roye Okupe. Yeah, okay. And so I'm going to say a little bit, yeah, you can come up. I'm going to say a little bit about him. He's an award-winning filmmaker, screenwriter, author, and founder of UNEXT Studios. Roye has built a globally recognized African storytelling universe across comics and animations. How many of you still watch comics? Yes, I know. His flagship title, Iyanu, Child of Wonder, is now a hit animated franchise on HBO Max and Cartoon Network with multiple NAACP, yes, he deserves that, multiple awards, and he has also been named among the 100 most influential Africans. So, yes, give him a rousing applause. Next, please welcome Oluwasegun Ogunbajo. And he is, very, very interestingly, a board-certified orthopedic spine surgeon. Anyone has a problem with their spine? He's also an entrepreneur and board member at Ortho Arkansas. With both MD and MBA training, he brings a unique blend of clinical excellence and business leadership. He's also co-founder of Surgery Calendar, a platform focused on improving surgical workflows and patient outcomes. Please give him another. And then we have Dr. Ikem. Oh, so how come you came up here? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So, well, join Dr. Ikem. Well, I've spoken about you already, you know, and what really makes me excited is to see a doctor in the AI business, you know, a doctor who refuses to let all these engineers and tech people take over. But we'll talk about that. I also want to welcome Paul Shoemimo. Is he around? Yes, he is. A certified generative AI expert and founder of Ignite Creative Digital Solutions. Paul has helped over 45 organizations transition into scalable AI-powered operations. That's somebody you want to know. A serial entrepreneur, so not just once, many times, and doctoral candidate in AI. He's deeply engaged in shaping conversations around ethical AI and the future of work. Oh, so please join me welcoming Paul. You know, I first met Paul at a workers' meeting here, and I was like, wow, you know, he talked about ChatGPT, all of us who think we are AI masters and really don't know anything, and he showed us that we really don't know anything. So we're going to hear more about that. So please, one round of applause for all our speakers today. Okay, so we're going to dive into what really it takes to innovate, what really it takes to scale in today's environment. We've had a really rich day. We've heard from so many people, and I encourage you to not just listen for inspiration, that you should listen for action. And I think we're going to just have a really, really excellent time today. So the first question I have for all of you is, in 1 minute each, what do you actually build? Because, you know, we've said a lot of fancy words. What do you actually build? What do you actually build, and who is it for? And what problem are you trying to solve? And why are people willing to pay you for this? So I'll start with Paul.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. This is my second BIAZO, so I really appreciate the opportunity. First of all, I would say that entrepreneurship, as it were, it's something that found me at a very, very strange way. And the solutions I tend to build now is on 3 pillars. So the first one is if either you're doing consulting or you're going into process automation or you're building products. So you can do the 3. For me, I focus on process automation. For some people might want to go into the consulting aspect, where you then want to be at the verge of or at the cutting edge of every news on AI that's coming out. But for me, I really focus on process automation, look for the problems organizations are having. I know the last speakers, everybody have been talking about those repeated processes that happens, those manual processes, try to automate it and then see how organizations can be a bit more efficient. And with that, as long as you're solving problems, you're in business. That's just the truth of it.
Yeah, but I want you to be a little bit more, how should I say it, practical for us. You know, no fancy words. Okay. I'm a business owner. Why should I recruit you?
Okay.
What are you going to do for me?
Yeah, let me give it an example. I think that will help. So I met a loan officer who, I don't know if you guys know loan officers. They get a lot of applications, people who want to apply for loans, tons of applications and document. So they've been doing this for like 15 years. And then when they hired me, they were like, oh, how do we become more efficient? So I found out that that process of every candidate every applicant that applies, it goes through the same process for everybody. You need to submit some documents, you need to, they ask the same questions, and most times they slip through the cracks, some contacts slip through the cracks because the business owner cannot follow up with all these people at scale. Imagine 15,000 loan applications. You definitely miss a lot of them. So what I just did was pretty much simple. I just said, okay, we can have all these things, have an AI that will collect all this information until all the documents are complete. For the next 6 months, he keeps following up till he gets all the documents, actual documents you need for your business. When all these documents are complete, then the AI serves this person to you to actually complete the application. That's a business on its own, and they pay good for that. So once you find where the problem is in the organization, find a way to automate that process, and then you're in business. It's as simple as that.
Thank you. Olusegun, would you take over?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. That's a question I've been thinking how I'm going to answer. What do I do? There are multiple things that I do in different spaces, but let me streamline it to what I do as Receipt Record. Receipt Record is a solution built to solve healthcare staffing agency issues. If you know people that have healthcare staffing agency where there are group homes that need staffs to cover up and you're sending staffs over there to get job done, how you do their accreditation, their documentation, how you do their clock in, clock out, how you do their payroll and all of those things. That is what Receipt Record does. So it does an end-to-end streamline of the solution. So there's a back end where the admin and schedulers are, where they manage all the scheduling, and there's a mobile application that all the healthcare caregivers have in their own ends. So when I schedule you to go work in an home care, the app notifies you immediately that you have this to go get done. You can scan, you can then sign in when you get there. The app will not allow you to sign in if you are not 50 feet away from that location. So it reference you to where you are, and then if it's not 5 minutes before your shift time, you can't clock in. So it clocks you in. And if you forget to clock out, it automatically clocks you out. Oh, wow. So you can't say, oh, I spent additional 1 hour and nobody's there. The system will clock you out. And if you're actually going to work further, you reach out to the admin and they update you. And it also helps with all the documentation that they need. If you're a caregiver, you need to have some DDA certifications. You need to have some first aid certifications. They chase them around when it expires. Now the app is able to tell them that it has expired. You can take a screenshot by yourself, upload it into the system. So it kind of automates the process. So what they get done in 3 weeks is something that they can get done in few days. So that is what that particular application does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Ekem, and I'm only calling you doctor so that people know that you're a surgical, you're a bit different from everybody else. Well, both of you are.
Sure. Well, thank you for the invite, and Wale, thank you again for inviting me here. This has been an amazing meeting and session. I've learned a lot from all the speakers. Thank you to the congregation and the leadership team. So yes, my primary job is an orthopedic spine surgeon, so I care for folks who have spine problems from the cervical, from the neck, all the way down to the lower back. And the process of me, starting out my practice and just going through the whole rigmarole of a practice, which everyone should understand that medicine is also a business, right? So I think so you work for a hospital, revenue needs to be made, people need to be paid, lights need to stay on, et cetera. So I started to understand the dynamics of how that business works, and the most valuable asset, and not just for medicine, was the time, okay? Because everyone gets 24 hours and no more than that. And so how you use your time becomes incredibly valuable. And this is not just valuable to the surgeon, it's valuable to the hospital, the staff, the vendors who supply products, the facilities, and the operating room. So operating room is like real estate for the hospital, and they use that to generate revenue. So how they use that operating room efficiently is predicated on communications with doctors, vendors, patients, taking cases from the office to that operating room. So it's the way it's done right now. It's really it's scattered in many ways. I mean, folks use phone, they use text, they use phone calls. There's a lot of phone tag, and so the frustration I had personally was, how do we consolidate this into one single platform or trading desk that connects all these stakeholders? There's just no reason to be running around. And so we came up with the idea, Wally and I, and this was just born, he's sitting there, but he's actually one of our founders, just FYI. And we came up with the idea and put in the team together to solve this problem. And we saw that the problem expanded into other spaces, including insurance and payers. So that's what Surgery Calendar is in a nutshell.
Thank you. Roy?
Thank you for having me. I think after spending almost 20 years in the entertainment industry, I still don't know what I do. But to be straightforward, I'm a filmmaker. I write, direct, and produce typically cartoons and animated shows and films. And for me, I identified a problem very early on in life. I was doing research just before I came up. And ever since animation was introduced in the early 1920s, so almost over 100 years, there's been 25,000 animated films and animated TV series, and only 25 of them have been from Africans produced. And I think that's a huge problem, because even if you look at the statistics, I think Africans make up 19% of the global population, but then we get only 0.1% of the total animation landscape. I think as a culture, I think for a very long time, not recently, I think we underestimate the power of media, especially for children. And you see, most of these animated films and shows that are created specifically for kids and families, they portray the hero in a light where the hero is always saving the world, or the hero is intelligent, smart, you know, a doctor, a lawyer, a billionaire. And I realized even as a child growing up that I started to sort of put two and two together, that it's only white people that can save the world, or it's only white people that can be engineers or smart or intelligent. And even as a child, I felt that was a dangerous precedent. So my job is to introduce a new type of storytelling, specifically from the African culture, for a global audience. And that's what I do with Diano, and that's what I hope to continue to do. In terms of, you know, how do people, I think your second question was, how do you get people to pay you? I'm still trying to figure that out as well.
You know, I think what's really fascinating about your story is the fact that you started doing this within this environment,
Yes.
Jesus House DC, and I mean, from your passion and doing it so well, you know, it took you to levels where you are now recognized as an influential person and also winning awards and so on and so forth. So what that does is it shows opportunities to everyone that, you know, whichever space you're in, whatever you're doing, follow your passion, because it could be a defining one. But we want to also tell him that, you know, that when he's that big Hollywood star, he should remember that we knew him first, right?
Absolutely. And I want to correct one thing. We were nominated for the NAACP. Okay. Unfortunately, we didn't win. I think it was rigged. Okay. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I just wanted to clarify.
Well, so I'm going to ask individual questions, and I'm going to be quite provocative. So excuse me if I am too. And I'm going to start with you, actually, Roy. And you built this global franchise from zero, right? Yeah. IP, and which is not always that something you find everywhere. But, you know, let's be honest. Where is AI actually helping creators win? Right, and where is it just noise?
Yeah, I think for my industry, AI is very controversial. It's actually extremely controversial because obviously, I think we all understand that the way AI works by learning, by scraping. So when it comes to intellectual property and art, there's the issue of copyright, obviously. So for me personally, I don't use AI to create. And I think I don't want to speak for everybody in the industry, but I think for most artists, right, it's another tool that, there was something that I heard during the keynote speaker where it's like, I completely agree with where AI is meant to enhance, it's not meant to replace. And the analogy I always give is that it should be like makeup. I don't wear makeup, so sidebar. But anyways, I think we've sort of started to use AI as plastic surgery, where it's like you're replacing instead of enhancing. So for me personally, the way I try to use AI is in improving my own efficiency in administrative tasks. Like, how do I get efficient in doing research? How do I get efficient in understanding trends in the industry? How do I, get efficient in, okay, what are some marketing tools that I incorporate with AI to sort of like get my word out there a little bit? But I think for the entertainment industry, it's a whole different conversation, but I think it's something that any industry can take, where it's like, we're in an age where we can't allow AI to sort of like lead us. We have to be able to ensure that we are using it as a tool and not something that guides us in creating.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to jump to Oluwasegun and say, most companies are overpaying. Most companies are overpaying for infrastructure and underutilizing what they have. That's the impression a lot of people have. So where are you seeing AI actually reduce cost or drive revenue? Not the theory part of it, but what businesses are paying for right now. When you think about what businesses are paying, where are you seeing it actually reduce costs? I think reducing costs is a bit easier. Maybe driving revenue, at least to the levels that you think will be commensurate with the costs that you're paying.
That's a fantastic question, because when it comes to cloud computing, that is one of my area of strength. I have a very good understanding about cloud computing. And what we see in the industry is the fact that people that uses the cloud sometimes still behave as if they are on-prem, meaning on premises or in their own local data center. And they over-provision because when you're on your local data center, scalability is limited. Meanwhile, some of the principle of cloud computing is elasticity and scalability. The cloud can scale out and scale back in when you don't need it. But the mentality of, should in case there are a lot of requests coming in, I need to have, say, a 15-core server, right? But really, you only need like 4-core server to run. But you will provision 15-core because it might spike. But in the cloud, that is not the idea. The idea of the cloud is the fact that as the request is coming in, the system can scale by itself. So if you're running on 4 CPUs, sorry if I'm being very technical, I don't know how to, You're running on 4 and the request is coming in. A classic example that is very simple. Let's take Mrs. for instance. On a normal day, Mrs. is running, let's assume Mrs. is running on a 10-core server. Everybody coming, chopping, and there is Thanksgiving. And everybody's rushing it because Mrs. is doing stuff. Then it spikes from using 10-core to like 50 cores. The idea of cloud is it will automatically scale by itself. And then when you're not using it anymore, it scale back down to help with cost. But some mentality or some organizations really do not understand how that works very well. They will scale out and they incur a lot of cost. Now, what AI does is the fact that AI can take your analysis and look at your consumption versus what you provision to tell you are wasting money here. Like you do not need all of this server or you do not need all of this storage. You need this at optimal pi. It can show you or cross-reference to you your spike period and your medium period and see what instances you have, and then you can take that down. I've seen organizations where you take your AWS Azure invoice and you put it into an AI and run about your utilization and send it across the AI. And AI can do cross-referencing for you to let you to that, oh, you're losing 20%, 10% of what the cost you're not using. Even built into the cloud services for Azure or AWS are what we call advisors. They learn on AI, and they are able to actually tell you how you're wasting in that environment.
Well, thank you. That was a lot to take in. That was a lot to take in. And I'm going to jump to Paul on a similar question on that. You know, everyone is talking about AI. I think people are not seeing the real results, you know, or returns, you know. Well, in your mind, what separates businesses, you know, that are actually making money from AI from those that are just experimenting? I mean, how do you see that?
What I'll say is that there's a lot of noise, like you said, but the angles that I'll say are working very well now with the current AI tools we have are stuff like companies that are really heavy, that they get their inbound customers from leads online or social media ads. So in the last 2-3 months, UGC ads has been massively the outcome has been massively increased with UGC. I don't know if UGC means user-generated content, where you have somebody that it's more like a testimonial or validating a product. Normally, companies have to pay an influencer to actually influence a product and then say good things about the product, and they use that as ads. Now we are seeing AI influencers. We're seeing AI, not just AI influencers, we're seeing AI accounts on social media. I don't know if some of us even know about the guy that is a rabbi that says a lot of stuff, a Jewish guy. I don't know if anybody knows the guy on Instagram. So he does a lot of stuff. He has a lot of followers. He has almost 200,000 followers. He's getting jobs. It's not a real person.
That's what I was going to say.
It's not a real
AI,
person,
right?
but he's getting jobs as an influencer. So that means the influencers have to be wary, but because they're getting results. Another angle is language translation. So you probably have an ad that is running out there, and then you recorded the ad in English, and then you can have AI produce the same ad copy in multiple languages, and then you can reach a broader audience and even international community. You can run an ad here, and you're attracting customers from Mexico, from other countries, and that's something that will cost companies thousands of dollars just to get that stuff out there. We're also seeing the modeling industry. It's been shaking up now. You see, you have the entire production is done just with prompts. So, and they're getting results. And as long as companies are getting results with these ads and all this stuff, they will definitely keep leaning towards that aspect than paying an influencer $20,000 or $10,000 just to run a particular stuff. So I feel like there's a lot of stuff happening there, and it's something that a lot of companies are already doing, and most people don't even know about it. Like some companies, I know some companies, they haven't even heard of it before. When they see this stuff, like the other speaker was saying, they think it's real. So they just feel like, this guy spent a lot of money doing this thing now. But they didn't. It's just true prompt. So that's one thing I've seen that is getting a lot of results.
Yeah, there was a question that someone asked earlier on, and I don't know how many people noticed, you know, and then I think it was it Wale who went downstairs and then asked somebody down to talk about it. And the question was, what's the first 3 things that one should do when they walk here? And I just felt that maybe people didn't think that it was the response answered their own question. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to try and respond to that same question. You know, when people, you know, assume all of us are novices, what's the 3 things? Do this, and do this. Not talk to LinkedIn, not talk to mentor, not talk to companies, not talk to individuals who already know it. What should they do?
3 things on what exactly?
Yes.
Okay, on AI, on getting into AI?
Yes, you know, using AI to help them personally or in business or whatever. What's the 3 things? Or at least mention one, and then we can get maybe...
Okay, so I'll talk more on entrepreneurship. Yeah. So now, in the past, entrepreneurship is always more about trying to figure out something most people don't know at that particular time and find a way to kind of like execute on it before others get into it or come up with a product or a solution at that time. That's what entrepreneurship has been about, just being always ahead of the game at the time. So now, currently, that's more like a chess game. With AI now, all of that has changed. The ground field is leveled. After you see people that the key role now is execution. you're no longer limited with the ideas or what you can solve.
Yeah.
What limits you now is execution. Execution has been key years ago. I personally, I got into entrepreneurship. Yeah. I really want to say that.
Yeah, I need you to land on that one thing.
Yeah. So I personally got into entrepreneurship when someone called me in and said, "Oh, I want you to come and market my product." He was saying 100 features of what the software was going to do. I was waiting for him for six months plus in Enugu. Bring the product, let's market. I'm working on it. He won an award. I think he got about 10 million naira then. Oh, we're working on it. Oh, we're trying to get the best out of this product. There was no product. I went back to Lagos. I developed a lean version of that product, a school software, and then that was 2009. By 2018, I had 125 students using my software. I sold the software out to a company, a competitor in Jobi-Felewe in Ikeja. But this guy still didn't launch a school product. What was different between him and what I did was that I launched something. I executed on it. There are people here that are building apps, that are building solutions. They are 3 years still working on that thing, spending thousands of dollars on that product, but they don't. But you iterate when you launch. You have any idea now? There are tons of tools that you can use out there to develop the product. Look at the guys, they already have on Vessel.app, all their solutions they spoke about, the teenager, it's life. They take it to the market, just distribute it. You get feedback, and then you keep iterating the product. Okay. Find the problem, solve it the leanest way you can, and then distribute. Okay.
Sorry, I just want to, real quick, because I know what it's like to not know where to start with something. So I just want to speak for people that may not know anything about AI. 3 things: chatgpt.com, claude.com, and then just ask both of them, this is what I do in my business, how can I get better? That's where you start.
Okay, you
I had to that, yes. There's what I want to mention with AI is the fact that don't get it muddled up. There are 2 types of AI right now. I don't know what's going to come next. There's generative AI. Generative AI generates for you. What are you looking for? What are you thinking? I came to BIAZO last year, right? One of the biggest things I have issues with my business is writing proposal. I hate writing proposal. Somebody came up, demogamma.app. That is what I'm using right now. It's generative. Write me a proposal for blah, 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 blah. It gets it out. I read it through. Perfect. I send it. So when I meet anybody in the elevator and you say, send me your proposal, before we get to the 5th floor, I'm done. I'll send it to you immediately. Generative AI. The second one is agentic AI. It's an agent. What do you want this agent to do? I watch a lot of movies. Have you watched Matrix before? There's a guy called Agent Smith. His job is go and do this. Go and get Leo, right? What do you want to get done? It's an agentic AI. So, like I said, ChatGPT, generative AI. But inside ChatGPT, there's an agentic AI built into it, where you can now choose that agentic AI and say, what I want is crawl the news every day for me. Anywhere you see opening for a neurosurgical something, send me an email. That's an agent. It will be looking at it for you, and it will be sending that email to you every day. So that is just the basic definition of generative AI and agentic AI. So it's not about what do you want to do and how do you want to do it.
Yes.
Simple. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So I'm going to go to Ikem, our doctor. You've been a bit quiet. So I have a question for you. And the question that I have for you is, you're operating in one of the most, complex, high-stakes profession, which we know, spine surgery. That's not a piece of cake. That's not chin-chin, as they say. And you still saw a systems problem worth solving, And so where are the biggest inefficiencies in healthcare that insiders see, but outsiders completely miss?
Thank you for that question. I would say where aren't the biggest inefficiencies? And it's a gift and a curse. There are quite a bit of inefficiencies in healthcare, unfortunately. And for good reason, because it's such a high stakes environment, folks are reluctant to change. So if you're doing something, even if it takes 10 years, 10 hours, or 10x the time to get there. But delivering reproducible results, keeping folks alive, et cetera, folks would rather not change that, because it could be catastrophic, the consequences. So for me, and not just myself, but folks who innovate in healthcare, and I agree with everything that has been said about AI. We're not early adopters in healthcare, but during the time, COVID forced healthcare as a collective worldwide to look at technology to solve our day-to-day problems. So you still have sick people, whether there's COVID, whether there's a war somewhere else, and it doesn't matter. The hospital does not close. So these problems still have to be taken care of. If a school bus gets into a crash, even if someone in the White House hair is on fire, someone needs to take care of someone needs to take care of this problem, and so we are now starting to leverage AI in a way that technology in a way that we haven't. The awesome thing is that we're in the AI revolution, and folks are using AI to solve rote problems, so things that require just mundane, rote, administrative tasks. We can use that to reduce cost and increase capacity for the office, for the operating room, and expedite care so a patient can get to see a doctor quicker instead of waiting for calls, et cetera. They can get to the providers quicker.
In fact, I was just, as you spoke, I was thinking about something I read. I think it's real, but it talked about in China now, you don't need to go to the hospital or to your doctor for wellness check or physicals that we have every year, that you just go to this machine that is available at the metro station, is available shopping malls and all that kind of thing, and you press into it and it gives you everything going on in your body, and then it will then warn you if there's anything that is totally out of whack, and then that's when you then go to the doctor. But if there's nothing unusual happening in your body, then that's your wellness check for the year.
That's correct. I mean, so unfortunately, that has not hit the United States, not at scale, certainly. I mean, there is some red tape in healthcare. It's very bureaucratic, and again, for the reasons I mentioned, just the cost and the stakes are just really consequential and could be catastrophic. But absolutely.
So I'm just going to ask, because I want us to be able to take one or two questions from the audience. So from each of you, and extremely brief, please. 6 months from now, what would be regretful if this audience do not act on it after today? Very short. What would be regretful if this entire audience does not act on all that they've heard? I guess not just this session, the entire day. So I'll start with you.
Yeah, it's actually the first. This is what I would say. In terms of entrepreneurship and innovation, what I want everybody to know is it's a mindset. It's not a talent. It's a mindset. I want to solve a problem. My entire journey on entrepreneurship started with a message from Yemi. Start with what you have. It's a small pamphlet book that I read. For everything that you have, start with it. I work in the church. I'm a technical guy. I do a whole lot of stuff. A teenager came up to me to say, hey, I see you do all of this technical thing. Can you help me look into my mom's business to help us do this and that? And that is what is forming Resist Records today. Okay. Right? Start with what you have. Do what you need to do. If you don't do it, you lose it. One thing that always comes to my mind is the fact that what God has proposed to happen in this world will happen. So when God drops something in your heart, it's not only in your heart. He has given it to more than 1 million people because it must happen. Yeah. The very first person to make the move wins it, and it moves on. So when something drops into your heart, do not look for reasons why you don't want to do it. Yeah. Oh, I don't have an office space. I don't have money. I don't have capital. I don't have this. No, just do it. Like, get it started. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. That's excellent. Yeah. Anybody else wants to go on?
I mean, I think,
very quickly,
yeah, to his point, I mean, another thing that I think people struggle with is I should have done this 2 years ago, or should have started 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And one of my favorite quotes is a proverb. It says, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is today. So don't get hung up if you feel like I'm too old, I should have done it here and there, but just start now. Go home and do something tonight.
Thank you. Yes. Very quickly, yes, thank you.
Yeah, so what I'm going to say is that, because we're talking about regrets here, for everyone here, I think most people internally know what they want to do. The problem is always the action. So if you have that thing you know you have to do, and you know that action is what it takes, some of you is to, I want to put myself out there, I want to put myself on social media. There's no limitation today. If you want to be on social media posting every day as a creator, there are AI tools that can take your picture and create videos every 6 hours and post it automatically. You just need to find them. So my charge with everybody, and also for those that are doing projects and running proposals, please try to start customizing your AI to be in your own voice. Take out all those dashes everywhere in your message and emails that we're seeing everywhere. Customize the AI to be in your voice and to be humanized to your own tone. Thank you.
Thank you. And there was something Paul said elsewhere where he said, some people send things from AI and it still has, now do you want me to? Ken, please.
So not to repeat everything everyone said, I do agree. I would say fundamentally, when you're thinking of innovation, business, and being an entrepreneur, yes, you should use technology and AI, but just remember what you're in business for, right? So you're in business to serve people. So you need to understand your customer incredibly well. You need to know what their objectives are. Create products and services to solve that problem so that you want to make money at the service of people, not at their expense, okay? You will sleep better, and like Matthew 6:33 says, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all these things will be added onto you. You don't have to look at the dollar sign. If you solve people's problems, everything is yours.
Wow, thank you so much. Can we just give them a round of applause? Yeah, thank you so much. At this time, I'm hoping there's a microphone going around. Does anyone want to ask any question before we close out? Yes, please do. Is there a microphone around?
My question is to Roy. How do you help younger generations in the creative or animation space? Because I have a cousin, but he's in Nigeria, and he's about 8 years old, and he's been drawing since he was very little. And he's always telling his mom, I want to be a cartoonist. His mom's like, oh, you're just drawing everywhere in my house. So I'm guessing a lot of Nigerians don't know about, but they discourage little children from their dream, and they're just very hyper-focused on being a lawyer, being a doctor. They don't know there are other things, and the way the world is going now, that is far back, and there are so many things for them to do. So how would you suggest to encourage little children, not just here, some around the world, like in Nigeria too?
That's a very good question. Obviously, first of all, tell him to watch Iano on Showmax. He can start there. But on a more serious note, I think this is more to the parents, actually, because if a child is excited, and this isn't just about animation or cartoon, it goes into all the different parts of the arts. I think, like you said, growing up in Nigeria, it was either engineer, lawyer, doctor. I mean, you're lucky if they even had programmer into that. But I think it's about the parent nurturing the creative spark. Because for a lot of children, it's killed, especially in Africa or Nigeria, and it's killed at a very young age. I was very lucky to have parents who still told me to go to school and get all A's, but encouraged me to continue to stoke the flame. So I think it's just more of a charge for parents here. If your child is interested in something that has to do with the arts, please don't be dismissive. I'll say one last thing. There's a story I heard about Walt Disney. One of the things that he did when, as a teenager, his first job, he drew something for his supervisor, and the supervisor told him that he lacked imagination. And I can only imagine if that had affected Disney at that point in time, we wouldn't have Little Mermaid, Lion King, all of these different things. So your words to your children at a very early stage of when they're exhibiting interest in creativity is very important.
Thank you. Well, parents, a word for parents. Please let the talents of your children come out. There's a question down there, yeah?
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. The question I have is specifically around two things. I am an AI enthusiast, but two things are always giving me pause. Privacy, especially if you're trying to build a business, your IP is important. And then legally, what are you protected with AI? And so I would love for you both, or all four, to really talk about how you're protecting your IP and privacy for your businesses.
Okay, you want to go? For me, like I said, the entertainment industry is really wild, but a lot of people actually don't know, like all this stuff that, especially the creative stuff, like the generative AI, you don't own the copyright to that at all. And it's in the fine print of these companies. So the first thing, you have to be very careful. You have to understand what you're using AI to do and legally what you're allowed, how you're allowed to monetize it. That's the first thing that you need to understand creatively. You have to understand this thing that I'm creating in AI, can I actually monetize it? And I'm not a lawyer. I would suggest you get one for them to walk you through that. In terms of protecting your IP, I have a very radical way of thinking about this. I think sometimes people hold on to things too much and they don't put it out there. And eventually, like I said, God gives the ideas to everyone. So for 5 years, you keep something inside because you don't want anybody to steal your idea. And then 10 years later, you see that somebody else has made millions doing it. So don't be afraid to put your stuff out there. Get a copyright, get a trademark, get a patent. After that, go.
Thank you so much. I think we can take one last question. Oh,
yeah.
Hello?
Thank you. My question is for two people. I have one for Roy and I have one for Segun as well. I'll start with Roy. Entertainment industry, of course, I've known you for a long time. Is it fair to say that you were able to establish yourself by doing this on an African continent instead of in America? That's my first question.
Long answer for you, but I'm going to try and clip it. I think I differentiated myself by being myself. It had nothing to do with where the animation was done. For me, I've been very true to myself. And like she said, I started here in church. I've always known what I wanted to do. I've always known where I wanted to go. And I've always known that God had called me to do it. So for 15 years, I experienced a lot of closed doors. But I think the only reason I'm here today is because of the support of the community. And I think that was the thing that, at least for me, Warner Brothers saw. When I went and I pitched my story to them, they could see the people that are on Facebook that liked my stuff, bought my comics and all that. So it's less about where it was done and who the person is and the community that they're surrounded with. I think that's what brought me here today.
Thank you. And then this question is for Segun. First of all, I'm in the AI field as well. As much as I'm interested in entertainment, I'm in the AI field as well. I have never heard anyone describe the two types of AI the way you just did, to the point where it's getting me thinking. So thank you for that. The question for you is agentic AI in software development. Are you seeing people begin to use that to do things like QA or to help write code while you're sleeping? You know, that whole relaxed coding technique.
That area is where I really don't like going into, because what I'm going to say, some people might get me wrong. And AI with coding right now is not AI itself. It's still talking about your own language. So it's sometimes limited. That's why when AI writes some code, if you are not a smart developer, it will not run, it will not work. So it takes a very smart developer to work with AI today. in terms of coding because it is still the language you created. When AI, remember today, when AI is able to create language that can communicate with the machine itself and build application, AI-generated code languages. The language we have right now is human-created, Node, PHP, Python. It's human that understand machine that did that. The day AI will write its own language that communicates, then the kind of AI we're talking about is not the AI we're talking about anymore. Then it can fully write a code that will work because it is its own language. So today we're still having issues with it, right? Because it's writing it in the way it should be, but the machines are not understanding it, and it's causing trouble. So we're just starting. So to round up, so that you answer that question real quick, yes, you can use it for co-piloting. That's what Microsoft called its own GitHub Copilot. Just work together, not a single one that can run an end-to-end solution for you. Thank you.
Thank you so, so much. Thank you to every single member of the panel. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. Thank you for coming down to our level in some instances. And yeah, let's just celebrate them even as we round up. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, PT. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much. And with that, we've actually come to the end of, very sad, right? I know. Please give a round of applause to our panel, to the committee. It has been a phenomenal day. A couple of quick announcements and I'll be out. We have small chops outside. Wow, so exciting. And then for tomorrow, service starts at 10 a.m. Tomorrow's theme is International Sunday, meaning just come colorful, represent your culture. And then on Wednesday, we continue the conversation at 7 p.m. with the investment seminar. I'd like us to just say a word of quick prayer because we started in prayer and so we'll close in prayer. In Jesus' name, Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for everything that we've heard. Lord, I ask that the words that we've heard, they will not just fall to the wayside, but that for the ideas that you've given people here, they will come to completion. That next year's BIAZO will be hearing testimonies of things that have been implemented, of lives that have been changed. We give you all the praise for the rest of BIAZO. We ask that your word will rest heavily upon this house and that you would really change lives in the name of Jesus. As we go in peace. As we go with your angels in the name of Jesus. We give you all the praise, Heavenly Father, for in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Good night. See you tomorrow.